Chapter 1644. Bai He knew that his comrades would come to support him, because Q King's goal was to capture Qin Niao. Even though he didn't quite understand why he insisted on capturing Qin Niao as the captive, he would definitely fully support Q King's decision. Even if this was an elimination round, he would still support Q King's decision unconditionally. So Yi Qian wanted to end the battle quickly, while Bai He wanted to stall for time and wait for his comrades to arrive. Qin Niao, are you sure you can beat me? As a Special Forces soldier who had undergone professional and systematic training, Bai He knew very well how to communicate to buy time for himself, and how to stall for time without leaving a trace. After dodging Yi Qian's sneak attack, he revealed his location to all his comrades nearby. That way, whoever was closest to him would be able to rush over immediately. However, Yi Qian wasn't going to give him the chance. The two of them were already facing off against each other. Instead of ending the battle quickly, he was still in the mood to chat with her. Yi Qian immediately knew what Bai He wanted to do. You want to capture me? I'm sorry, Bai He, but I really don't want to become a captive. Yi Qian smiled at him. The unsharpened combat dagger in his hand flashed through the snowy wind. The dark sky couldn't hide the cold gleam of the dagger as it flashed through the air. The lightly armed Yi Qian made his move once again. Combat was something every member of the Snowfield Brigade had to pass. Even though Yi Qian wasn't officially a member of the Snowfield Brigade, her combat skills weren't bad. Against Bai He or any other member of the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Qian wouldn't be afraid. This was a competition, but it was also a war. As for her, how could she be afraid when she was on the battlefield? Soldiers were already on the battlefield, and horns were blown on the battlefield. The cruel flames of war didn't allow you to be afraid, and it didn't allow you to even think about retreating. Why was there a need for such harsh training? It was so that when you went to the battlefield to protect your country, you could return safely and become a member of the family reunion. During the hunting operation, as long as the two parties were facing each other head-on, guns and ammunition were not allowed within 3 meters of each other. Empty bullets would still hurt people if fired within 3 meters. In a short distance, the only tools you can use are your own hands and the unsharpened dagger in your hand. This is the best weapon you can use to defeat your opponent. Bai He was shocked by Yi Qian's ferocious and almost cruel attacks. She actually chose to fight him in close combat alone, without the support of the water ghosts. This was not a simple fight. This was a fight with their lives on the line. There were no elegant movements, only strength and ferocity. Yi Qian relied on his agility to close in on Bai He at the fastest speed possible. The dagger in his hand went straight for Bai He's chest. Bai He, who had been a scout, came from a scholarly family. All the girls he had come into contact with since he was young were gentle and delicate. Even though he knew that as a soldier, Yi Qian was different from those girls, when he faced Yi Qian alone, he was still shocked by her fierce and cold eyes and extremely bloody movements. Yi Qian kicked the snow hard with her military boots. Large chunks of snow flew towards Yi Qian. When something flew towards a person, no matter how light or heavy it was, the body's most realistic reaction would always be to dodge it out of reflex. Chapter 1645. Bai He wanted to make use of Yi Qian's few seconds of dodging to make himself the attacker. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yi Qian was not a female soldier who acted according to common sense. She did not dodge at all. Instead, she chose a more direct way to fight head-on. The snowflakes hit her shoulder. Even though she was wearing thick winter clothing, her shoulders still hurt. However, this did not force Yi Qian to stop. She was still fearless in her attacks. She knew that if she did not finish off Bai He quickly, the Snowfield Brigade would come to her aid. By then, she would be surrounded and would have nowhere to run. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, knew how to give up and take. At this moment, she had to give it her all and bear the pain. Only then would she be able to take the ending she wanted. Only the winner would have the right to continue fighting. Yi Qian's abdomen, shoulders, calves, and arms were all hit by Bai He's fists and military boots. Men were always stronger than women. When the kicks landed on her body, Yi Qian felt like her bones were about to crack. She grabbed Bai He's wrist with one hand and punched his armpit directly. Her right leg kicked Bai He's knee. She did not show any mercy. Similarly, Bai He did not show any mercy. Both of them used all their strength to beat the other to the ground. The two of them fought in close combat. Yi Qian was not as strong as the male soldier, but she was very good at making use of her strengths and agility to make up for her weaknesses. She disrupted Bai He's defense. There were no fancy moves in the Special Forces combat. All of their moves were based on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. They strived to finish off their opponent as quickly as possible. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Xia Jinyuan's low and steady voice came through Bai He's earpiece. He needed to avoid the water ghosts from the storm commandos and avoid fighting with Li Jinyan. Therefore, he could not arrive immediately. Bai He did not answer. He was frightened by Yi Qian's actions. "Qing Miao!" he shouted, trying to stop Yi Qian from harming himself. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, his expression darkened. Bai He's shout was filled with worry. He was trying to stop Yi Qian. Why was he trying to stop Yi Qian? What's going on? Xia Jinyuan, who was supposed to take 5 minutes to get there, arrived a minute earlier. He saw a figure lying in the white snow and walked over with a gloomy expression. Bai He, who was lying in the snow, looked at his comrade who had appeared above him. The corner of his mouth was bleeding from Yi Qian's punch. He let out a long sigh and said, "You're a heroine. You're so cruel to yourself." "Heh." Xia Jinyuan chuckled and looked at his comrade coldly. "You've lost to Qing Miao twice. Bai He, you need to be sent back to the village to train." Bai He, who was originally lying down, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He stood up like a carp. Q King was definitely not joking with him. Although he was a person who loved to joke, he would never make such a joke. That's right. Qing Miao is a heroine. She's so cruel to herself. That's because she knows when to be cruel to herself and her enemies. Xia Jinyuan's voice turned cold. "And you, not only can you not be cruel to yourself, you can't even be cruel to our enemies." Bai He, since when did the Snowfield Brigade need a group of Special Forces soldiers who show off their benevolence on the battlefield? Chapter 1646. He was happy that Yi Qian had managed to escape, but he was also disappointed that his comrade had died in battle. If his comrade had tried his best and failed, he would have laughed and said, "Don't think that female soldiers are easy to deal with." However, it was obvious that his comrade was not good enough, but had committed a grave mistake. It was true that they were familiar with Qing Miao, but at this moment, Qing Miao belonged to the Storm Commandos. In this competition, she was standing opposite of them. Faced with the young captain's criticism, Bai He did not refute and accepted it humbly. After Xia Jinyuan finished criticizing him coldly, Bai He reflected on himself seriously. "I will accept any punishment. I will always remember today's mistake. I will never make a similar mistake again." A mistake was a mistake, and there was no excuse for it. After the scolding, Xia Jinyuan looked at the row of footprints that disappeared into the depths of the forest. He couldn't help but smile and turned to ask his comrade calmly, "What did Qing Miao do just now?" "I grabbed her shoulder, and when the dagger was about to touch her neck, she actually sent her own neck towards the dagger. Although the dagger wasn't sharpened, the force of her collision was quite strong. I was shocked and I shouted. Naturally, my hand movements slowed down. Bai He still had a lingering fear when he mentioned what had just happened. He sighed deeply and said, "She was too ruthless. She was so ruthless that it scared me." When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he laughed. If she hadn't been ruthless, she might have been the one to die. Xia Jinyuan admired his girlfriend's dangerous behavior. His little fox was indeed smart to fight back from the brink of death. But she was too smart. Bai He seemed to want to say something, but Xia Jinyuan did not listen. It would be against the rules if he continued to talk about the same comrade who had died. After successfully escaping, Yi Qian hid well and sent his location to Li Jinyan. He adjusted his breathing while waiting for Li Jinyan to meet up with him. There would be no more hunting at the first crossfire because both sides knew that the other side was active in this area. In order to seize the last position, they would not waste any more time and would choose to move forward. For the time being, Li Jinyan didn't ask Yi Jian how she managed to get rid of the scouts from the Shuiyu Brigade. He entered the public channel and told all the members of the Storm Commandos the news. Instantly, the sound of fingers snapping could be heard from his earpiece as a sign of praise. Killing one of the enemy scouts in one move was really good news. When the J5 of the Shuiyu Brigade couldn't contact White Crane, he knew that something was going to happen. When Xia Jinyuan told them that White Crane was dead and the one who killed him was none other than Green Bird, they all held their breaths. Was killed by a bullet? If he was killed by a bullet, it wouldn't be a shame. G3 said. Everyone knew how fast Qing Niao could shoot. No one in the team could compare to her. It would be great if he was really killed by a bullet, but unfortunately he was not. He was killed by close combat. The cold reality was said by Xia Jinyuan calmly. His comrades all sucked in a breath of cold air. He smiled lightly and said, the target of the capture plan has not changed. Last time, she killed Pigeon and Bai He with a sniper rifle. This time, she continued to kill Bai He. Brothers, you have to bring Qing Niao to me. K7 and G3 were together. Hearing this, the two of them quickly looked at each other. Q King really did not want to show mercy. Since that was the case, they could not show mercy either. They had to capture Qing Niao whenever they saw her. It did not matter if they knew her or not. Chapter 1647. K7 was a forensic doctor and had always been calm. He turned off the communicator and said to G3, Q King wants to use this competition to train Qing Niao's individual combat experience. It seems like he is determined to send Qing Niao to the Snowfield Brigade. That was his plan from the very beginning. Do you think he was just casually talking about it in the past? G3 wasn't surprised. They already knew about Q King's plan from the Southern Province cooperation. Not only does Q King have this plan, but the military and Major General also have this plan. Otherwise, why would they drag Qing Niao to train with us from time to time? It wasn't that he was joking, but it felt like. After a moment of silence, K7 said, their requirements for Qing Niao are too strict. It feels like they have more long-term plans. Do they? G3 thought about it and didn't feel anything strange. He said, Qing Niao will be our comrade in the future. It's good that she is being trained by us now. Q King probably feels that her ability has reached a bottleneck and needs to break through. If he really had to feel something, the only thing he felt was that Qing Niao's overall ability had reached a bottleneck. Only by breaking through this bottleneck could she reach Q King's requirements and the Major General's requirements. But then again, Qing Niao's individual combat ability was already strong enough. She had already reached the requirements to join the Snowfield Brigade. Q King did seem to have some long-term plans. No matter what they have planned, we will cooperate fully. G3 didn't think too much about it. He said calmly, Q King will communicate with the military at any time. The military and Major General will also tell Q King about their plans. We will know when the time comes. Right now, I should think about how to capture Qing Niao. If I fail the first time, I won't be able to do it a second time. The Demon King is not easy to deal with, and the Qing Niao is not easy to deal with. Once the two of them come together, it will be even more difficult. G3 directly analyzed the situation. At the same time, he turned on his communicator and said to Xia Jinyuan, killing a White Crane is the Demon King's warning to us. We should return the favor to the Demon King. Xia Jinyuan liked to hear that. He smiled elegantly and dangerously. That's right. It's 5:27 in the evening now. Let's try to give the devil a big gift before 8 o'clock. Agreed. Agreed. I have no objections. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade nearby expressed their opinions one after another. Xia Jinyuan, who was walking in the snow, put on a fake smile and said, remember, Qing Niao is now our opponent, not someone we know. Whoever tries to be merciful to me will have to go back and clean the toilets. His white teeth reflected the cold light of the snow, making him look like a wolf out on a snowy night. He exuded a ferocious aura. T6 secretly clicked his tongue when he heard that. He said to Z7, you still want to be merciful to her? Q King won't be happy about that. Looks like when we see Qing Niao later, the two of us will have to come up with a plan to kill her. I like to see a captive. Brothers, don't be too barbaric. Go easy on her, especially that signal device of hers. T6, who was still thinking about how to eliminate Yi Qian in one go, froze when he heard that. He rubbed the tip of his frozen nose and felt that this mission was quite difficult. No one knew what kind of expression Xia Jinyuan had when he spoke. It could also be said that he was expressionless. The elegant man was as cold as ice, without a trace of human warmth. Even his dark eyes, which usually looked at Yi Qian gently like water, were frozen. Chapter 1648. Little Fox, you have to be prepared. If you want to join the Snowfield Brigade, I have to tell you that it's not an easy task. You won't be so lucky in a real war, and no one will show you mercy just because they know you. You won against Bai He this time purely because you used petty tricks, and it just so happens that on the battlefield, petty tricks can cost you your life at any time. If you want to complete the mission perfectly and come back alive, you have to rely on your accumulated combat experience. Xia Jinyuan was indeed happy that Yi Qian had escaped from the first hunt, but he wasn't just happy. He also calmly analyzed Yi Qian's combat style and accurately found Yi Qian's weaknesses so that she could correct them. He couldn't accept hearing the news of her death one day, so he would rather be harsh on her now and train her in every possible way than let her join the Snowfield Brigade in the future and make himself afraid. Fighting alone on the battlefield was many times more dangerous than the previous missions they had carried out together. How could petty tricks save her life? The White Crane's ability was not bad, and it could definitely stall Yi Jian for 5 minutes. Yi Jian must have heard his order and decided to do this in order to leave as soon as possible. She was betting that the White Crane might panic because of her actions. She gambled correctly. Bai He did panic, so Bai He died and she escaped. She won because Bai He knew her, but what would happen on the battlefield? Maybe she wouldn't do it, but now that she did, he had to teach her a lesson. On the battlefield, she didn't recognize anyone, and this lesson would be unforgettable. Xia Jinyuan could treat Yi Qian very, very well, but when it came to training and future combat, even the most gentle man would be incorruptible and ruthless. At this time, Yi Qian was already reflecting on his actions. Li Jinyan's cold expression made Yi Qian realize why he was given the nickname Devil King. It was very cold and the air pressure was very, very low. Every cell and every pore was emitting an aura that made one's hair stand on end. The gaze that swept over was like a small knife. As long as one was swept by such a gaze, it would hurt as if one's flesh was being cut. This was physical pain. The most terrifying thing was the spiritual pressure. One couldn't even raise one's head and could only stand in front of him in fear. It was as if one was being sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. Are you joking about the war? After an unknown amount of time, Li Jinyan finally spoke. It made Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, shudder violently. Actually, when Li Jinyan asked her how to get rid of Bai He, she had already realized that she had made a big mistake. She thought that she was smart, but it was a mistake that was taboo on the battlefield. If you really were on the battlefield, would the enemy stop you from harming yourself? Of course not. It would only make it easier for him to send his knife to your neck. He definitely wouldn't stop you or even avoid you because he knew you. Yi Qian didn't raise her head. She was wrong, but there was no need to lower her head to admit her mistake. This would break the character of a soldier. No, she replied bluntly. She didn't try to explain herself. There was nothing she could say to defend herself. When she made a big mistake, she could only correct it. Li Jinyan didn't fly into a rage, nor did he mock and ridicule her. He only said calmly in a cold tone, "Qing Miao, you really aren't afraid of death by sending your neck to the enemy's knife." Chapter 1649. The more it was like this, the more Yi Qian felt that this was the calm before the storm. A soldier is not afraid of death and has the spirit of sacrifice. This is right. Unfortunately, you only thought about how to die, but not how to solve the problem. Qing Miao, is this your combat ability? Li Jinyan was not angry, but his expression was much colder than usual. Qing Miao was his soldier now. Her mistake was because he did not teach her well. She made a mistake, and as her captain, he was also at fault. Yi Qian pursed her lips and answered seriously, "I made a big mistake. I did not protect myself well, and instead put my life in the hands of others. I thought that they knew me and would not really hurt me. On a real battlefield, what I did just now was suicide. Not only was I rushing to my death, but I also implicated my comrades behind me. Snow drifted into Yi Qian's eyes, and the cold sensation stimulated her tense heartstrings. She could feel the evil aura coming from the Demon King, and she could not help but shiver. This was the Demon King that all the Storm Commandos feared and respected. It was as if a king had descended. His tone was calm, but all you could feel was a bone-chilling evil aura. Very good. Li Jinyan only said these 2 words after listening to her, and then he walked away. Yi Qian, who was standing in the snow, was slightly stunned. Very good? What was very good? She said very good? Impossible. Then why was it very good? Yi Qian, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly stopped. She understood why he said, very good. Very good. Committing a crime knowingly was an additional crime. That was what he meant when he said, very good. Yi Qian, who had never made a big mistake in this life, knew that she had finally made a big mistake today. This time, she fell so hard that her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. Not only would she be taught a lesson by Demon King Li, but also Xia Jinyuan and the Navy Commander, Major General of the Army, and maybe even the military. She would pay the price for her mistake. For a moment, even the usually calm Yi Qian felt gloomy. His expression was as cold as ice. She was terribly wrong, ridiculously wrong. However, there was no medicine for regret. The only thing he could do was to never make the same mistake again. At the same time, he had to use his true strength to defeat his opponent. By this time, the wind and snow in the mountains had stopped. Yi Qian, who had been following closely behind him, let out a low sigh that reached Li Jinyan's ears. The corners of his mouth involuntarily tightened. This kind of mistake actually represented a mistake that occurred when things went too smoothly. Thinking of her personal resume, it had to be said that she had indeed gone too smoothly, so much so that she had made a big mistake. He had to make her realize her mistake. She believed that Xia Jinyuan would not sit back and do nothing. He would definitely make a big move to teach her a lesson. Whether it was the drill, the competition, or the field training, she would always remember that there were no acquaintances on the battlefield, only enemies who would fight to the death. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky in the mountains had already dimmed. Only the light from the snow illuminated the contours of the mountains. At this time, the wind and snow had stopped. Walking in the mountains, the visibility was even better than during the day. At this time, the night vision goggles were still not working. Stepping on the soft snow, Yi Qian slowly squatted down. He made a hand gesture to Li Jinyan beside him, telling him to stay down. There was a situation. This place was very close to the final position. Chapter 1650. Following Yi Qian's hand signal, Li Jinyan quickly lowered his body. When he saw Yi Qian's hand signal, he immediately informed his comrades around him. There are 4 people in front. Everyone take cover. The members of the Storm Commandos, whose bodies reacted faster than their brains, were all very agile. They found a good spot to take cover. After a series of rustling sounds, there was complete silence. Li Jinyan, who was crouching, quietly lay beside Yi Qian. His gaze fell on the 4 people about 13 meters away. They're not from the Snowfield Brigade. Yi Qian's head tilted slightly to his side. It was just right at Li Jinyan's shoulder. He could hear it clearly while maintaining a certain distance. They should be the soldiers stationed at the final position. Li Jinyan nodded slightly. They were not far from the final position. These people should be patrolling soldiers. Big Squiddo, contact Big Mermaid. Li Jinyan, who was in hiding, asked Big Squiddo, who was in charge of communications, to contact Big Mermaid's team. He needed to know if their team had successfully infiltrated the final position. In less than 2 minutes, Big Mermaid's low voice came through. They have successfully infiltrated the eastern position. There are about 3 to 4 platoons of soldiers. Demon King, I suspect that the command center is inside the final position. As long as they entered the position, Li Jinyan did not have the intention to touch the command center for the time being. However, just in case, he still had to pay attention. He said, confirm the location of the command center and send people to keep an eye on it. The Snowfield Brigade is very likely to infiltrate. Once you encounter them, engage them immediately. Guard the perimeter to prevent any sneak attacks. Li Jinyan, who had not yet entered the final position, did not hesitate at all. He immediately deployed to deal with any problems that might arise. Tonight was a big battle. It was also the climax of the entire competition. It was not impossible for the command center to be located at the final position. It would depend on which team found the location of the command center first. The scout's voice came through the earpiece. There are electronic eyes and infrared sensors. I'll remove the infrared to deal with the alarm. I'll leave the electronic eyes. I'll give you the location. Brothers, stay away. The infrared sensor was just a sensor. Their camouflage uniforms were all coated with a new type of anti-infrared coating called maleic anhydride. To them, this thing was just a decoration. However, it was better to dismantle it when he encountered it. It was better to be safe than sorry. There was no need to solve the problem of the electronic eye. They did not have any shielding equipment on them. If the electronic eye malfunctioned, the soldiers guarding the electronic eye would be certain that it was sabotaged. Thus, the soldiers stationed at the final position, as well as the senior commanders in the command center, were shocked. After ending the call with De Xiao and the others, Li Jinyan said to Yi Qian, "Don't alert them. Let's go around them." His combat style was a little different from Xia Jinyuan's. Perhaps it was because he operated underwater, so he paid more attention to immersion warfare. Without alerting any sentinels, he would silently sneak into the interior and carry out destructive operations. At this time, Yi Qian would definitely listen to the commander's instructions. He nodded lightly and crawled in the snow with him, waiting for the 4 patrolling soldiers to leave. While waiting, Yi Qian could not help but think of Xia Jinyuan's side. He did not know what the situation was like over there. Right now, they must be on some mountain top, staring at the final position like wolves. They preferred to assassinate directly. Once they discovered the sentinels, they would immediately take care of them. They would not let a single one of them go. Moreover, they would clean them up without leaving a single trace. Chapter 1651. On the other hand, Demon King Li was different. He focused on the ultimate destructive battle. He didn't alert a single person at the start, and only caused a big explosion at the end. By the time the enemy reacted, it would already be too late. His side had already completed their operation and was preparing for the final clearing operation. However, they really needed to conserve their strength now. They had to use their best energy to hunt the members of the Snowfield Brigade and not waste their energy at the beginning. It couldn't be helped. The Storm Commandos focused on underwater training, and their main mission was also underwater missions. Faced with such a snowy climate, the Storm Commandos still couldn't fight in all weather and all areas without obstacles like the Snowfield Brigade. This match was enough for the members of the Storm Commandos and the Navy's commander to see the difference between them and the Snowfield Brigade. Although they weren't as good as them, to be able to complete a match with such a powerful Special Forces team that could fight across different branches of the military was definitely an accumulation of experience. It was also a sign of direction in the future. The north wind that had stopped started blowing again. Although it wasn't as strong as it was in the afternoon, the temperature dropped quickly at night. When it blew over, it felt like it could freeze one's heart. Yi Qian had followed Principal Chen to the snowy highlands and had already received cold-resistant training. Therefore, although she felt the cold, it didn't affect her. 2 members of the Storm Commandos were so cold that their ears, hands, and feet had frostbite. Every step they took hurt and itched. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if they were being bitten by a group of ants. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had the advantage. For example, Xia Jinyuan, J5, and the others had stayed in the snowy highlands until the end of the year when they carried out their mission. From time to time, they would even drag the snow leopards out to the barren lands for training. This bit of wind and snow was really nothing to them. At night, the members of the Snowfield Brigade were even more active than during the day. The first 10 members of the Snowfield Brigade had already sneaked into the final position. They had entered the position 12 minutes earlier than De Xiao and the others. There are electronic eyes, infrared, and fully equipped Type 95 assault rifles. There are even infrared lasers and infrared illuminators on them. There are also optical sights installed. There's even a night vision device. Damn! Q King, Just the equipment on this gun is already better than ours. A member of the Snowfield Brigade who had snuck into the ground observed through his night vision goggles. When he saw the equipment in the hands of 3 of his comrades who were patrolling the area, his eyes widened. Compared to them, we are no different from refugees. When Xia Jinyuan heard his comrade report the equipment on the guns one by one, he looked at the Type 95 assault rifle in his hand and felt infuriated. Other than a scope, the entire gun was empty. Speaking of which local army was fighting against them? Their equipment was a little too high-end, wasn't it? Wasn't this the local army that they had encountered before? Could it be a field army? Since his equipment was inferior to theirs, then? Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled slightly and he said unhurriedly, "That's easy. Just take their guns and use them." That's right, Major Xia was a scoundrel. His scoundrel behavior had gained the approval of all the members of the Snowfield Brigade. This was a brilliant decision. Don't focus on the equipment. What I said before is still valid. No matter how much equipment you steal, it's not my hobby. My hobby is still to see live Qing Niao. Xia Jinyuan, who was giving his comrades a sweet date to eat, said with a smile. J5, who was closest to him, couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 1652. Why did he feel that Qing Niao was going to be in trouble? Did Qing Niao commit a crime? Q King would only be so ruthless when someone committed a crime. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Did Qing Niao commit a crime? Would she commit a crime? How could the most cautious female soldier commit a crime? Looking at Q King's expression, it was a serious crime. Q King, are you saying that you want them to ambush Qing Niao alone? J5 didn't directly ask what Greenbird had done. Instead, he inquired about it indirectly, so as not to provoke the dark clouds above Q King's head. Xia Jinyuan turned his head and glanced at him. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's and as fierce as a snow wolf's. After a while, he smiled and said, "Because she needs to be taught a lesson. A lesson that deserves to be taught a lesson. She did commit a crime, and it was a serious one." J5 didn't ask any more questions. It wasn't the time to ask anyway. His brothers' voices came from his earpiece, reporting the latest situation to Q King. There are a lot of sentry posts, and there's even a barbed wire fence with high-voltage electricity. We have to destroy the electricity first. The members of the Snowfield Brigade who had cut in from the west reached the edge of the core position. They stared at the barbed wire fence and rubbed their palms together. They were going to do it. Xia Jinyuan slowly raised his hand and gently pressed down the bush in front of him. He stared coldly at the patrolling soldiers in front of him. Through the night vision goggles, he could clearly see the equipment on the soldiers. It was indeed much more high-end. The red dot sight was much more advanced than the scopes on their guns. The command center was most likely inside. Get their equipment over here first. Just hand over their guns. Xia Jinyuan replied to his comrades. Don't destroy the electricity in a large area. Just take out a transformer and leave an opening for the brothers behind to enter. A few black shadows nestled next to the barbed wire fence received the order. Like ghosts, they crept to the edge of the barbed wire fence and began to destroy it with electricity. There were 4 patrolling soldiers and 2 sentry posts in front of Xia Jinyuan. He lay down again and motioned for the J5 to come closer. Then he drew on the snow with his finger, taking out 6 of their sentries at once. Q King, aren't we being a little too arrogant? J5 pretended to be surprised, but his expression changed in the blink of an eye. But that's the way to do it. All right, it's settled then. I'll cut in from here. There are 2 trees here for cover. I'll take care of the sentries here. You take care of the sentries here, and then we'll take care of the 4 patrolling soldiers together. He repeated Xia Jinyuan's deployment. The windy night was convenient for the members of the Snowfield Brigade, and it was also very convenient for Yi Qian. Looking at the equipment in the hands of the patrolling soldiers, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. A holographic diffraction, scope, and an infrared laser sight. If he could get his hands on these 2 things, it would greatly improve his night combat ability. He wouldn't let his target slip away so easily. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, cover him. As Yi Qian approached, Li Jingyan, who cooperated with her, moved out to provide cover. He directly pinned down another patrolling soldier. Then, the soldier was inexplicably killed, with a confused look on his face. He was patrolling this area, and at the same time, he also had a sentry post. When did this man sneak in? I don't want your gun. I only want the equipment on it. On the other side, Yi Qian ambushed a sentry from behind. With a shoulder throw, he threw the sentry directly into the fluffy snow, and the soldier's face was covered in snow. When he fished the soldier up, 2 tubes of snow even went into his nose. Chapter 1653. Yi Qian first picked up the assault rifle that had fallen into the snow, then smiled politely at the soldier. Thank you for your hard work. I need to take the equipment on your rifle. I'll return it after this is over. The soldier, who was still in a daze from the fall, did not stop Yi Qian from taking the equipment on his rifle. This equipment originally belonged to the special forces. Otherwise, how could a sentry like them be equipped with such high-end combat equipment? The soldier, who was wiping the snow off his nose, looked around as he patted the snow off his face. He had been standing guard here all this time. The patrolling soldiers had also walked back and forth in this direction, but they had not discovered an ambush. When did this female special forces soldier sneak in here? The infrared laser sight used the same principle as the HUD used in fighter jets. A holographic image of the laser was projected onto the sight. The shooter only needed to align the target with the red dot in the center of the image, then pull the trigger and the bullet would hit the target. There was another advantage to this. Usually, night vision equipment would narrow the field of vision and make it difficult to determine the distance, making it difficult to aim. However, the infrared laser sight could identify the bullet point and allow the shooter to open both eyes at the same time to aim and shoot, greatly increasing the hit rate. Yi Qian was very satisfied with the equipment he had received. After adjusting the various parameters of the equipment, Yi Qian saluted the soldier before meeting up with Li Jinyan. Li Jinyan had just installed the red dot sight onto his rifle. This was a piece of equipment that only needed to aim the laser spot at the target to complete the aiming action quickly. Its biggest feature was that as long as the bullet point of the gun and the laser spot on the sight were aligned, even if the viewpoint was slightly off, as long as the gun was pointed in the correct direction, the red laser spot would be able to hit the target. However, the disadvantage was also obvious. Because the laser spot's bullet point was visible, the shooter had to fire immediately in the dark, or else they would be discovered by the enemy. It's a bit surprising. Their individual combat equipment is too high-end. Yi Qian walked to Li Jinyan and said with some suspicion, "It feels a bit off. The local troops are not field troops. Even the sentries can't be equipped with such high-end equipment." Li Jinyan was adjusting the parameters. When he heard this, he said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the command center is inside. Our final position is to attack the command center and then meet with the generals." Yi Qian suddenly understood. The voice of the Great Mermaid came through the earpiece. They had successfully destroyed the power grid and entered the final battle zone. Li Jinyan and Yi Qian looked at each other and immediately headed toward the final battle zone. With the Big Mermaid and the others clearing the way ahead, the sentries and patrolling soldiers did not encounter a single one, which meant that the east side was completely cleared out. At the same time, they had all obtained accessories for guns. Some of the water ghosts had even changed their guns. Some had even obtained machine guns. Their firepower was already very strong. The electronic eye was still working diligently, and the technicians did not find any movement even after changing the image several times. However, the power grid in the east and west had indeed been partially damaged, which meant that the 2 teams of special forces had successfully entered the final battle zone. Reporting, KD-7 and TM-12 transformers have been destroyed. Our initial suspicion is that it was caused by 2 groups of soldiers entering the combat zone. Report. 11 soldiers from 4 sentry posts to the east have been killed. Report. 13 soldiers from 5 sentry posts to the west have been killed. To the east was the entry point for the Devil King, and to the west was the entry point for the Q King. This meant that the 2 teams were about to meet. Chapter 1654. In the command center, the Navy commander and the Army Major General could not help but sit up straight. They each held a cup of thick green tea and gestured for the technicians to turn on all the electronic eyes so that they could better observe the combat situation of each special forces soldier. The flames of war had already begun. The water demons of the storm commandos had all gathered and were the first to launch an attack. Destroy the enemy. End the battle quickly. Through observation and the intelligence provided by the scouts, Li Jinyan began to split them into groups according to their shooting and mobility. Big Shark, you take 5 riflemen with you. The main suppressor will be responsible for shooting and 1 machine gunner as backup. Big Shrimp, you'll be the rifleman. I'll provide firepower as backup. Qin Niao, Big Eel, and me will be the roundabout combat team. Big Eel, go in and support Sea Anemone. Sea Anemone was the scout of the water demons. At that moment, he was the closest to the enemy's stronghold. He was also the one who had pinpointed the location of the enemy's stronghold so that Li Jinyan and the others could quickly enter the combat range. With the detailed location and fighting point, Li Jinyan quickly divided the team members into 3 groups. Qin Niao, Big Eel, and himself would be the roundabout combat team. Big Shrimp and the others would be the suppressor team to cover the roundabout combat team as they entered the enemy's camp. At the same time, to protect the rifleman team, Li Jinyan arranged for a machine gunner to be used as backup. This was a reinforcement weapon to make up for the lack of firepower of the infantry. It was used to counterattack the enemy with more ferocious fire, seal off the enemy's movements, and support their comrades in the roundabout combat team. This arrangement was very reasonable. Rifles did not have a large capacity like machine guns. Continuous full-auto shooting would quickly deplete the bullets in the magazine. At that time, the rifleman team would have to change the magazine, which would cause them to be unable to complete their continuous suppressive fire. In this way, the machine gun came into play. The machine gun had the ability to prevent the barrel and magazine from overheating. It could also be continuously reloaded. The continuous firing time was also longer than that of a rifle. This greatly protected the rifleman team. Even if the riflemen changed the magazine or changed their hiding position, they would still be well protected. Big Shrimp belonged to the entire team, including the machine gunner as backup. His suppressive fire would not be too dense. Instead, he would coordinate with the rifleman team and machine gunner to provide support. It was impossible for everyone to run out of bullets at the end of the battle. There had to be a retreat point of firepower. It could be said that Prawn was the most dangerous. Once the rifle team, machine gunners, and the detour operation team failed, he would have to take the lead alone and use his own firepower to suppress his comrades so that they could quickly retreat. The bullets had already broken the tranquility in the depths of the mountain. The resting sparrows were so startled that they rushed into the sky one after another. The pheasants in their nests cried out in fright and scurried in the bushes. A few gray hares seemed to have lost their sense of direction, running here and there. The timid hares were so frightened by the sound of the bullets that they trembled all over. On the screen of the command center, when the sound of bullets pierced through the silence of the night, a line of fire suddenly appeared on the snowy mountain. That was the trajectory of a blank bullet. The soldiers at the enemy stronghold had actually been waiting for a long time. Every one of them was tense, ready to take action as soon as they heard something. Suddenly, the two sides exchanged fire head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire was so loud that it was deafening. There was a sense of collision that felt like a landslide, as if this place would be razed to the ground in the next second. Chapter 1655. The rifle team was responsible for suppressive fire, so they did not have to hit the enemy. They only had to force the enemy to be unable to move and achieve the effect of resisting the enemy. The entire range was 300 meters, and Deshao and the others were equipped with high-end equipment, so they could lock onto targets within a large range and shoot. Beep beep. Dai Zhansher's voice was heard. It was the sound of the laser marker. In 1999, the various military exercises did not complete the implementation of laser simulators. Although the Soviet Army had developed some light weapon laser simulators in the 1980s, the cost involved was very high, and China was still in the trial stage. This time, in order to use the laser mode confrontation control system, the military had been surveying and building in this mountainous area since May. This was so that the military and the top leaders who were paying close attention to this competition could immediately know the situation of the competition. At the same time, there was also an element of experimentation to see what areas still needed to be perfected and improved. This laser mode countermeasure control system used the transmission and reception of lasers to receive the satellite positioning data, ammunition storage, combat status, and other information from each laser simulator through the communication network. It was then transmitted to the military as quickly as possible so that the top leaders of the country who had been paying attention to this competition could know the progress of the competition immediately. It also allowed the top leaders to know the combat strength of the two teams immediately. Even though the Storm Commandos have only been established for a year, the captain who commanded the battle is very capable. He was able to make this underwater special forces team that started from scratch dare to go up against the Army Special Forces that have been around for more than 10 years. On the other hand, the Snowfield Brigade is brave and resourceful. The commander of the deployment is decisive and can complete a destructive battle without losing a single soldier to suppress the firepower of 2 platoons. His combat deployment is very experienced. At 7:30 p.m., the top leaders finished their day's work and arrived at the military headquarters to observe the final confrontation between the two teams. Seeing the confrontation between the two armies, the top leaders had a gratified smile on their face. He gave extremely high recognition to Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan's combat skills. Lieutenant General Xia knew that his son had some ability. Although he knew it in his heart, he would never say it out loud. Now that he had received recognition from the top leaders, the lieutenant general still said, as the leader, how he fights and how he deploys is directly related to the lives of every soldier. He has the lives of all his comrades in his hands, so he must have outstanding ability. You're right. He has to fulfill his duty. As a captain, if you're not outstanding, it's better to abdicate early and let the capable take over. Lieutenant General Xia's words made the highest leader nod in agreement. Both team captains are very outstanding. With them leading, I have great hopes for them in next year's competition. I hope they can continue to work hard and return victorious next year. This was the first time that the country had sent out special forces to participate in an international competition. It was equivalent to comparing notes with the best special forces of other countries. Don't talk about friendship first and competition second. As a soldier, there was no second place, only first place. I will definitely not disappoint the country. Lieutenant General Xia stood up and made a military pledge to the highest leader. What the leader of the country wanted was also what he and the thousands of soldiers behind him wanted. Looking at the big screen, the highest leader was observing the entire situation with a dignified gaze. Seeing that the few platoons that had been deployed in advance had been wiped out, the highest leader's mouth tightened. Chapter 1656. The combat ability of the local troops still needed to be improved. The war would not only be a matter of the field troops, but also the responsibility of the second and third line troops. Next year, the military conference will focus on the second and third line troops and the local troops. Let them give the country and the people a result. During the discussion, the highest leader said this to Lieutenant General Xia. The civil service records would be the focus, and they would only need to bring it up at next year's military conference. On the screen, Yi Qian and Li Jinyan had already reached the enemy's position. There was a row of abandoned warehouses about 11 meters long and 4 meters wide used to store wood. The warehouses were made of mud bricks and had triangular roofs, similar to the warehouses in brick factories. The two of them assisted each other in their operation. When Big Eel's voice came from their earpieces, telling them that he had met up with Scout C. Anemone, Li Jinyan quickly moved and entered the abandoned warehouse. Half crouching, he confirmed that the surroundings were safe. He gestured for Yi Qian, who was half crouching for cover and alert, to move. The two of them moved in a crisscross pattern, moving to the rear at the fastest and safest speed. When a few figures appeared in the night vision mirror, Yi Qian quickly switched to semi-automatic shooting and began to surround the rear. Fire from the front. Big Eel, see Anemone, attack from the side. Li Jinyan fired from the rear. He was fully automatic and provided cover for Yi Qian. A few beeps came from the front. There were already soldiers dead. They're outflanked. Support the rear. North. Before a soldier could finish, his mouth was covered and he was pulled down from the abandoned wood. He died instantly. Easy. I'm already dead. Why are you dragging me down? Being pulled down from a high place, the soldier was still in a panic. Seeing the other party dragging him by the collar to the corner of the wall, he gritted his teeth in pain as his back landed heavily on a piece of wood. Big Eel chuckled and said, "Brother, help us weigh our feet. The whole wall will collapse if we step on it. Let me borrow your body." He said it shamelessly. The soldier was so angry that his mouth was crooked. "I'm already dead, and you still want to reuse trash?" Yes. Waste. Not only was the big eel not angry, it even laughed. The soldiers of this place were quite interesting. They even called it trash. Hurry up. The unlucky soldiers had no way to resist. If they really died on the battlefield, it was not impossible for them to be used as stepping stones. Big Eel and Sea Anemone cut through the warehouse from the north, which was equivalent to cutting the entire warehouse into two. The two of them attacked from the front and back, one from the front and one from the back. As a result, the soldiers in the warehouse were not only attacked from the front and back, but also from the middle. Machine gunners, advance. Rifle team, move in a roundabout manner. Strangle them from the front and back. Inside the warehouse, Li Jinyan was giving out orders one after another. When the tracer warning came, he immediately said to Yi Qian, "Alert, reload." Tracer bullets were loaded into the magazine in advance, usually in the position of the third last bullet. In this way, as long as a tracer bullet appeared during battle, they would know that they needed to change the magazine. Yi Qian quickly went on alert, while Li Jinyan leaned against the wall and reloaded. Hearing the sound of a magazine being reloaded, Yi Qian knew that he had finished reloading. He accurately eliminated one of the enemy machine gunners, and the firepower of the deep battle was completely eliminated. Chapter 1657. Big Eel, who was fighting in the middle, said, "Complete the attack. Quick." Soon, Big Eel led the rifle team and finished shooting under the cover of Big Eel and the machine gunners. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound of bullets never stopped. Bullet tracks streaked across the snowy night, bringing with them the beauty of a flourishing firework. It was especially beautiful in the snow, but it was also so frightening. In the warehouse, some of the 16 local soldiers were suppressed by the front line to the point that they couldn't move. Li Jinyan and Qin Niao came from behind, and their cooperation was flawless. They broke through the defense line and killed their way in. The entire battle was like an inescapable net that surrounded the entire warehouse, making it impossible for the soldiers inside to advance or retreat. They were suppressed by the firepower to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. If they did, their heads would be blown off. Elimination complete. Elimination complete. Elimination complete. The front, back, and center were all eliminated. This meant that the entire base had been conquered. From the attack to the outflanking tactic to the complete elimination, this operation took a total of 16 minutes. Next, this place belonged to the Storm Commandos. Turning on the light on his helmet, Li Jinyan pointed at the battle map and deployed again. This is the highest point of the entire base, and it's also our final attack position. The Snowfield Brigade will cut in from the west, and will cut in from the east. Now, we'll wait here. Li Jinyan gently pointed at a coordinate with his thin lips pressed together and said coldly, "Big Eel will lead 12 comrades into the final position. Qin Niao and I will complete the hunting operation." Li Jinyan was a little afraid to let Yi Qian out of his sight. Xia Jinyuan's target in the capture plan was Yi Qian. As the captain, he had to protect her. He was afraid that Yi Qian's previous mistakes would make Xia Jinyuan want to teach her a lesson. If it was as he guessed, with Xia Jinyuan's fierce fighting style, he wouldn't just send one person. It was very likely that he would personally go and teach Yi Qian a lesson, because if it was him, he would have done the same. At this moment, Yi Qian was not as uneasy as before. She had made a mistake, so she would definitely be punished. At this moment, she was not worried about what kind of punishment she would receive. Instead, She was serious about completing the competition until the end. As the sound of gunfire faded, Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a rifle in his hand, looked up at the sky. A faint smile flashed across his thin lips, and he gestured for them to speed up. Walking at the front, he was like an arrow released from a bow, walking faster than anyone else. On the big screen in the command center, they could clearly see the movements of the members of the Snowfield Brigade. They were all gathering towards the command center. The Navy commander looked up at the command tent and said to the Major General of the Army, "Good boy, he really managed to find his way here. Our place is well hidden, but he still managed to find it? Omnipotent Soldier King. He can reach the sky and dive into the sea. He can be an eagle in the sky, a dragon in the sea, and a tiger on land. It's not surprising that he was able to find this place. It's just that." The Major General of the Army was very satisfied with his soldier's judgment. He paused for a moment and smiled. "It's just that I didn't expect him to find his way here so quickly. This speed was a bit too fast." Chapter 1658. Why did it feel like his plan was to go straight to the command center and capture the generals? Reporting, Team B has entered the perimeter of the command center. The sentries outside have been controlled. 4 Team B members have entered. Infrared sensors have been destroyed. 2 Team B members have entered. Speaking of the devil, Major Xia led 6 Snowfield Brigade members into the command center. As soon as they entered, they were blinded by the white lights and couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their eyes. The Navy commander was already laughing out loud. "Q King, you actually managed to sneak into the command center. You really got the wrong place. This is not the place for you to fight." Xia Jinyuan, who had already finished his salute, smiled and replied, "I just wanted to borrow the command center." Borrow the command center? The Navy commander was confused. He didn't know what Xia Jinyuan was up to. "What do you want? We don't have any weapons to lend you." The Army Major General also stood up. Although his face was serious, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. "Since you've already snuck in, we'll consider our position to have sunk. I'll give you 5 minutes. Once you're done, leave." "Yes, sir." Xia Jinyuan saluted again. Then, his slender legs strode over to a technical soldier operating the control panel. "Brother, I'll borrow it for 5 minutes." "Thank you." Z7, who had followed behind him, waited for the technical soldier to stand up before sitting down. The technical soldier didn't stand up immediately. Instead, he asked for instructions from the general first. After getting the general's nod, he stood up and said in a low voice, "It's a brand new control panel. Don't press it." The entire command center's instruments and equipment were extraordinarily expensive. They couldn't be picked up without at least 7 digits. The technical soldier was more attentive to them than he was to his ancestors. He was afraid that something would go wrong. Z7 Han Zheng patted the technical soldier's shoulder and said seriously, "Don't worry, brother. If anything goes wrong, you can take my head. Stop wasting time. Hurry." Xia Jinyuan pushed him to sit down. "Show me Qing Niao's position and the final battle position. K7, draw the map. T6 and V8, cut into Team A's wireless communications and complete the eavesdropping." G3 was in charge of security to prevent the storm commandos from sneaking in. Xia Jinyuan sat down and took off his combat gloves and placed them beside the control panel. His slender fingers typed a series of commands on the keyboard. Then he freed his left hand on the control panel and pressed a few buttons on the control panel. Xia Jinyuan squinted his eyes slightly. This person was a scout in the Water Ghost movie. As for this person, he had to find out where he was. The technical soldiers at the side were dumbfounded when they saw these Special Forces soldiers in snow camouflage moving their fingers quickly and skillfully operating various instruments. The scout from the Storm Commandos, the water demon codenamed Sea Thorn, quickly found a new hiding spot. "They've been in the command center for 2 minutes. I haven't heard any sounds of fighting." "You're right, Devil. The command center isn't our final battle position." Li Jinyan glanced at Qing Niao, who was walking a few steps ahead of him. If they confirmed that this wasn't their final battle position, then Xia Jinyuan would have entered the command center to search for Qing Niao. Chapter 1659. Why would he think that? It was probably just his intuition. Xia Jinyuan valued Qing Niao very much. He had spent so much effort to cultivate her, but in the end, she had committed a grave mistake on the battlefield. Xia Jinyuan would not let Qing Niao off the hook so easily. In that case, should he cooperate with Xia Jinyuan to teach Qing Niao a lesson? Things had been going too smoothly for her, so she should suffer a little. Devil, this is Q King. Just as Li Jinyan was thinking about whether he should cooperate with Xia Jinyuan, an impossible voice sounded in his earpiece. Li Jinyan's expression suddenly turned cold. Their radio waves had been hacked. In other words, the entire communication channel had been jammed and intercepted. I only have 5 minutes. It took me 2 minutes to crack your radio password. After 3 minutes, I will quit, and the command center will not be lent to me anymore. Xia Jinyuan actually spoke very fast, but he enunciated every word clearly. His words were sharp, which gave people the illusion that he was speaking very slowly. I need the green bird, and I want to give her a very good gift for our first meeting. I know you have always kept her by your side, and you will send people to protect her. Devil, Qing Niao does not need protection. She needs everyone to be at ease. She can fight against thousands of soldiers and horses by herself, and she can wipe out a company with a sniper rifle. She does not need protection. On the contrary, she needs to be taught a lesson. Do you understand what I mean? His voice was very calm and there was no anger in it. Even the tone of every word was controlled and flat. It was completely impossible to tell that Xia Jinyuan was feeling emotional. However, Li Jinyan knew that Xia Jinyuan, who was usually calm, was really angry this time. The two of them were the same type of people. The angrier they were, the more emotional they were, and the more they controlled their body language, actions, and all other aspects. They would never let others see that their emotions had changed. I understand, Li Jinyan replied, then calmly asked him, is that all? Xia Jinyuan's laughter came from the earpiece. This is a big deal, not a small matter. Sorry to disturb you, see you later. He quickly hung up the phone and instructed T6 and V8, all right, switch back. We're done here. That's right, he was here for this matter. He was here for Yiqian. The group came and left in a hurry. As for the water ghoul scout, C. Thorn, who had been discovered, he was nowhere to be seen. Xia Jinyuan walked to the spot where C. Thorn had been squatting and took a look. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. Demon King Li had said that their scouts could complete missions on land and sea. That was indeed the case. It wasn't a normal mission, but a perfect one. The position where he was squatting was less than 3 meters away from the position where the pigeon was squatting. Judging from the footprints he left behind, the tip of his foot was facing the position where the pigeon was squatting. This meant that he had discovered the pigeon at that time, but did not take action. As for the pigeon, a team member who was good at snow and mountain reconnaissance, he actually did not discover the location of the water ghoul scout. The pigeon broke out in a cold sweat. He really did not discover the water ghoul scout less than 3 meters away from him. The Demon King has a lot of talented people under him. He managed to train the entire team in less than 2 years. I have to ask him for some experience. Xia Jinyuan lifted his foot and covered the footprints with the snow beside him. He muttered something and turned to leave. However, Z7 and the others were sweating along with the pigeon because of what he said. The Demon King's training could only be described in one word: cruel. Chapter 1660. If that was the case, their training in the future would most likely be harsh and cruel. Just thinking about those days, ha 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 ha. The senior generals in the command center were all confused by Xia Jinyuan's arrival. Did he make such a big fuss just to contact the team that was fighting against them? There was no conversation during the whole process. It was all about Qing Niao. Major General Lu frowned. He pondered for a moment and then said to the civilian beside him, check Qing Niao's whereabouts and get the electronic eye. Xia Jinyuan's words revealed too much. Qing Niao did not need protection. Of course, as a special forces soldier who could fight alone, why would she need protection? She should not be protected, but should be protecting each other with her comrades. In the last sentence, he said that Qing Niao needed to be taught a lesson. Why did Qing Niao need to be taught a lesson? She came to the command center's territory and left after finishing her work. She did not give a proper explanation and instead left them guessing and wondering why Qing Miao needed to be taught a lesson. There's no need to get the electronic eye. Contact me directly, Team B leader. Major General Lu did not want to beat around the bush. He directly asked the technical soldier to contact Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who had already left, did not hide anything. He reported the ins and outs of the matter to Major General Lu. After that, he added, if we don't grind her, she won't be a useful person. She has too little experience in individual combat. We need to let her experience what kind of cruelty she will face if she fails in individual combat. As a female soldier, she will never be treated well. This was especially true if they were captured by criminals who were internationally organized, disciplined, and had their own set of rules. There was no such thing as preferential treatment of captives. Criminal groups would not abide by any of the conventions and regulations such as not mutilating captives or subjecting them to any medical or scientific experiments, nor violence, intimidation, or humiliation of captives. Not only would they not abide by these rules, some countries would not abide by them either. Capture you and provide you with good food and drinks. What wishful thinking. Major General Lu was silent. Yi Qian had indeed made a big mistake. Then he ordered, don't use your methods. Just teach her a lesson. After all, she hasn't officially joined the army yet. She's just a cadet. She hasn't received a complete systematic and professional training, as well as the various assessments of the Snowfield Brigade. You can't rush for quick results. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. You will still be punished, but you have to know your limits. Do you understand? Xia Jinyuan agreed, but the look in his eyes was terrifyingly cold. If his girlfriend made a mistake, he would not cover it up, let alone hide it from his superiors. His girlfriend had made a mistake, and as her boyfriend, he was responsible for making her realize her mistake and making her swallow the bitter fruit of her mistake. There was no such thing as repeated mistakes in his dictionary. The first time it happened, he would mercilessly strangle it to death. There would not be a second chance for it to happen. Yi Qian, who was walking, didn't feel cold at all, but she shivered for some reason. Then, the sense of danger from her previous life came crashing down on her like an avalanche, making her stop in her tracks. What's wrong? Li Jinyan keenly noticed her abnormality and asked her directly, is there a situation? Yi Qian pursed her lips and scanned her surroundings. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and she didn't feel like she was being watched. That shiver was a little inexplicable. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't inexplicable either. After killing Bai He like that, if Captain Xia knew, what was waiting for her? Chapter 1661. What awaited her was definitely not good news. Based on his understanding of him, he would never let her go so easily. Yi Qian lowered his gaze to hide the coldness in his eyes. She was the target of his plan to capture her, and he would never change that. At the same time, he would probably learn from Bai He's mistakes and make more careful arrangements for her. Li Jinyan saw this and didn't say anything else. He didn't tell his comrades that Xia Jinyuan had contacted him alone, and he didn't reveal to Yi Qian what was going to happen next. As they got closer and closer to the final position, Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle, suddenly tensed up. Someone's here, hide. With a whoosh, a total of 10 team members spread out and quickly hid. Don't waste your bullets, just take out the 2 sentries. The closer they got to the final position, the more dangerous it was. The Storm Commandos, who also liked to assassinate, would never alert the enemy if they could do it quietly. In many cases, the Special Forces liked to assassinate first, taking out the whistles and Jiangzi, so that it would be easier for the brothers behind to enter. The team led by De Shao had already exchanged fire. The sound of bullets came from the north and escalated in less than 2 minutes. Bang! 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 The gunshots made Yi Qian's eyes light up. There's no movement from the west for now, let's occupy the position first. Li Jinyan, who had snuck up and knocked out a sentry, quickly ordered his team members to occupy the position first while De Shao was distracted by De Shao. Xia Jinyuan needed to capture Qing Miao, so he wouldn't deliberately let Yi Qian fall into the enemy's hands just because he knew about it. He would only proceed according to the original plan. Xia Jinyuan was wrong about one thing. He had never thought of deliberately protecting Qin Yao. That was because they were partners now, and on the battlefield, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect his partner. On the north side, Deshao was suddenly attacked while moving. He led 12 team members and immediately hid behind the nearest cover. After confirming the enemy's general direction and position, he immediately led his team members to shoot continuously. While suppressing the enemy's firepower, he sent 5 team members to move forward again. Go around the left side, clear the path for the devil, quick. 11 o'clock ahead, machine gunners and snipers, kill him. Right away. The sniper from the same team crawled on the ground, then skillfully rolled and quickly moved to another cover. After confirming the clear target at 11 o'clock, he directly killed the enemy machine gunner. The branches in front of them swayed with a hua-hua sound. Someone cursed in a low voice as he retracted his machine gun. He was already dead. Demon King, we are still about a kilometer away from the final position, a platoon of soldiers. There are fewer obstructions ahead, and the field of vision is wide, so the probability of being ambushed is increased. Li Jinyan and the others were already quite close to the final position. There was no cover in front of them. They could either crawl forward or use direct fire to suppress their advance. Observing a slope, Li Jinyan contacted his Great Mermaid and said, "Restrain the main firepower. We are about 500 meters away from the base." The surrounding sentry posts and stakes had all been destroyed. A few rows of wooden houses were not far ahead. At this time, they could still see sentries walking back and forth. Alright. Deshao immediately ordered 5 of his teammates who had snuck up ahead of time to pull the main firepower of the wooden houses over, causing the enemy to mistakenly think that the houses were also their main firepower. Hearing the sound of bullets getting denser and denser, Li Jinyan led his team to the slope to provide cover. Chapter 1662. The closer they were to the enemy, the higher the risk of being hit. At the same time, they could also hit the enemy more accurately. The 10 figures all lowered their center of gravity as they moved, making full use of the slope terrain and the snow-covered shrubs as cover. While they were moving, a bullet suddenly shot out and hit the snow-covered shrubs with a bang. The snowflakes instantly splashed up, and Yi Qian, who was moving stealthily, took advantage of the momentum to directly lie down in the snow. Then, countless blanks were fired from the roof of the wooden house. They were discovered. Now, there was no way to move stealthily. They could only suppress the movement with firepower. Everyone lay down in the snow and used the slope to attack the wooden house. Hearing the sound of bullets coming from the north and east, Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly and said to all his comrades, "Let the storm commandos suppress them first. After 5 minutes, we will launch the attack. Leave Qin Yao to me. Pigeons and reinforcements will maintain the main firepower." Q King, don't be too cruel. J5 knew that he was going to teach Qin Yao a lesson. Although he couldn't stop him, he still reminded him. Xia Jinyuan smiled at him and crushed the snow with his combat boots. Although he didn't say anything, his actions and the look in his eyes. J5 couldn't help but pat his helmet. "Qin Yao, as a brother, I can only help you up to this point. You can't mess with anyone, but you have to provoke Q King. Sai, just bear with it. He's doing this for your own good." J5 saw that there was no turning back, so he didn't say anything more. It was useless to say more. Qin Yao should be taught a lesson. She was young and inexperienced in individual combat. It would be good for her to be taught a lesson. With this thought, J5 was no longer worried. The Major General of the Army and the Commander of the Navy paid close attention to Xia Jinyuan's movements. When they saw him leading 3 team members step by step to Qin Yao's location, the Major General couldn't help but sit up straight. It's 1 against 4. Qin Yao won't be able to escape. The Navy commander sighed softly. Team B had directly raided the command center for no other reason than to capture Qin Yao. It was clear that Xia Jinyuan wanted to meet Qin Yao for real. Major General Liu pursed his lips and said in a tight voice, "Qin Yao's individual combat ability is strong, but she lacks experience. Although she can fight against 4 people, she may not necessarily be captured." Once people saw each other's true abilities, they would no longer treat the match as a competition, but a real fight to the death. The potential of the special forces was limitless, and Qing Niao's potential was even more unfathomable. She might not lose if she fought against 4 people at once. He's here. Suddenly, the Navy commander's face changed. He stared at the big screen and saw a member of the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed T6, approaching less than 3 meters away from Qing Niao. Yi Qian was covering for Li Jinyan and the others. At this time, she was in the same position as Prawn, who was in a roundabout battle. She was covering for all her comrades, including the machine gunner's reinforcement position. When she saw her comrades moving to attack the side of the wooden house, she suddenly felt like she was being targeted by a ferocious beast. As long as she turned her head, her neck would be bitten and she would die on the spot. I'm being targeted. You guys focus on fire, don't worry about me. Yi Qian didn't move immediately. She now needed to take out a machine gun firing point. Since she had already found the target, if she moved now, it would bring destruction to her comrades in front of her. She had no choice. She had to stay where she was and take out the machine gun firing point. Using the infrared laser sight, Yi Qian aimed at a machine gun firing point on the left windowsill of the wooden house. She silently counted how many seconds it would take for the beast to attack her from behind and pulled the trigger. Chapter 1663. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, Yi Qian's single shot was not abrupt. As such, the bystanders would not be able to tell what effect her shot had. Meanwhile, Li Jinyan and the others, who were on the move, could feel that the firepower coming from the wooden house had lessened significantly. Without the suppressive fire from the machine guns, they could move quickly and fight. Be careful, Qing Niao. Once you get captured, think of a way to escape. Li Jinyan did not change his plan, nor did he deliberately ask Yi Qian to stay behind to provide cover. Before he spoke to Xia Jinyuan, he had already made such arrangements. When Yi Qian, who was rolling in the snow, heard this, she only replied with a simple, okay, before cutting off the call. The T6 combatant, who had made a pouncing motion, was just waiting for himself to leap into the air and capture Yi Qian. But who could have expected such a big change to happen in just 3 seconds? Yi Qian picked up her rifle and rolled down the slope. Wasn't she afraid that she would turn into a human snowball? Nice. Amazing. The Navy commander and the Army's major general, who were observing the entire process, applauded Yi Qian's calmness. What a wonderful dodge. If she had been 3 seconds slower just now, she would have been pinned down by the T6 combatant. Why does it feel like she knew in advance? Before she fired, her lips seemed to have moved a little. Was she telling her comrades something? After the Navy commander finished applauding, he started to have doubts again. And he realized that every time he saw Yi Qian in action, he would always have countless questions. Actually, the Army's major general had as many questions as the Navy commander. He also felt like Yi Qian knew that someone was targeting her, so she calculated the time. The second she fired the shot, she held her rifle and rolled away, avoiding the T6 combatant's unarmed attack. If she didn't notice, she would have paused for a few seconds after she finished firing the shot. Then she would have moved to join up with her comrades instead of rolling away from them with her rifle in her arms. The Army's major general analyzed the situation carefully. So it's very likely that she has already noticed the danger around her and dodged after she finished firing the shot. That was the only explanation. The Navy commander grabbed the cup and drank a mouthful of tea that was close to the temperature of ice. The coldness swept through his mouth, and when the cold tea entered his stomach, it stimulated his spirit 100 times more. He said, "You really have guts. This is a courage that must be possessed." The Demon King led his troops to attack the wooden house, and as a reinforcement to cover for his comrades, even though she knew that she was in danger, she still had to complete her mission first. Furthermore, Major General Liu thought for a while before continuing. Qing Niao should have calculated the distance between the T6 combatants and how long it would take for them to attack. She should have avoided them immediately after completing the task. Not only are you courageous, but you are also very meticulous. Every time he watched her fight, he could always dig out her strong points. He even felt that watching her fight gave him a sense of invincible and invincible. Xia Jinyuan was right. It was precisely because she was outstanding that she had to be polished. As long as there was even the slightest mistake, she had to be taught a lesson immediately. Otherwise, when the time came, she would harm herself and lose her life because of a small mistake. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan did not smile because of Yi Qian's reaction. On the contrary, his expression became even more solemn. This was because he understood that since Yi Qian was so outstanding, she could not afford to have any mishaps on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be a great loss to the country and the military. The young major ordered his comrades in a ruthless tone, "T6 combatants, fire blanks and force her to come over." Chapter 1664. Yi Qian knew that they were being surrounded and fired blindly from the top of the slope. It was obvious that they wanted to force her into a certain area. She had to think of a way to escape. "Escape, Yi Qian, run downhill." Li Jinyan's cold voice came through the earpiece. He calmly told Yi Qian, "Avoid open areas, run east." The east was sunny, and the trees were more lush than the shady side. There were also more shrubs, and there was also more cover. As long as they entered a complex area, their chances of escaping would increase. "Okay, I got it." Yi Qian, who had already gotten up, ran towards the east. As she ran, she did not forget to voice her suspicions. "They are coming directly from where I am. Devil King, cut off communications. I suspect that they have a radar tracker. If I don't contact the team, I will definitely still be entangled with them. Once I escape, I will contact the team immediately." It was possible that they had been tracked by radar. Li Jinyan said calmly, "Remember, never stay in one place. As you run, think of a way to escape. Cover the distance with your pistols. Don't let them get close." This time, Yi Qian was really fighting alone. It was also her first time fighting alone. Let's see what the final outcome would be. He also did not want to see her captured. At this time, Yi Qian had already cut off communications. As she ran, her brain was thinking at high speed. "East, no, I can't run to the east." Everyone knew that the east side was lush with trees. Logically speaking, they would choose to run in that direction. Then, the Snowfield Brigade members would also think the same. In that case, it was very likely that they would ambush her in the east. Thinking of this, Yi Qian did not hesitate and immediately gave up on the east side. Then, she remembered that the Snowfield Brigade still needed to complete the mobile battle with the local troops. They might not be able to send out too many members to capture her alone. There was a wide area and few people. She would have a chance to escape. The east side was not her choice, but she needed to test if there were people ambushing her in the east. She also needed to see how many people were ambushing her. If there were really 3 or 4 people, she had to admit that Captain Xia thought too highly of her. "You're running faster than a rabbit. Q King, come down." The T6 directly fired at the ground, and the empty cartridges splashed snow everywhere. After a series of gunshots, several bullet holes were left in the fluffy snow. When the T6 combatant, who had been chasing after Yi Qian, saw him running east, he slowed down. His reaction was too fast. Just as he rushed over, Qin Niao, who was in the middle of shooting, suddenly grabbed the rifle and rolled down the mountain. It happened so suddenly that he almost fell into the snow. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting at the front, knew that the little fox was not easy to catch. Because they needed to capture her, they could not directly aim at her and shoot. If they were shot and killed on the spot, it would be meaningless. It had to be a game of cat and mouse. Trying to play petty tricks? She didn't have any tricks up her sleeves. She had to rely on her IQ, reflexes, actions, judgment, and individual combat skills to escape. There was a wide area and few people, so it would be easy for her to escape. But that would depend on whether she had the ability to do so. There was movement in front of them. The hidden pigeon saw a figure running in a zigzag pattern that was not easy to hit. It was followed by the howling north wind. It was Yi Qian. "He's coming. Get ready." The pigeon reminded Xia Jinyuan, who was about 5 meters behind her, in a low voice. 10 meters to go, 9 meters, 8, 7, 6. As she counted, she fell silent. A few seconds later, the pigeon said anxiously, "T6, head south." Chapter 1665. Yi Qian took a detour. Since they were forcing her to head east, she definitely wouldn't allow it. She had heard that there were about 3 people. Captain Xia really thought highly of her. He had sent 3 people to capture her alive. Not the east. Choose the south. The combat map indicated that there was a cliff in the south. As long as she got close to the cliff and used the cliff to hide, she could come up from the north and rendezvous with Demon King Li. Not only could she rendezvous with Demon King Li, but she could also attack the Snowfield Brigade from behind. Be careful of the gun in her hand. It's not a rifle, it's a pistol. Xia Jinyuan reacted faster than the 2 of them. His back was arched, and it was as if he had springs under his feet. He instantly dashed out a few meters. Yi Qian was not pinned down by anyone. There was a combat map in her mind, a topographic map. The body's reaction always followed the brain's orders, and the brain's reaction always led the body to follow. There would never be a time when the brain's reaction and the body's reaction went against each other. This was Yi Qian's reaction and judgment. The combination of these 2 made it so that she did not need to stop to think. She could run, think, and deploy her troops at the same time. Thus, she gave the command center the illusion that she was very familiar with this place. She was so familiar that no matter where she ran, it would be correct and would not lead to a dead end. She has memorized the combat map and topographic map. The Major General whispered to the Navy commander. She can only be so familiar with this place if she memorizes it. Otherwise, she won't be able to find the way out so accurately every time. The Navy commander did not need strong tea to refresh himself. He felt excited just by looking at Yi Qian. Her bright and spirited eyes were reluctant to move away from the screen, for fear that she would miss the highlights if she moved her eyes away. She has seen the combat map and topographic map 3 times in total. If she really wants to memorize them, her memory is quite amazing. Yes, her memory is amazing to begin with. That's why I said that she might not lose in a 1 versus 4 battle. The Major General smiled. Xia Jinyuan wanted to teach Qing Miao a lesson and teach her a lesson. He would have to suffer a little in the early stages. The Major General seemed to have thought of something as a smile appeared on his face. The naval commander, who was so focused on the screen, did not notice that he had seen Yi Qian shake off the T6 and take out his gun to shoot behind him at the same time. This time, she used a pistol instead of a rifle. The T6 was the closest to her, and the pistol's range was shorter. Although the hit rate was lower, the pistol was small and compact and was most suitable for running battles. Shooting at such close range forced the T6 combatant to slow down and seek cover in order to avoid being hit. No matter if it was a pistol, a rifle, a machine gun, a sniper rifle, etc. As long as it was in Yi Qian's hands, she would be able to operate it. Her shooting movements were very smooth, and her opponent would tremble in fear. Flank her, flank her. If we don't flank her now, I'm afraid one of us will be wiped out by her. The T6 combatant dodged the bullets and panted. She's even using the pistols as a rifle. Her shooting was smooth, and there was not much time between each bullet. It was precisely because of this that the T6 combatant was trembling in fear. Xia Jinyuan knew that it would be difficult to capture Yi Qian alive. Otherwise, he would not have personally gone into battle and let the J5 take on the Demon King. When he heard that, he picked up his pistol and fired in the direction Yi Qian was fleeing. Bang! A blank bullet hit a tree to the right. Yi Qian's expression changed slightly and she ran even faster. Her slender figure was really like a rabbit, zigzagging left and right in a zigzag pattern. It made it impossible for the people behind her to aim properly and could only shoot blindly. Chapter 1666. Before the gunshots could fade away, a second, third, and third shot came one after another. Yi Qian, who was already running fast enough, suddenly sped up again. It was as though he had a motor attached to him as he ran. Following that, he looked like a swimmer who had jumped into a swimming pool. His posture was extremely elegant and agile as he jumped over a fallen tree. When he landed, he rolled and hid in the blink of an eye. Take cover! When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he immediately warned the T6 combatant and Pigeon in a low voice. He knew she was going to counterattack. She still had a rifle and a pistol on her. As for the ammo capacity, he did not know. But one thing was for sure, she definitely did not have as many ammo as the three of them. Pigeon and the T6 combatant rolled in the snow to avoid Yi Qian's blind shots. Pigeon, who was half-crouching behind a tree, said softly, as expected of Qin Niao. She's quite difficult to deal with. Q King, can the three of us capture her alive? She's too familiar with the terrain. She's been running very accurately without making a single mistake. Although she's running away now, it's as though we're chasing after her according to the escape route we set for her. We're not chasing after her according to the route we planned. It felt like they were being led by the nose. Xia Jinyuan replied, "It's only been 5 minutes. You want to capture Qin Niao in 5 minutes? Do you really think we're catching a bird? Qin Niao is the predecessor of a phoenix, do you understand?" "A phoenix is also a bird," the T5 combatant answered in all seriousness. "I feel like we're catching a bird, but it's a little difficult." When he said that, Pigeon wanted to laugh but did not dare to. "If you want to capture her, I'll give you 10 days off when we get back so you can go chase after your girlfriend." Xia Jinyuan was very generous as he threw out such bait to make the T6 combatant willingly take the bait. He said bravely through his earpiece, "Come on, Q King. What can I do for you?" Xia Jinyuan did not stand on ceremony. "Just move around and suppress her with your firepower. Pigeon and I will attack from the left and right. Don't hold back with your bullets, and don't waste them too much either. Don't end up with a tracer bullet." "No problem. No problem. I still have 2 more magazines, so I have enough bullets." The T6 combatant laughed. After laughing, he raised his rifle and quickly provided cover for his comrade. Yi Qian would not fight them with bullets. The 3 of them chased after her, and only one of them opened fire. It was obvious that they wanted her to run out of bullets so that the 3 of them could capture her alive. With a cold gaze, Yi Qian pursed his lips. After firing 4 shots with his pistol, he no longer hid in the same spot. Instead, he carefully moved his body and continued to run. She was running downhill, and her feet were stuck in the snow. She couldn't stop and ran south with all her strength. She couldn't stop. If she did, she would be surrounded. She's running away again. She's not a bird but a rabbit, right? The T6 combatant was dumbfounded. If she doesn't become Q King, how long can we keep chasing her like this? J5 is up against Demon King. Let's not lose. Pigeon, who had caught up to him, replied, "What we need to do now is to exhaust Qin Niao's stamina and bullets. We won't lose even if we have a captive on our hands." Xia Jinyuan did not reply. He strode forward and stepped into the snow with his combat boots. When he pulled them out, he could feel the hostility in them. If Qin Niao, who was groomed by a sergeant major and a world-class sniper, was captured by the 3 of them in less than 10 minutes, then she would not be everyone's pride. She would also have let down old Uncle Zhen and Uncle Chen. At this moment, Yi Qian clearly understood that as a Special Forces soldier he should not confront the enemy unless he had no other choice. If he could carry out an assassination, he must do so. That was the wisest course of action. Chapter 1667. She also understood that when she was fighting alone, she could only rely on herself. There was no way she could count on timely support. Even if there really was support, she was the only one who could save herself when there was no support. She could only run now. Run to the next advantageous position and hide before launching a counterattack. The naval commander who was watching the battle narrowed his eyes. He saw Xia Jinyuan starting to speed up in an attempt to block Qin Niao from the front. Following that, the T6 combatants started firing again from behind while the pigeons cooperated with the entire operation. Occasionally, they would fire to distract Yi Qian so that she did not have time to pay attention to the situation around her. She kept running south. If that's the case. The Major General of the army carefully looked at the battle map on the table and then at the topographic map. He tapped his finger on a spot and understood why Yi Qian was running south. There were cliffs in the south. A place like this that was considered a hopeless situation for ordinary people was a good place for the Special Forces. What did the Special Forces usually train for? Climbing ravines and cliffs were all part of their training. When the Snowfield Brigade was guarding the plateau and building a base station, They would climb the steep mountains that were often covered in snow and were so weathered that even snow leopards would have a hard time climbing them. Qing Niao had traveled through hundreds of thousands of forests in the western province with soldier King Old Chen, so how could she not have climbed cliffs before? She ran in that direction because she knew there were cliffs in the south. She knew that, and so did Xia Jinyuan. He had broken into the command center and pulled out all the electronic cameras. He then connected to the satellite map and looked at the terrain and topography of the entire position before getting his comrades to draw a map. It was clear that he had a plan in mind. After discovering Yi Qian's intentions, he immediately chased after her and cut her off. It had to be said that this match was extremely exciting from beginning to end. The match between Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan was exciting. The members of the two teams were also exciting. Now that he was going up against Yi Qian again, it was exciting. On the other side, Li Jinyan and J5 were already engaged in a fight. Both sides moved like ghosts in the forest, quietly descending to each other's side. Then, fist met fist, foot met foot, and when the close combat ended, it meant that one side had died. Li Jinyan looked cold, but when he was hunting he was surprisingly gentle. He liked to kill from a distance, and as soon as he heard the beep sound he would immediately turn away, not giving the members of the Snowfield Brigade a chance to search for him. To be called the Demon King, and be respected by his teammates, his individual combat ability was definitely terrifying. At this moment, he was already facing the members of the Snowfield Brigade. It was up to the Snowfield Brigade to delay him. Whether it was individual combat or team combat, the members of the Snowfield Brigade were all elites in the special forces. They were not afraid to fight the Demon King. Instead, they were all extremely excited, and their eyes shone with a fierce light. He really is the Demon King. He comes and goes without a trace. Just now, one of our brothers was killed here. He was shot in the back, which means that the Demon King's range of activity is now in this area. J5 and his 4 comrades squatted together and began to deploy. The brothers in charge of security were constantly looking around to prevent a sneak attack. We'll flank him from outside his range of activity. Sparrowhawk, you attack Eagle Magpie, and I will be responsible for searching the periphery. Now that the Storm Commandos have lost 4 members and 2 of our brothers are dead, we have to prevent the Demon King from attacking from behind. Chapter 1668. After arranging the 5-man teams, J5 said to all his comrades, "Team up in pairs. Don't stray too far away unless there are special circumstances. The water ghosts are used to fighting in the water and like to shoot people from behind. Actually, they also like to shoot people from behind. The difference was that they liked to get close to the enemy and finish them off with a dagger. Sometimes, they would press down on the enemy's head with both hands and twist it hard. The dislocation of the enemy's cervical vertebrae would be solved without bleeding. The Snowfield Brigade arranged for the hunting team. Li Jinyan and the others did the same. It seemed like only one member of the Storm Commandos was moving, but in reality, there was another person who was always in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Underwater combat was different from combat on land. In underwater combat, the water ghosts would never act alone. They had to work in pairs. At the same time, one person would be in the open and the other in the dark. Li Jinyan was now in the open, while the whale beside him was in the dark. The two of them moved back and forth, looking for a target to hunt. His communication with Yi Qian had been cut off. Yi Qian had turned off his communicator on his own accord. Now that he had not contacted him for a long time, it was clear that he still had not escaped. Q King had personally captured Qing Niao alive, and Qing Niao was afraid that she would implicate the Storm Commandos, so she had turned off her communicator. Then he had to hurry up and kill a few more members of the Snowfield Brigade. Only then would he be worthy of Qing Niao's sacrifice. What he did not know was that Yi Qian had been completely blocked off at this time. When Yi Qian saw the tall figure standing in the snow about 4 meters away from him, his pupils suddenly contracted. At the same time, there was a bright light in his dark eyes. Captain Xia, he had actually come personally to block him. When was the first time he met him? Yes, when he was 14 years old, he was training with the soldiers of Fujian Town in the forest. Captain Xia had suddenly barged in, and that was when they met. So many years had passed, but Yi Qian could still remember every minute and every second of that time clearly. There's nowhere to run, Qin Niao. Xia Jinyuan coldly looked at the female soldier who had made a mistake and deserved to be taught a lesson. There was not a trace of gentleness in his dark eyes. Next, you will become a captive and experience the treatment of a captive. His voice was very, very cold, without a trace of gentleness. There was no gentleness in his voice, nor was there any gentleness in his voice. Because this was a battlefield, and the two of them were on opposite sides, enemies. Following that, he gestured to the T6 combatants and Pigeon who were flanking him. The three of them approached Yi Qian in a triangular formation. Qin Niao, there are no familiar faces on the battlefield. No matter how familiar a person is, as long as they're in different camps, they're enemies. As enemies, we will not give you preferential treatment just because you are someone we know and a female soldier. There is only one principle on the battlefield, and that is who wins and who loses. Xia Jinyuan said faintly as he walked. Every word he said was filled with coldness and indifference. As the distance between the four of them got closer and closer, Yi Qian, who was pursing his lips, couldn't help but touch his left wrist. It had been a long time since he had used his silver wire. In the final head-on confrontation, two of the three combatants threw punches and one kicked. They attacked Yi Qian mercilessly. From the beginning, this battle had been a battle of numbers and strength. However, Yi Qian was not a tough nut to crack. Since there was no way to escape, he would fight to the death and win himself a chance of survival. Chapter 1669. The unsharpened combat dagger quickly parried Xia Jinyuan's kick. That's right, the most ruthless of the three was Xia Jinyuan, who was her boyfriend. He immediately launched an attack with his leg. His move gave the T6 combatant and the Pigeon a fright. Wasn't he too ruthless? Did he really think they were enemies? After forcing Xia Jinyuan into a corner, Yi Qian quickly parried the T6 combatant's fist with his dagger. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's next kick, she raised her left leg and struck it down without hesitation. At the same time, she turned her body sideways to ensure that she could dodge and counterattack at the same time. At this moment, her flexibility also played a huge role. With her right leg raised almost to the top of her head, Yi Qian struck Xia Jinyuan's calf with lightning speed. Then she used the force from his leg to turn around nimbly. Just like in a martial arts movie, her entire body twisted strangely to avoid the T6 combatant's fist once again. Xia Jinyuan, who had been kicked in the calf, pursed his lips tightly. When he retracted his leg, he secretly clenched his fist. It was quite painful. The rabbit has turned into a snake. The T6 combatant retracted his fist and attacked again with the Pigeon. Yi Qian's first agile dodge made Xia Jinyuan scoff coldly. It was a half-smile that was full of ferocity and cruelty. Compared to the wrestling match he had with Yi Qian when he was 14, Xia Jinyuan was not joking at all this time. He used his own fighting style on the battlefield to force Yi Qian closer. "Q King, don't be too ruthless. Are you really planning to beat him to death?" The Pigeon leaned close to Xia Jinyuan and said in a low voice with a frown, "We already have the upper hand when it's 3 against 1. Don't you think you're going too far?" Xia Jinyuan moved his wrist and glanced at the Pigeon coldly. He said indifferently, "What's too far? Haven't we encountered a 3 against 1 situation before? Is a real 3 against 1 like this? A real 3 against 1 would be even more ruthless than this. You could even lose your life at any time. What am I too much of? Oh, Qin Miao should be glad that now we are all soldiers of the same country, wearing the same military uniform, and having a competition between brothers. If we were to face off against each other on the battlefield, would it still be like this? Are you here to tell me that it's too much? You'll only be more ruthless than me and try your best to get rid of the target." The T6 combatant's calf was kicked by Yi Qian. The combat boots were quite heavy, and the toe and heel of the boots were very hard. In addition, Yi Qian had been carrying weights on his legs when he was training with Principal Qin. As such, this kick caused the T6 combatant so much pain that his calf bone felt like it had cracked. When he dodged the kick, he saw Xia Jinyuan, who was the first to be kicked, secretly moving his ankle around. The T6 combatant gloated a little. So it turned out that Q King was also in pain. He had thought that he was not in pain. Don't give her a chance to make a move. Feeling that the pain in his calf had subsided a little, Xia Jinyuan reminded his comrades to prevent them from getting kicked by her again. This was also the first time he had experienced the strength of her legs. Once he got kicked, the pain would be unimaginably painful. When Yi Qian heard that, her eyes flickered as she marked the first target as the pigeon. Before the three of them could attack again, Yi Qian, who was holding onto the end of the silver wire, kicked at the pigeon with a murderous aura. In the snow, her figure was as agile as a cheetah as she took the initiative to attack with the ferocity of a beast. Uncle Chen had said that in a desperate situation, the only way to survive was to take the initiative to counterattack. She needed to win a chance of survival for herself, so she had to take the initiative to counterattack. When the pigeon saw this, her expression changed. Chapter 1670. At this moment, Yi Qian had already entered a state of confrontation between himself and the enemy. He was going to use his true abilities to take on 3 people at once. If he had accepted the challenge with the mentality that they were all familiar with each other, the first person he would have killed would have been her. Besides, her target was herself. Feeling a chill in her heart, Pigeon was no longer swayed by personal feelings. At this moment, a hint of a smile flashed across Xia Jinyuan's eyes. Very good. She was able to quickly find a weak spot to attack even when she was surrounded. This meant that she did not panic and had remained calm all this while. In that case, let's see how far she can go. T6, block her path of retreat. The cold and emotionless Major Xia did not even remember that he was still the female soldier's boyfriend. He only had one goal now, which was to teach this female soldier a lesson. Let her remember this lesson. As an all-around ace soldier, how could Xia Jinyuan's close combat skills be bad? Seeing that Yi Qian was using Pigeon as an opening to attack, he threw out a punch to support his comrade. His fist was aimed at Yi Qian's shoulder. Yi Qian ignored his attack and continued to kick Pigeon to the side. While she was dodging left and right, she suddenly grabbed something in her left hand and threw it forward. Something unexpected happened and the battle turned around in an instant. Pigeon felt something cold and soft like silk wrap around the back of her neck. Then she saw Yi Qian tug at it with his right hand. In the blink of an eye, her neck was wrapped tightly by the foreign object. Instinctively, Pigeon tried to pull off the foreign object wrapped around her neck with one hand, but it turned out to be thin and slippery. There was no way she could pull it out with her bare hands. At the same time, Yi Qian's shoulder was punched hard by Xia Jinyuan's fist. Meanwhile, the T6 soldier kicked Yi Qian's knee. The moment Yi Qian, who had been attacked from above and below, let go of the silver wire in his hand, he was knocked to the ground by the 2 Special Forces soldiers. Even so, Yi Qian did not fall to the ground because of the heavy object. Instead, he quickly propped himself up on his elbows and rolled continuously in the snow. I've been taken care of. The pigeon removed the thing that was wrapped around his neck. If Yi Qian had not let go of him when he fell to the ground, he would have been knocked unconscious by this thing. It wasn't to the extent of suffocation. He wasn't that easy to deal with. But if they were on the battlefield, Yi Qian definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to finish off his enemy. Xia Jinyuan was a little surprised. Not bad, she could still deal with the pigeons under such circumstances. Not only was she calm, but she also knew how to plan. Not bad, continue, he said in a low voice. He did not wait for Yi Qian, who was covered in snow, to get up. Like a wild wolf pouncing on its prey, he began to attack Yi Qian again. Yi Qian, who had been rolling continuously, was forced into an extremely sorry state by him. When his military boot kicked him in the back, Yi Qian thought he would spit out a mouthful of blood. That kind of pain was even more intense than the pain of getting injured during training. It came at a moment's notice. Even after a long time, he still felt the same pain as when he was kicked. It was as if he had been pressing on the most painful acupoint, and he could not get over it at all. When his brain received the pain transmitted by his neurons, Yi Qian's cerebral cortex was so tense that even wearing a helmet felt like it was a hindrance. It had been 27 minutes since he was discovered. T6 and Xia Jinyuan attacked Yi Qian from the front and back. Both of their fists and thighs landed on Yi Qian's body. They were not randomly hitting and kicking him, but they were all very skillful. Yi Qian couldn't even remember how many times he had rolled in the snow. Every time he rolled and stood up, he would grit his teeth and fight back with all his might. Still not going to admit defeat? Xia Jinyuan asked with a smile. His fist was aimed at Yi Qian's face. Little fox, you dared to use your own life to test Bai He. Now, do you still dare to use the same trick to test her? Chapter 1671. Admit defeat? Yi Qian, who was enduring the excruciating pain without making a sound, sneered. Admit defeat? She had already lost completely in her previous life. In this life, she could forget about admitting defeat, much less lowering her head. She had already been entangled with them for nearly half an hour, so she did not know how the Infernal was doing. Without Q King around, the Infernal still had a chance of winning against the Snowfield Brigade with his combat skills. Furthermore, Sea Anemone and Sea Thorn were both army scouts, so they would provide a lot of help to the Storm Commandos who were not familiar with fighting in the snow. She could not admit defeat. The Infernal's hunting operation was not over yet. She had to do her best to pin down Q King and give the Infernal more hope of defeating the Snowfield Brigade. She had to think of a way to pin down Q King while also trying her best to get away. Tilting his head, Yi Qian crossed his arms to block Xia Jinyuan's fist that was swinging at his face. He replied with a ruthless expression, "No." Then he raised his leg and kicked at the Infernal's lower abdomen at lightning speed. This kick made the T6 combatant feel pain for Xia Jinyuan. There was a thin diaphragm between the abdomen and the chest. Anyone who knew how to fight knew very well that as long as the opponent was hit there, he would definitely be rolling on the ground in pain. Moreover, Yi Qian's kick was quite strong. He had probably specially trained to make up for the lack of strength in his arms. If it were not for their thick skin and thick flesh, their bones would have been fractured by this kick. After Q King took such a kick, the T6 combatant felt like his teeth were going to ache. How painful would that be? Fortunately, he only staggered a few steps. He shrugged his shoulders in a very masculine manner and twisted his neck. Without any hesitation, he raised his leg again and kicked at Yi Qian. It was fine if he did not admit defeat, but he had to admit his mistake. He had to take a good look at what a real battlefield was like. What a real fight to the death would be like. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved into a smile as he stared at the pair of dark eyes that were glowing with a strange light. However, the coldness in his eyes did not subside at all as he stared at Yi Qian viciously. "You're so beautiful, so good, and so stubborn. How could you make such a low-level mistake?" When he thought of Yi Qian's previous mistakes, Xia Jinyuan's gaze turned even colder. He gestured to T6, and the two of them attacked Yi Qian from the front and back again. When T6's fist and Xia Jinyuan's right leg landed on Yi Qian's body, the pigeons who were watching the battle from close range pursed their lips and couldn't help worrying for Yi Qian. Sitting in the command center, the Navy commander and Major General of the Army held their breaths. They were all waiting to see how Yi Qian would escape from this hopeless situation. But this time, it would be difficult. Both of them had used their full strength. If she wanted to escape again, it would be difficult. Before they could think of the word difficult, the two high-ranking officers suddenly clapped their hands and said in unison, "Good! Beautiful!" Yi Jian had already wrapped her arms around the T6 combatant's waist and inserted her right leg between his legs. Then she abruptly hooked the T6 combatant's left leg and performed a beautiful Mongolian-style wrestling. She actually tripped the T6 combatant. That's right, he really tripped the 1.8-meter-tall and strong T6 combatant. Bam! The two of them fell into the snow together. When the T6 combatant fell, he pulled Yi Qian down with him and shouted at the same time, "Lock it tight." Yi Qian's dagger, which had never left his hand, was moving towards the T6 combatant's neck. When the tip of the dagger was close to the skin of his neck, an extremely sharp kick came from behind her. Together with the howling north wind, a heavy object landed heavily on her back. Chapter 1672. Xia Jinyuan had kicked Yi Qian in the back again. Yi Qian, who had fallen forward, gasped when the T6 combatant's helmet hit his abdomen. Yi Qian, who was in so much pain that he felt like he had been run over by a car, rolled off the T6 combatant and grabbed a handful of snow with both hands to throw at the head of the black figure who was pouncing on him. At this moment, Yi Qian was in so much pain that his vision was a little blurry. The only thing he could rely on was the north wind to keep his mind clear and not let himself pass out from the pain. The T6 combatant got up from the snow while rubbing his neck. That was close. His throat had almost been slit just now. What a terrifying Qing Niao. Her attack was so vicious. However, when a single soldier encountered such a predicament on the battlefield, they were all thinking of taking out as many enemies as they could. Although Qing Niao's attack was vicious, it had to be this way. Furthermore, Q King was pressuring Qing Niao to make her realize the cruelty of the battlefield. Victory could only be won by relying on actual skills and not by making use of so-called sympathy. How could there be any sympathy when it came to meeting a bullet head-on? There was only a fight to the death. Yi Qian grabbed 2 clumps of snow and threw them over. Other than being blinded by the snow for a second, Xia Jinyuan's speed did not change at all. In fact, he did not even pause for a second. On the battlefield, he was a fearless soldier who fought for victory. His right hand had already grabbed Yi Qian's ankle like a fierce crocodile out of the water biting down on its prey. His handsome face was cold and ruthless as he planned to drag Yi Qian upside down across the snow. Right now, he was telling her very seriously and responsibly what a captive would experience. What would the outcome be if she risked her life to test the waters? Q King is probably angry. The Major General narrowed his eyes and stared at the screen with a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, he wants Qing Niao to forever remember that when the day comes when the people she is most familiar with start fighting with each other, her previous actions were undoubtedly suicidal. The correct method should be like what we are doing now. As long as we still have a breath of life, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we need to rise up. The Navy commander nodded in agreement. That's true, but Qing Niao's performance is remarkable. As long as she can stand up, she will fight back. She's fighting 1 against 3, and they're 3 male Special Forces soldiers. It's quite impressive that she lasted for half an hour. Yes, but it's still a little difficult to escape. Major General Liu did not think that Yi Qian had completely lost. When Xia Jinyuan grabbed her ankle and dragged her along, she was still able to fight back and break free again. It was enough to show how strong her desire to escape was. As long as he didn't admit defeat, he still had a chance to live. The T6 combatant pulled back his fist as he gritted his teeth so hard that a few of his teeth seemed to have cracked. You have no strength, Qing Niao. Gritting his teeth and shaking his hands, the T6 combatant cooperated well with Xia Jinyuan. He either attacked from the left and right, or from the front and back. Although his face and body were aching from Yi Qian's punches, it did not affect the speed of his attacks. Yi Qian indeed did not have much strength left. She could faintly feel her legs trembling in pain. There was no part of her body that did not hurt. The punches to her chest seemed to have knocked her internal organs out of alignment. You can admit defeat now, Qing Niao. Xia Jinyuan, who blocked her way out, spoke coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at the swaying figure. He said coldly, "This is a battlefield. Do you still dare to stretch your neck out?" Chapter 1673. Little Fox, your intelligence should be the great wisdom of strategizing and fighting from thousands of miles away, not the petty cleverness of a villain. Yi Qian, whose arm was trembling from the beating, took a deep breath and tried his best to clench his trembling fingers into a fist. Then he threw another punch straight at the T6 combatant. She did not want to talk to them. She would rather use all the energy she had to talk to fight. They watched as she was knocked down again and stood up again and again. As Yi Qian stood up again and again, the battlefield moved closer to the edge of the forest. Every time Yi Qian stood up again, he would face the 2 combatants attacking him with an awe-inspiring and fearless attitude. He would grit his teeth and endure the severe pain in his body as he threw punches and kicks. He would fight with extreme calmness. She would escape, and the time for her to escape was getting closer and closer. As long as she reached the edge of the forest, she would definitely be able to escape. Xia Jinyuan's deep black eyes flickered with a faint light. He looked thoughtfully at the forest covered in thick snow, and a cold smile appeared on his thin lips. Very good, she still hasn't given up on escaping. Most of the time, it wasn't that you didn't have a chance to escape, but that you didn't hold on any longer and just gave up. You gave up on survival and chose death. Xia Jinyuan, who had discovered Yi Qian's plan, pursed his thin lips tightly. His combat boots stomped fiercely in the snow. After suppressing the strange look in his eyes, the young major dealt the final blow to Yi Qian. Q King! Qing Yao! The T6 combatant and Pigeon shouted. Seeing their familiar figure fly out like a kite with its string cut and fall heavily into the snow, the two combatants' hearts trembled. Pigeon had already run over. Before she ran off, she did not forget to glare fiercely at her captain. Wasn't this a little too ruthless? Even if there was a plan to capture her, it shouldn't have been this ruthless. Q King, are you crazy? The T6 combatant scolded in a low voice. You could have captured her just now, so why did you have to kick her at the end? Aren't you afraid of seriously injuring her? Xia Jinyuan's eyelids trembled as he watched the pigeon run towards the figure that had yet to get up and was about 3 meters away from him. While the T6 combatant was not paying attention, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the last glimmer of light in his eyes had disappeared. He looked at the T6 combatant and said coldly, "It's better to be seriously injured by my kicks than to be captured and tortured by the enemy. More than any of you, I don't want to see her seriously injured, and I don't want to see her beaten into the snow and motionless. But I'd rather be the one teaching her a lesson now, not. There was a hint of hoarseness and bitterness in his cold voice. It was low and heavy, like bitter gourd juice and coptis. It was bitter, astringent, sour, and forbearing. It instantly made T6's heart ache. He looked at his captain and then at the figure who had yet to stand up. He loosened his clenched fists and took a deep breath. Can we end this now? Can you take her back now? Was it over? Could he take her back now? Without really capturing Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan glanced coldly at the T6 combatant and walked forward with his long legs. Qing Yao Yi Qian, how are you? Are you all right? Pigeon had already run to Yi Qian's side. Just as he was half kneeling and reaching out, his hand froze. Chapter 1674. Only when he crouched down did he realize that Yi Qian was not lying in the snow. Instead, his elbow was propped up against the snow, and his right leg was slightly bent. This was a jumping motion. Qing Yao, she had not given up on running away. Pigeon, you've broken the rules. Yi Qian raised his head and smiled gently at Pigeon, who was concerned about him. As the one who died, you should be standing by the side and watching. It was not the end yet. She could still open her eyes and still had strength in her arms and legs. As long as there was a chance of survival and strength, she would not give up. As a male soldier, Pigeon's face was full of shock. She could still continue at this point. Female soldier Qing Yao, how much more do you have to earn the admiration of the male soldiers? In this second, Pigeon was completely convinced. He was truly convinced. He was convinced by this female soldier who was even more tenacious than the male soldiers. He was convinced by this female soldier who never bowed her head or admitted defeat no matter what. Pigeon watched as she rushed straight into the forest after completing her jump. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure rushing into the forest before her. He opened his mouth and slowly closed it. It was not until Yi Qian's figure entered the forest that Pigeon said softly, "Q King is waiting for you up ahead. Qing Yao, you won't be able to escape." When it comes to female soldiers, I'm really only convinced by Qing Yao. She can still escape in such a state. The T6 combatant who was walking over also had a look of shock on his face. He turned his head and said to Pigeon, "Do you admit defeat?" The T6 combatant was already amazed by Yi Qian's tenacious resistance. If he had held off Q King for another 30 seconds, Qing Yao would have been able to escape right under their noses once she escaped into the forest. The dull sound of snow falling could be heard from the forest. Pigeon glanced at the T6 combatant who had no intention of following her in. He nodded and retreated to the side. Those who died in battle were not qualified to speak, so they could only speak silently in their hearts. Yi Qian, who had fled into the forest, clenched his fists out of habit when he saw the tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Her dark eyes were brighter than the stars in the cold night, filled with coldness. She stared at Xia Jinyuan, who was determined to capture her alive. Now that he had truly encountered him, what were his chances of winning? Yi Qian couldn't answer herself. She only knew that she didn't want to become a captive. She didn't want to fall into his hands. Too slow. You should be like me. In the face of Yi Qian's slow attack, Xia Jinyuan's leg was still as fast as lightning, aiming for Yi Qian's chest. Do you know what it feels like to be surrounded by a single soldier? Just like this, he wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The military boot kicked Yi Qian's blocking arm. Yi Qian, whose arm was about to break, gritted his teeth and stabbed the blocking dagger that had never left his hand. Do you know what will happen to female soldiers if they become captives? Your body will be violated, your mind will be suppressed, and your will be destroyed. They will even make you suspect that you were born a mistake. Xia Jinyuan nimbly avoided the dagger. He wanted to knock the dagger out of Yi Qian's hand, but the dagger brushed past his chin. His skin hurt a little. Although the dagger wasn't edged and wasn't sharp enough, the person who held it used all his strength and used it as a weapon that could hurt people, so it could still hurt people. Xia Jinyuan touched his chin. It was probably bleeding, so it hurt a little. But his chin had been punched a few times by her, so it was fine to let it bleed a little. Qing Niao, how much longer can you hold on? You've used up all your strength. You can't hold on much longer. He was like a cat toying with a mouse, patiently teasing Yi Qian, but his fist was still as fast as ever. It landed heavily on Yi Qian's shoulder. Chapter 1675. Major Xia, the all-round soldier king, took advantage of Yi Jian's staggering steps to grab her shoulder with one hand and lift his long leg. His hands and feet cooperated perfectly, and all of a sudden, Yi Jian fell into the snow again. After a bout of dizziness, Yi Jian, whose entire face was covered in snow, could be said to be in the most embarrassing state she had ever been in. It was also the most miserable time she had ever been in. In your current state, do you still have any way to escape from my hands? Are you trying to use your little tricks? Xia Jinyuan, who had thrown Yi Jian into the snow, looked at her coldly. He pursed his thin lips into a straight line and said, "On the battlefield of life and death, do you think your little tricks will work?" He was forcing her to realize the cruelty of war. He was forcing her to experience nirvana through her own blood and tears. Her nose was filled with snow. Yi Jian could only use her mouth to take in deep breaths. Other than enduring the pain in her chest, she could only endure it. It's useless. There's no such thing as little tricks on the battlefield. She answered him loudly. She forced her voice out of her chest and through her throat. It tasted like blood as she answered him. Her answer was not the end. The torture continued. Sensing the hostility and anger emanating from him, Yi Qian knew that this time, Xia Jinyuan was determined to teach her a lesson. In the past, he had seriously and responsibly told her that they were lovers and comrades in arms. If she made a mistake one day, he would never show mercy to her just because she was his lover. On the contrary, he would only be stricter and harsher. If you want to become a real Special Forces soldier, you have to put in more sweat and tears than you can imagine. And the lesson you have learned and the blood you have shed is also more than you can imagine. Before Yi Qian had even entered the Snowfield Brigade, she had already tasted Xia Jinyuan's harsh punishment. You knowingly committed a crime. That's an even bigger crime. Xia Jinyuan shouted coldly. He pulled her up from the snow by the back of her collar. However, before he could do anything else, Yi Qian stood up and resisted again. She twisted her body to one side and grabbed his wrist that was holding her collar. She had realized her mistake and was being punished for it. She accepted it, but it did not mean that she would give up resisting. Right now, the two of them were on opposing sides. She lowered her head and used the flexibility of her waist to slip under Xia Jinyuan's wrist. Then she twisted her body. In this way, it was Xia Jinyuan who tightened his grip. In order to prevent his arm from being twisted, he had no choice but to let go. Xia Jinyuan was so tenacious and strong that he was overjoyed. He knew that his little fox would not give up even in a desperate situation. As long as there was a chance to escape, she would grab it. She had made a mistake and deserved to be punished. He was more than willing to see how she would correct her mistake. My lover, my comrade, I will watch you carry your gun and leave. I will also wait for your safe return. I will look forward to it and hope for you. I will wait for you to return covered in blood. I will wait for you to appear in my line of sight again covered in smoke. I will hold your hand again and hug you again. Xia Jinyuan watched as his lover struggled to escape from his hands again. A faint smile appeared on his thin lips. Xia Jinyuan, who had not used up too much of his energy, attacked more fiercely each time. In the end, he had one hand on the back of Yi Qian's neck and the other hand clasped Yi Qian's hand behind her back. He cruelly pressed Yi Qian's face against the cold and rough bark of the tree. Then it was the real end. Chapter 1676. Qin Niao, I told you very clearly that you would become our prisoner. He pressed his hand against the back of Yi Qian's neck and pressed his body against hers. His thin lips were close to Yi Qian's ear, and his voice was cold as he said, Now, do you still want to run? Do you still have the strength to run? Do you still have the guts to use the same method you used on Bai He again? The first part of his speech was all to pave the way. The most important part was the last sentence. Yi Qian struggled a few times but was unable to break free. She didn't waste any more energy and calmly replied, No, I already know that I was wrong. Qin Niao, you dare to use such petty tricks to deal with Bai He. You've disappointed too many people. Xia Jinyuan didn't loosen his grip, but instead pressed down harder on Yi Qian's neck. Fortunately, Yi Qian was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, his facial features would have been distorted by Xia Jinyuan's pressure. Uncle Chen didn't teach you to do that. Uncle Zhen didn't teach you to do that. I didn't do it. The army didn't do it. No one did it. And you could have won against Bai He, but you used such a method. Do you know that on a real battlefield, the enemy loves to send you to your death like this? He was right. She could have won, but she used the stupidest method. This time, he was so ruthless to teach her a lesson. Did I go easy on you just because I know you? Did I go easy on you just because of our identities? No, because I'm a soldier. As long as I'm standing on the battlefield, even if it's father, son, lover, friend, or brother, as long as we're on opposite sides, there's no such thing as mercy. I won't stop just because the other party is testing me. Qin Niao, remember your identity. You're a soldier. He lowered his voice and said each word clearly in her ear. Yi Qian, whose face was in pain from the abrasion of the tree bark, closed his eyes tightly and took deep breaths rhythmically. That's right, when one day the people who were most familiar with each other became enemies, there would be no mercy. There would only be a fight to the death. Yi Qian's chest heaved up and down rapidly as he gasped for air. The cold wind that poured into his dry throat was like a knife scraping through his eyes. His throat was tight with pain. He quietly listened to Yi Qian's lecture and humbly accepted such a strange criticism. Bring out the ruthlessness you showed to your enemies. Major General Liu pressed down on the rim of the teacup with one hand. He used a little too much force, and the rim of the teacup was imprinted on his palm. Qin Niao's resistance is admirable. She persevered in spite of all setbacks, which is what a soldier should have. At this time, even the technical staff's gaze fell on the tenacious and unyielding slender figure. Really, good job. Soldiers should be like this. Yi Qian did not know that her resistance had once again won the favor of the high-ranking military officer. She was calculating the time quickly in her mind. Her body was captured, but that did not mean her brain was captured. It had been 38 minutes since she was discovered. The devil should be progressing smoothly. Unfortunately, she could not delay any longer. There was still some time before the end of the competition, and her physical strength was basically exhausted. For the time being, there was no way she could escape from Q King. If she did not want to become a captive, she could only rest and observe the situation. If there was a chance to escape, she would definitely seize it. You're now a captive, Qin Niao. Enjoy the treatment of being a captive. After he finished lecturing, Xia Jinyuan used a rope to tie Yi Qian's hands from her shoulders to her wrists. He then tied a dead knot to prevent her from removing the rope and leaving. After he finished, he deliberately walked in front of her and turned on the searchlight on his helmet. Looking at the palm-sized face with bruises on the corners of her mouth, his slender fingers secretly clenched. Chapter 1677. Yi Qian also saw the man standing in front of him clearly. His face was also bruised. The corner of his mouth was bleeding from her attack, and the corners of his eyes were also bruised. Seeing him in this state, there was no doubt that he was in the same state. "Q King, are you planning to wait here for the higher-ups to finish?" Yi Qian looked at him and calmly reminded him. There's not much time left before the battle ends. Fortunately, he was still in good spirits after being beaten up like this. Xia Jinyuan slowly loosened his clenched fists. Then, his thin lips curved slightly into a ferocious smile as he pushed Yi Qian out. His face was already so bruised and swollen. His body was probably even worse, especially since he had not held back at all when he kicked him. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, it was definitely purple. His heart ached. Of course it ached, but he had no other choice. She dared to risk her life. How could she be so reckless? She was so reckless. Training hard was not just for you to go into battle and kill the enemy. You had to come back safely. When the T6 combatant saw that Q King's aura was so low that it was almost at the point of explosion, he could not help but mutter in his heart. He had already caught him, so why was he still so low? He carefully went up to him. "Can we go back now?" The T6 combatant quickly glanced at the tied-up Qing Niao out of the corner of his eye and felt a little pain in his eyes. Qing Niao was so good at running. Qing Niao was so good at running. Qing Niao was so good at fighting. Something serious had almost happened just now. Fortunately, Q King had noticed it in advance. "What do you think?" Xia Jinyuan glanced at the T6 combatant fiercely. "You've been out for 35 minutes. If you still don't come back, are you going to let the Devil King annihilate all of us?" The original plan was to finish off Yi Qian within 30 minutes and then go back to support his teammates. But now, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Yi Qian. His handsome face was cold. Major Xia could not help but purse his lips again. This time, she wasn't angry because of Yi Qian's mistake. It was time to feel sorry for him. The Snowfield Brigade's wonderful captive plan ended. The Navy commander took off his hat, touched his head several times and sighed, "It's already very good. It's already very good to be able to hold on for 35 minutes. Fighting 1 against 3 and lasting for 35 minutes was the best a male soldier could do. That's right. There's still time before it's over. Although Qing Niao has been captured, she won't admit defeat. As long as she has the chance, she will definitely think of a way to escape." After the Major General finished speaking, he instructed his secretary, "Ask the accompanying military doctor to get ready. Once we're done, we'll immediately examine Qing Niao's body." Xia Jinyuan had never been merciful when teaching his soldiers a lesson. Now that Yi Qian had made such a serious mistake, he was even more merciless. The last few kicks were ruthless. Yi Qian's injuries were probably a little serious. The hunting operation was still ongoing. Li Jinyan looked at the time. 45 minutes had already passed. If Yi Qian had escaped, then Q King should have already returned. However, he hadn't returned yet. This meant that she had been captured. Contact them and exchange the captives. Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips and looked at the captured Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Z7. His eyes were cold as he said calmly, "1 for 1. They had already lost contact with Qing Niao for 45 minutes. Q King had already taught her a lesson. Now that Qing Niao was his, how could he let her fall into Q King's hands? 1 for 1. The captive plan had ended in a draw. Z7 Han Zheng heard this and immediately said, "Devil, you should just kill me." It was too embarrassing. Killing him directly was better than being a captive. Chapter 1678. His request was ignored. Li Jinyan gestured for his team members to tie him up tightly and wait until the end of the hunting operation before carrying out the captive exchange. At the military headquarters, Commander-in-Chief Xia had lost count of how many cups of water he had drunk. Whenever he saw his son beating up Yi Qian so viciously, his heart would pound so hard that he felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Ruthless, ruthless, too ruthless. With such a lesson, wasn't he afraid of scaring his wife away? The captive plan only required them to capture the target, not beat them up. Was this brat's head kicked by a donkey? Why was he so stupid? Commander-in-Chief Xia still did not know that Yi Qian had made a mistake. So when he saw Xia Jinyuan not only ganging up on Yi Qian, but also personally taking part in the fight with his fists and legs, he really wanted to pull out his gun and shoot him on behalf of his future daughter-in-law. This brat. Commander-in-Chief Xia cursed under his breath every time he took a sip of the strong tea. Since the country's top leader was still present, no matter how much he cursed in his heart, Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression remained stern and dignified on the surface. When the country's top leader saw how ruthless the male soldiers were and how tenacious the female soldiers were, he said to Commander-in-Chief Xia after the battle, "I'm very happy to have them in our troops. With such female soldiers in our troops, I can see hope for tomorrow. I'm afraid that the female soldier is injured. When the time comes, the military will have to call her and comfort her. Don't let her be traumatized. When the battle ends, the military will definitely send their condolences." Commander-in-Chief Xia replied with a serious expression. This was a must. That was his family Xia's future daughter-in-law. After being beaten up to this extent, he had to personally call her and comfort her. He also had to give Xia Jinyuan a harsh scolding. He wanted to beat Yi Qian up and make him run away. He was not done with him. The entire competition was nearing its end. In the snowy forest, the two teams began their final battle to the death. Yi Qian and Z7 Han Zheng did not participate in the battle, but as captives, the two of them were not content with their lot and were constantly thinking of ways to escape. Unfortunately, the guards were too strict. Until the end, the two of them did not manage to escape. It was Xia Jinyuan who gave Yi Qian his first captive. The speed at which the red and green dots representing the two teams disappeared increased in the latter half of the night. By the end of the battle, 12 of the 22 members of the Snowfield Brigade still remained, while the Storm Commandos only had 8. The result was obvious. The wireless communication was no longer divided into two groups, A and B, and Major General Liu did not wait for the kings of the two teams to meet and exchange prisoners. He directly cut into the channel and ordered Xia Jinyuan, "Bring Qing Miao to the command center for a physical examination." Family Xia was really ruthless at that time. Qing Miao must have been seriously injured. At this moment, K7, who was guarding Yi Qian, spoke into everyone's ears. "Qing Miao has a fever. She was given a strong antipyretic, but she's allergic to the medicine. There's a rash on her neck and wrist." The two teams' wireless stations went silent. Then Major General Liu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Send her to the hospital." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan ran over like a whirlwind. "Bring her here. Quick." Allergic to the antipyretic. This is going to be serious. Yi Qian did not know that she was allergic to the antipyretic. Before she took the medicine, K7 even specifically asked her if she had any history of allergies to drugs. She answered with certainty, no. She did not have any allergies in her previous life, but she really did not know that she would have any allergies in this life. She originally wanted to take 2 pills, but K7 said that it was not necessary, so she only took 1. Fortunately, she only took 1 pill. If she had taken 2 pills, she did not know what would have happened. Chapter 1679. Allergy to drugs was one of the most common symptoms. Yi Qian's flushed skin was one of the most common symptoms. In her previous life, she had taken antipyretics before, but there were no symptoms. Who knew that in this life, she had never thought that taking antipyretics would cause an allergic reaction. "My head doesn't feel so good." Yi Qian, who was burning up, touched her forehead. She didn't wait for the military doctor to come over. She left K7 this sentence before she fell asleep. She didn't know what was happening in the outside world. K7 later recalled that his mind went blank for at least 3 seconds. He thought Yi Qian had gone into shock due to anaphylactic shock. K7, who had always been cold and aloof, who everyone in the team thought had transcended the mortal world and become immortal, panicked at this moment. Fortunately, he was mentally strong and didn't panic to the point of not knowing what to do. The first thing he did was to check Yi Jian's pupils and report Yi Jian's situation to the team. When the Major General of the Army and the Navy commander heard that Yi Qian's condition was bad, they didn't just send the military doctor over. They immediately contacted the helicopter team to send Yi Qian to the hospital. The members of the Snowfield Brigade and Storm Commandos all had serious expressions on their faces. However, they couldn't all rush to Yi Qian's side. Li Jinyan led the team to the rendezvous point after the competition. Xia Jinyuan, who was running down the mountain, didn't even reach the bottom of the mountain when he saw the searchlights in front of him turn on. K7 was holding his head and his hands were hanging limply. Yi Qian was running from bottom to top, stepping on the thick layer of snow. Yi Qian. This scene made the Unyielding Special Forces soldier's eyes burst out in anger. His usual calm expression was like a complete piece of white paper that was suddenly torn in half. He was no longer the elegant and noble young major who always behaved elegantly. K7, who was running with all his might, heard a familiar voice from above that made him lose his cool. His tense expression relaxed a lot. The two of them were much faster. Then, he saw the captain, who was usually calm and composed, suddenly stumble and roll all the way down from a high place. K7 pursed his lips. Now he knows how to be anxious. Why didn't he pay attention to Yi Qian's condition when they were fighting? Xia Jinyuan, whose knees were weak, rolled down the mountain in a way he had never done before. He only stopped when the impact slowed down a lot. At this time, Xia Jinyuan was in a mess. Covered in snow, he got up and jumped from the slope. He ran a few meters and stood in front of K7. "Do you want to faint or sleep?" Xia Jinyuan's voice, when he spoke, his voice was cold. Xia Jinyuan was Yi Qian. Was Yi Qian was Yes Yi was Yi Qian's Yi? K7 didn't immediately pass Yi Qian to him. Instead, he walked past him and reminded him coldly, "Pat off the snow on your body." His comrade's reaction made Xia Jinyuan calm down. He quickly patted off the snow on his body and put on his helmet. He rushed to K7's side and carefully carried Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and saw her lifeless face. He then saw the bruises on the corners of her mouth. He pressed his lips even tighter. High fever, allergic reaction to drugs, flushed skin, shortness of breath. Preliminary diagnosis: skin allergy and respiratory allergy. K7 glanced at his captain coldly and said in a deep voice, "Q King, you were really ruthless this time. You must have beaten her up a lot." "Q King, the capture plan didn't say you had to be this ruthless." Even K7 felt that he had gone overboard. Chapter 1680. Xia Jinyuan focused all of his attention on Yi Qian. He carried her and rushed up the mountain again. He needed to reach the helicopter landing point and ensure that Yi Qian boarded the plane and went to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Xia Jinyuan did not tell all of his comrades about the mistake Qing Niao Yi Qian made. At that time, he said that his favorite thing was to catch a live Qing Niao. J5 guessed that Qing Niao might have done something wrong. Now, K7 did not understand Q King. J5's voice came from the earpiece. "K7, Q King wouldn't punish Qing Niao for no reason. Ask him what happened later." It seemed that Qing Niao had been punished so badly by Q King that even K7 could not stand the sight of her. For a moment, J5 also had mixed feelings. How was this going to end? If he sent Qing Niao to the hospital, how was he going to face Qing Niao when she woke up? The members of the Snowfield Brigade fell silent because of J5's words. That's right, as the captain, Q King wouldn't punish Qing Niao for no reason. If any of his comrades had been punished by Q King, it must have been a fatal mistake. Then what fatal mistake did Qing Niao make? Everyone thought of this and looked at each other. Then, their gazes fell on the other captain of the entire team. The devil should know the reason, right? Because the communication between the two teams was merged, the members of both teams could hear J5's words. Therefore, the comrades of the Storm Commandos all looked at the devil. They knew that Q King was not a cruel person. Just like the devil, there was a reason for everything he did. Then, why did Qing Niao get punished? This was the common question in the hearts of the 39 members of both teams. They did not get an answer even after Yi Qian was sent to the helicopter. Xia Jinyuan did not say anything, and Li Jinyan did not say anything either. There would be a summary meeting later, and any questions would be answered at that meeting. Major Xia, one of the parties involved, accompanied Yi Qian to the helicopter. In the cold cabin, the accompanying military doctor quickly performed a simple examination on Yi Qian. After removing Yi Qian's helmet, the military doctor could not help but gasp when he saw the bruises on Yi Qian's face that could not be covered. "You beat him up like this. He's going to have a concussion." The military doctor couldn't help but grumble. He wanted to say a few more words, but the young major's cold gaze swept over him, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Xia Jinyuan seemed to have calmed down, but his fists were still clenched. When he saw that the military doctor was still in the mood to speak, his gaze turned cold. "Please check the patient before you speak." They were soldiers who walked on the edge of life and death. They always understood when and what was the most important thing. Yi Qian was already in trouble. What he wanted was for the military doctor to take effective measures as soon as possible, not for him to be merciful. His fingers had been pressing on Yi Jian's carotid artery. His fingertips felt the pulse that represented life under the blood vessels, which made him feel at ease. K7 walked over and saw that Xia Jinyuan's eyes were red, and his hands. K7 frowned. He took out a first aid kit from his combat vest. He took out anti-inflammatory medicine, hemostatic powder, and disinfectant gauze. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll hold her. You take care of your hands." Xia Jinyuan stared at the unconscious Yi Qian without even turning his head. "No need." Chapter 1681. K7 was right. If he had been more careful, he would have noticed that something was wrong with Yi Qian, but he didn't. He didn't even think about the possibility of her being sick. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought about it. He should have thought about it. She was still on her period. A woman's body would be much weaker during her period. Plus, she was rolling around in the snow with a male soldier. She fought and ran. In the end, she was even surrounded by him. How could she have survived? At that moment, Xia Jinyuan didn't regret teaching Yi Qian a lesson. He just blamed himself for not being more careful. K7 saw that he was so stubborn and didn't try to persuade him anymore. His hand was injured when he carried Yi Qian on his back. He didn't wear combat gloves when he was boarding the plane. He was in a hurry and his palm was badly injured. It was fine if he didn't want to treat it. This kind of injury was nothing to them. The military doctor listened to Yi Qian's heartbeat and pupils. Then he removed Yi Qian's combat vest, unbuttoned his combat uniform, and unbuttoned his windproof thermal jacket. He pulled the jacket up to his belly button and checked his back. Although there was a large area of redness, his breathing and heartbeat were still okay. His life was not in danger for the time being. "His condition is still okay," the military doctor told Xia Jinyuan after the examination. "But we can't rule out any unforeseen events." Xia Jinyuan looked at K7. He nodded slightly when he saw his comrade. Before he said anything, K7 said in a deep voice, "Skin allergic reaction can cause neurovascular edema. In serious cases, it can cause exfoliative dermatitis. She's still in a critical condition." K7 said in a deep voice. The military doctor couldn't help but look over. The military doctor was right. But why did it sound like he was trying to scare the young major? His breathing is a bit rapid. He might have asthma, alveolitis, pulmonary fibrosis, and damage to his nervous system. In serious cases, he might even die. The military doctor was very sure that the officer in charge of medical treatment was just trying to scare him. The female soldier's skin allergy was not wrong, but it was not as serious as he said. Moreover, the rash on the female soldier's neck was much fainter than before. It could be seen that the situation was stable and did not worsen, but it was not ruled out that there would be unforeseen events. He said that just now to scare the young major, because he felt that he was the one who had beaten the female soldier to such a state. After hearing what K7 said, Xia Jinyuan's heart felt like it was being hammered by an iron nail, so much so that his heart stopped beating. The temperature of his blood was still dropping. With the rumbling sound of the helicopter, it finally dropped to the freezing point. If something were to happen to his lover, his little fox, and his comrade, he would lose his life. Because Yi Qian was his life. The helicopter arrived at the tertiary hospital in the nearest city at the fastest speed. The hospital did not have a helipad, so Xia Jinyuan carried Yi Qian on his back again and tied him up with a rope. He carried the feverish Yi Qian down the swaying rope ladder step by step. The doctors in the hospital were already on standby. They placed the unconscious Yi Qian on a stretcher. Xia Jinyuan, who was running with the doctors, did not have any intention of stopping. He almost rushed into the emergency room along with the hospital. The nurse quickly blocked him. "You can't go in. You can only wait outside." Xia Jinyuan, who was braking, watched the emergency room door close. He stood there as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He could not move even half a step. Chapter 1682. K7 caught up from behind and saw the figure that was usually as tall as a mountain and the lighthouse in the hearts of all his comrades. Now, he was standing so straight that a few nurses who passed by had to take a detour with a nervous look on their faces. "The resuscitation will take some time. Sit down for a while." K7 walked over and stood beside him. He looked at the red light above the resuscitation room and reminded him again, "Your hands were injured twice. If you don't treat them now, do you plan on touching Yi Qian's face with your blood again?" Xia Jinyuan raised his hand, looked at his palm, and finally moved. When he sat down on the cold plastic chair, he looked at K7 weakly. Under the light, his clear forehead was covered in sweat. He asked, "Are there any sequelae after the resuscitation?" "There are plenty." K7 kept his words short and simple as usual. He handed over the medical items in his hand. "Bandage them yourself." "Huh, let him worry a little more. Why did he hit her so hard? If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place?" Xia Jinyuan could tell that his comrade was not in a good mood. Coincidentally, he was the same. He took the medical items and did not ask any more questions. He was not even in the mood to talk. It did not matter if there were sequelae. He just wanted her to live well. He just wanted his life to live well. "Why did you beat her up?" K7 could not hold it in. He asked her angrily, "She was beaten up by you. What were you thinking?" What was he thinking? What was he thinking at that time? He thought of his comrades who had sacrificed themselves. He thought of his comrades who had never come back. He thought of his comrades whose bodies had not been found. That was what he was thinking. "Do you still remember R2? Xia Jinyuan's injured right hand was wrapped around his injured left hand. He looked down and said bitterly, "She followed in R2's footsteps. That's why I'm scared." R2's footsteps. K7's body trembled. His fingertips were already trembling slightly. In order to hide his attitude, K7 took the bandage from Xia Jinyuan's right hand and wrapped it around his left hand. He did not say another word. R2 was their comrade who had sacrificed himself overseas 2 years ago. He was not the one who had gone on that mission. He had requested to go. He said that the man used to be his best friend, and he wanted to personally take care of his best friend to give the country an explanation. He had died in the hands of a brother who used to be so close that he could trust each other with his back. News came back from the front line that before he sacrificed himself, he asked his best brother if he could turn back from the cliff and turn himself in if he died by his gun. The man said, "If he's dead, he'll definitely turn himself in." R2 tested his former brother and used his own life to test him. In the end, it was gone. He really lost his life in the test. The members of the Snowfield Brigade, who came up from the side door of the hospital and then took the fire escape stairs, immediately sensed the strange atmosphere. Xia Jinyuan, whose hands were bandaged, rested his head against the cold wall and expressionlessly closed his eyes. K7, who was sitting on the plastic chair opposite him, had his head lowered. Chenga had no idea what he was thinking. The two of them didn't communicate, but the atmosphere between them was heavy and oppressive. What was going on? Could it be that he was Qin Yao? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They quickened their steps and walked over with a cold aura. J5's expression was heavy. He asked in a low voice, "How's the situation?" Chapter 1683. The sound of approaching footsteps made the two people who were sitting in a daze move their bodies. Xia Jinyuan, who was still leaning his head against the wall, turned his head and saw his comrades, who had changed into jungle combat uniforms and combat boots, appearing in front of him one by one. They didn't bring their combat backpacks and rifles, but instead changed into jungle combat uniforms and combat boots. "They're here," he said with a hoarse voice. He turned his head and continued to wait without moving. Only 10 minutes had passed, but these 10 minutes were so long that 1 second felt like an hour. After a long and silent wait, Xia Jinyuan looked at the closed door of the resuscitation room and gently closed his eyes. Waiting on the battlefield and waiting in the hospital were two completely different moods. On the battlefield, he could be calm and collected, waiting for the right moment to arrive. But waiting in the hospital was so long, and he felt that life was so fragile. The smell of disinfectant was like the smell of death. It was everywhere and there was no way to escape. This kind of waiting was filled with helplessness, but it was also filled with hope. At the same time, it was also filled with panic. Xia Jinyuan thought that he would never like a place like the hospital in his life. If he stayed in the hospital for too long, it would torture a normal person into a psychopath. The red light was still on. Even if he stretched his neck, he still couldn't see what was going on inside. His beloved, his life, was still lying inside and had not come out. Xia Jinyuan chose to ignore the gazes of his comrades. He didn't want to say anything. His heart and mind were only filled with his lover. Major Xia, who was emitting a hostile aura, made his comrades take a few more glances at him. Then, they shifted their gaze to K7, who was standing up. "Let's talk on the rooftop." K7 put his helmet under his armpit and walked towards the fire escape stairs with his long legs. It was already dawn. K7, who was standing on the rooftop, took in a deep breath of the cold wind. Facing his comrades who were all concerned about how they came back, his usually cold and thin face had a hint of coldness. His gaze swept across his comrades' faces, which were still covered in paint. Just when everyone thought that he needed to think for a while, K7 suddenly opened his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was as if he threw two grenades. One was a killer grenade, and the other was a chemical grenade. First, everyone was stunned. Then they were all stunned. "Qing Miao took the same path as her too," K7 said. That was what K7 told them. With just a few words, everyone's eyes sharpened, and they pressed their lips together. Because of their change, the north wind that blew over seemed to be filled with lead. It was heavy and full of pressure. The rooftop was cold and windy. It was a day where there was no sun and no snow. The only thing that could be seen was the gloomy sky. The figures standing on the rooftop were like white poplars facing the wind and snow. No matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't bring down their tall figures and straight backs. This was a group of soldiers who fought on the front line and used their lives to protect their country. They were a group of soldiers who were loyal to their country. They had shed too much blood and suffered too many injuries. Some of them even almost died in foreign countries. The road they took was too difficult and too hard. Each of them was a brave warrior who walked on the tip of a knife. They cut through all obstacles and sang a long song while bathed in blood. It was so hard, so difficult, but they didn't shed a single tear. At this moment, there were already tears in the corners of some of their eyes. The Unyielding Special Forces soldiers secretly wiped away their tears and gritted their teeth, forcefully suppressing their surging emotions in an incomparably savage manner. Chapter 1684. "So, that's how it is." J5 nodded lightly. His voice was dry, probably because he had been exposed to the cold wind for a long time. "Qing Miao has indeed committed a grave mistake this time." After he finished speaking, he rubbed his face and scrubbed the paint on his face into a ball. Only his sharp eyes were shining with a dim light. "This time, I support Q King's decision. Putting aside Qing Miao's gender, she is a soldier like all of us, a soldier who puts her life on the line. Now that she has violated the principles of being a soldier, it is normal for her to be punished by Q King. This time, I stand on Q King's side. He did not do anything wrong. I will send you all away and wait for your return. Brothers, This is the team motto passed down by word of mouth in the Snowfield Brigade. Our 2's sacrifice is a wake-up call for us. We will never allow something like this to happen again. J5's words made the members of the Snowfield Brigade nod slightly. Putting aside their emotions and using the logic of a soldier to deal with the problem, Q King was indeed not wrong. This was because they did not want to see their comrades leave only to be met with the grievous news of being separated forever. How is Qin Yao's condition? Did the doctor come out and say anything? Pigeon asked in a low voice. He had watched the entire process of Qin Yao being beaten up. At that time, Q King's ruthlessness had made him a little scared. Kick after kick, punch after punch, he did not hold back at all. He used all of his strength. He even suspected that there were signs of fractures or fractures. Her skin is allergic due to the fever medicine. Her body is flushed. Her breathing and heartbeat are normal, except for the high fever. K7 only wanted to scare Xia Jinyuan. Facing his comrade's questions, he answered truthfully, "It shouldn't be a big problem." After he finished speaking, he remembered that he had not told Q King the truth. Hearing that it should not be a big problem, the members of the Snowfield Brigade sighed in relief. Then they heard K7 say, "But I was a little angry at that time, so I scared Q King. Now, I'm afraid that he still thinks that Qin Yao is in big trouble." After a few seconds of silence, his comrades in jungle combat suits gave K7 a thumbs up. "Good job, brother. Well done. We're very angry too. Since you scared Q King, you've helped us vent our anger." The T6 combatant had just expressed his agreement when he remembered that he would also be part of the team that would deal with Qin Yao. He suddenly felt his vision darken. It's over. It's over. He had yet to win in Jiasen's heart, but in the end, he had beaten up her best friend. This matter had to be kept a secret. For a moment, T6 felt like he was in an abyss of suffering. He was worried that something would happen to Yi Qian, but he was also worried that the girl he was chasing would ignore him because of this. T6 felt tormented standing in the cold wind. Another team member was also worried. Han Zheng from Z7 sighed softly as he looked at his comrade, who was relieved to know that Qin Yao was fine. After Qin Yao made a mistake and was taught a lesson by Q King, his comrades all expressed their understanding and agreement. But, brothers, don't you know that the two of them are now in a relationship? As her boyfriend, Q King had beaten up his girlfriend until she was hospitalized. What if his girlfriend woke up and wanted to break up with him? What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Commander-in-Chief Xia was also very worried about this problem. After listening to Baihe's report from the Snowfield Brigade, Commander-in-Chief Xia finally understood why his son had been so ruthless in dealing with his future daughter-in-law. Chapter 1685. After thinking about it for a while, Commander-in-Chief Xia decided not to think about it anymore. From a soldier's point of view, his son did not do anything wrong. But from the perspective of his family and his future father-in-law, this matter could really be serious. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that his son would have a headache over this matter if his girlfriend, his future wife, was sent to the hospital. Let him have a headache then. When his future daughter-in-law woke up, he would call her to ask about her. He would also tell her that since that kid was so ruthless, she should not spoil him. She could do whatever she wanted with him. But there was a condition: don't mention anything about breaking up. Commander-in-Chief Xia was afraid of this matter. His son had to understand more about it. After all, his relationship with his ex-wife had affected his son's views on marriage. He used to say to him, "If worst comes to worst, I'll just be a general without an army and never get married." Now that there was finally a girl that his son would stick to like a piece of plaster, if they broke up, he was really worried that his son would be single for the rest of his life. Moreover, he had a very good impression of Yi Qian. He did not want there to be any twists and turns in their relationship. He did not want others to take advantage of the situation and steal his future daughter-in-law away. As both a father and a mother, Commander-in-Chief Xia was worried sick at this moment. He made up his mind to call Yi Qian as soon as she woke up and put in a few good words for his son. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was a little confused. His gaze swept back and forth between his four comrades, T6, K7, G3, and Z7. He held a tissue in his hand and wiped off the last bit of paint on his face before saying, "No way, it's not that serious, right? Are you guys trying to scare me and avenge your personal grudge?" The four of them were in the bathroom removing the paint on their faces. When their faces were revealed, Z7 voiced out their worries. "You're so ruthless. What if your girlfriend wakes up and wants to break up with you?" Major Xia was dumbfounded when he heard this. He did not even think about this. Z7, Han Zheng, was a playboy before he joined the team. He was in the 5th grade of primary school and fell in love until he went to military school. Based on his more than 10 years of love experience, this was very possible. There's nothing impossible, only things you can't think of. Q King, you have to be mentally prepared. Based on his past experience, Han Zheng looked sympathetic. "I've been in love more than 10 times, so I'm considered half an expert. Everything I say can be used as evidence." T6, K7, and G3, who had never been in love before, looked at Z7, Han Zheng, who a view. What did he just say? Been in love more than 10 times? Did he want to be beaten up by the few of them who had never been in a relationship before? Could he? Of course. Xia Jinyuan didn't believe it. He had grown up in the same compound as Han Zheng. When Han Zheng was wearing open-crotch pants, he always wanted the female soldiers in the compound to hug him. He talked about his glorious history every day and bragged about how many women he had had. How could he be in a relationship with those casual women? Being in love cost him money to buy a house within the 2nd ring road of Beijing. He was using money to buy fun. How could that be considered being in love? When Han Zheng saw his expression, he knew that he did not believe him. However, he was not angry. Instead, he chuckled and gloated. "Don't doubt me. I've been in love so many times and had so many girlfriends. Which one of them hasn't been doted on and spoiled like a princess?" Chapter 1686. You, on the other hand, beat her up until she was hospitalized. I think Yi Jian must have been frightened by your ferocious and merciless attitude. She must have gotten a high fever from fear. Bro, you should be mentally prepared. T6 added appropriately, although I don't have the experience of harming more than 10 girls like he did. Watch your words, Han Zheng interrupted. What did he mean by harming more than 10 girls? He had never harmed girls before. Everything he did was consensual. Although I don't have the experience, I have to admit that Scourge has a point. Other people spoil their girlfriends like princesses, but for you, you beat her up until she was hospitalized. Bro, if I were your girlfriend, I would also throw up my sleeves and quit. I'm scared. When Han Zheng heard that he had been called Scourge again, the corners of his mouth twitched. Forget it. What was there to be calculative about with a group of virgins who had never been in a relationship before? It was purely personal jealousy. K7 and G3, who were shooting daggers out of their eyes, only retracted their gazes when they saw that Han Zheng had become obedient. Wasn't he Scourge? More than 10 brothers combined might not have as much experience in love as he did. Xia Jinyuan, whose heart trembled, turned his gaze to his 2 comrades who knew about his relationship with Little Fox but had yet to express their opinions. What about you two? What do you think? Major Xia Jinyuan, who had only kissed one girl and had 0 experience in love, was also a little flustered at this moment. I don't have any experience either, but I agree with what Scourge said. As for you, you are the first boyfriend I've met who can beat his girlfriend to the point that she had to be hospitalized. G3's words were pertinent. This matter was not going to be resolved so easily. We heard from K7 the reason why you taught Qin Yao a lesson. As a soldier, logically speaking, we agree with what you did. Xia Jinyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded with a cold expression and said, as her comrade in arms, I have to make her remember that it is stupid to use her own life to test the enemy on the battlefield. Yes, if it were us, we would definitely do that, but... G3's gaze was sympathetic and his tone took a 180-degree turn. But you're still her boyfriend. If you really want to teach her a lesson, you should let us do it instead of doing it yourself. That's your mistake, K7 concluded calmly. Major Xia, who was used to having a strong heart, felt that he could not stand the words of his comrades. In short, If she wants to break up, I'll think that it's normal. As his comrade, the T6 combatant continued to stab him. Since he had already stabbed him so many times, it did not matter if he stabbed him one more time. Stabbing him in advance was equivalent to injecting him with a tranquilizer in advance. Faced with his comrades stabbing him left and right, Major Xia took a deep breath of the ammonia gas that every bathroom must have. He suppressed the panic in his heart and said calmly, "You're right. It's indeed my mistake. I shouldn't have done it myself. You guys should have done it instead." At that time, he only thought that since she dared to do this, he would let her have a taste of her own medicine and make her pay a certain price for her foolish actions. He was happy that she came, so how could he bear to see her leave? He brought her step by step to the path he was on, hoping to advance and retreat hand in hand with her. How could he bear to see her leave in advance? If he had to choose again, he would still choose to teach her a lesson. Chapter 1687. He wanted her to always remember that petty tricks and thinking too highly of herself were taboo on the battlefield. The slightest carelessness would result in nothing left. However, he did not expect that she would end up in the hospital because of him. He did not regret teaching her a lesson. He had once said that they would not only be lovers in the future, but also comrades. As the team leader, he had the duty and responsibility to make sure that his comrades suffered the consequences of her mistake. Although I was successfully intimidated by you guys, I still believe that Qin Niao won't break up with you. Major Xia, who was a little flustered, would not be defeated so easily. He turned on the tap and washed his face with cold water. After changing into his jungle combat uniform, he stood in front of his comrades and looked into their deep, cold eyes. His gaze was as cold as an unsheathed ancient sword. He said calmly, "Although I believe that Qin Niao won't break up with me as her boyfriend, I still have to apologize first." The corners of G3's mouth twitched. Looking at his expression just now, he thought that he would never apologize to Yi Qian and say that he regretted teaching her a lesson. The next second, the all-round soldier king bent over for love. The comrades guarding outside saw their team leader walk over with his head held high. Although the corners of his mouth were swollen, he looked very calm as he walked over. "There's no need for all of you to stay in the hospital. Go back and reorganize. Captain Li will lead you to the second training base." The hospital was not the army. It was already 7 in the morning, and there would be more and more people in the hospital. It would be too eye-catching for a group of people to wear their combat uniforms. They would become the target of everyone's attention, so they had to leave immediately. "When Yi Qian wakes up, I'll let you know immediately. I'll also convey your concern to her. Everyone, stand at attention." A minute later, the team left. Han Zheng walked forward and patted his good friend and comrade on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Lower your head and apologize properly. At times like this, you have to pretend to be a coward. Don't be stubborn. Be careful that you don't lose your girlfriend and let your brothers take advantage of you." Looking at how Qin Niao was acting, if she was not his brother's girlfriend, he would have pursued her. T6 was even more devastated. "Jiasin is her good friend. My heart is bleeding right now. Why did I agree to go with you to hunt down Qin Niao back then? Am I stupid or not?" At the very least, Q King was in a relationship and had even held hands and kissed her before. But as for himself, he had not succeeded in his revolution and was still working hard. Whenever he thought of this, the T6 combatant felt his heart bleed. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan kindly comforted her. "Don't worry. If you don't get it, you won't lose it. Why are you hurting my heart? Scram as far as you can. Stop trying to scare him. He wasn't that easily frightened." Yi Jian did not know that Major Xia's heart was churning violently at this moment. She, who had fainted from the fever, gradually regained her clarity. The second she felt as if something was about to touch her, she, who was lying in the emergency room, suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, her right hand gripped the nurse's wrist tightly. The nurse who was about to insert the needle into Yi Qian was so shocked that she almost dropped the syringe in her hand. She subconsciously looked up and was once again shocked by the coldness in Yi Qian's eyes. The trembling syringe in her hand did not escape the fate of dropping and fell to the floor with a thud. When the doctor heard the commotion, he turned around and saw that the patient had regained consciousness. He did not even have time to take off his sterile mask and walked over to the bed. He smiled at the female patient and said, "You're awake so soon? Do you feel better?" Chapter 1688. Her skin allergy wasn't serious, but she had a high fever and fainted. After a series of examinations, a skin test, and a normal anti-allergic fever medicine, the patient woke up in less than 3 minutes. He was indeed a soldier with a strong physique. Yiqian blinked her eyes in a daze. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she seemed to confirm where she was. She gently closed her eyes and let go of her hand at the same time. She fell into a deep sleep again. The frightened nurse patted her chest and picked up the syringe. She had to refill the medicine. The lights in the emergency room turned from red to green. Xia Jinyuan rushed over immediately. Yiqian was lying on the hospital bed and being wheeled out by the nurse and doctor. All he could see was Yiqian. He saw that his beloved lover's lips were abnormally red. It was the color of lips that only appeared when the fever had not completely subsided. There was a shocking bruise at the corner of her mouth, and there were small scratches on the left side of her face. These injuries were all caused by him. They were all caused by him. Her pale face, bright red blood, and snow-white quilt. The bright colors made Yiqian look as fragile as a porcelain doll that would break at the slightest touch. His heart felt as if it had been gouged out. It was so empty that it made him panic. When he saw the foredrip and the doctor's expression, Xia Jinyuan felt as if he had really come back to life. The doctor and nurse looked at the young soldier in front of them. Their gazes swept past the wound at the corner of his mouth. How did he get injured like this? The female soldier lying on the bed was examined. There were more than 10 bruises on her body, especially the first 2 bruises on her back. These 2 bruises were the most obvious. The subcutaneous tissue was severely congested and had turned black. Fortunately, the bruises had avoided important areas such as the back and did not hurt any vital parts. The male soldier also had bruises on his face. He guessed that his body was not much better. Xia Jinyuan asked in a low voice, "Doctor, how is the patient? Is she out of danger?" He was not in a hurry and spoke very slowly. However, the doctor could hear the urgency in his voice. It was as if he did not allow him to speak nonsense. "It's not a big problem. Her condition is very good. The patient has a strong will. She woke up groggily 2 minutes ago. She will be fine after she wakes up naturally." The doctor condensed a few sentences into one sentence. He picked what the other party wanted to hear and did not beat around the bush. He said that he still needed to observe and did not rule out the possibility of changes. Xia Jinyuan's professional intuition told him that if he really said that, the soldier would not have the patience to ask him. With the hospital's words, Xia Jinyuan felt that his cold blood was finally warming up. He said, "Thank you," politely and pushed the bed into the ward that had been arranged earlier. The doctor followed Xia Jinyuan all the way to the ward. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "Contact him if anything happens." Then he left with the nurse. This was a special ward. After the hospital received the call, several doctors were on standby. Fortunately, the situation caused by the drug allergy was not serious. She only needed to reduce the fever. Now that the flush on the patient's body had subsided, her condition was stable. After the door closed, the room was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Xia Jinyuan sat by the bed. His hands were clenched tightly. His gaze was fixed on Yiqian. She was lying quietly on the bed with her eyes closed. Her face was particularly pale because of her poor complexion. Chapter 1689. He gently touched the wound at the corner of her mouth with his hand wrapped in gauze. The young major's eyes were no longer as cold as they were during the competition. Instead, they were as gentle as water. "I'm sorry, little fox." He got up and slowly bent down to gently touch her lips with his similarly injured lips. He didn't dare to use too much force as he was afraid that he would hurt the corner of her mouth. He only kissed her lightly and then left. He carefully adjusted the corner of the blanket before sitting back down. Xia Jinyuan quietly looked at her sleeping face under the influence of the medicine. He couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. He quietly watched, guarded, and accompanied her. There was no one to disturb him or make any noise. It was so quiet that he could hear their breathing intertwining. Only then could he feel at ease. After an unknown amount of time, the phone in his pocket rang and broke the silence. Xia Jinyuan frowned and immediately took it out and quickly picked it up. At the same time, he got up and walked to the balcony of the single ward. The sliding door gently closed. He stood outside the glass door and stared intently at Yi Qian on the hospital bed. He said, "Dad, speak slowly. Don't lose your breath. You're quite capable. You beat up your girlfriend and sent her to the hospital. Aren't you usually quite shrewd? What's wrong? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey and become an idiot?" Commander-in-Chief Xia on the other side of the phone mocked his son. He was definitely a father and wasn't afraid of Xia Jinyuan hanging up the phone. "I think it's a compliment to call you an idiot. Yi Qian should be punished for what he did, but you can't beat up your girlfriend and send her to the hospital. Now, his girlfriend is in the hospital. I have a feeling that this future daughter-in-law, who has already passed the family Xia gate, is going to withdraw her foot and prepare to run away. Xia Jinyuan, if you scare your daughter-in-law away, go back and explain it to old madam and old master. I'm not going to scold him with you. I'll give you 2 words, serves you right." Why did Comrade Little Xia and Comrade Old Xia not see eye to eye? That was the root cause. When Shirley's son committed a crime outside, he would never comfort him. His words were always the same. It had never changed from the past until now. Comrade Little Xia was already used to it. He had already accepted such a unique fatherly love. Was it so difficult to say a few words of concern? Do I have to mock and ridicule you to feel better? What was there to be comfortable about? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. Xia Jinyuan rubbed his temples and said, "Dad, I'm thinking about how to make my girlfriend change her mind." "What a coincidence that you called. Xiao Yi really wants to break up?" Commander-in-Chief Xia's voice seemed to be a little higher, but she didn't sound worried. "That's right. You beat someone up and sent them to the hospital. Any normal girl would think so. You should apologize properly. You didn't make Xiao Yi change her mind. Don't go home this year. Spend the new year alone outside." He was definitely his biological father. He actually heard a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Xia Jinyuan snorted. "Don't laugh too early." "Huh, I'm not laughing too early. You should think about this matter carefully. Daughter-in-law, I only acknowledge Xiao Yi as my daughter-in-law. You can't change it to someone else." Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell that his son didn't give up because of this. He was determined to stick to the basic path and continue to cling on to Xiao Yi. He immediately felt relieved. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was relieved, hung up the phone very quickly. He didn't give Xia Jinyuan any time to mentally prepare himself. Xia Jinyuan could only sigh about this phone call. He sat down by the bed again and held Yi Qian's hand. He whispered, "Little fox, you mustn't break up with me. If there's anything, we can talk about it calmly. Just don't say anything that will hurt our relationship." Chapter 1690. My dad is panicking. I heard that he told old master and old madam about it. He even said that I'm going to make you disappear and that I can't even go home. Major Xia started racking his brains to think of a way to apologize. This was the first time he had to apologize after punishing his comrade. He had no experience at all. No matter, he would explain the whole story to his usually reasonable little fox first, then apologize properly. Remember, he definitely could not say things like, "I hit you for your own good." He also had to remember that when his little fox woke up, he would obediently do whatever she told him to do. G3 said that if a woman was willing to follow them in their line of work, it was definitely because he had done good deeds in his previous life that he was able to find a good girl in this life. His girl, his little fox, was one of a kind in the world. He had chased after her for so long, so how could he give up now? It was undeniable that his comrade's words had affected his mood, but if he had to choose again, his little fox, he would still choose the same. Any training in the army was to prepare for war. It was tense, serious, and filled with danger. Once they were divided into factions, it meant that they were in the middle of a battle. Your every move will be the key to whether you can survive or not. He brought her all the way here not to see her sacrifice herself for his mistake one day, but because he wanted the two of them to walk side by side and live well together. He wanted the two of them to live well. When Yi Jian woke up, there was no more foredrip. Someone was lying quietly on the right side of her. His bent back was like a cheetah hiding in a tree. As long as there was a slight movement, he would immediately wake up and show his sharp claws and teeth. His hand moved slightly, and the highly vigilant man suddenly raised his head. At the same time, his gaze locked onto Yi Qian's face. 3 hours later, his little fox finally woke up. She had slept very soundly, and there was color on her face. Her seductive red lips were much lighter, and it was obvious that she was much more energetic after waking up. "I'll go get a glass of water." He let go of her hand and carefully placed it under the blanket. When he got up, he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. "Lie down properly. Drink some water before we talk." Yi Qian blinked and watched as he poured her a glass of water, tested the temperature of the water, and waited for her to come back with the glass. He served her like a baby, and even held her from behind to feed her water. Yi Jian's throat was indeed dry from the fever. After enjoying his meticulous service, she stared at him with her dark and obvious eyes without blinking. She immediately informed the nurse and the doctor. After that, she sat down again and said softly, "Lie down properly and wait for the doctor to come and examine you." "Captain Xia, you seem a little strange." Yi Jian was keenly aware of his cautiousness. She could not help but ask, "Don't tell me you have some big move waiting for me?" Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan held his breath. She was really scared. The doctor knocked on the door. He said in a low voice, "Let's wait for the doctor to finish his examination and leave. And don't think too much. You need to rest well now." The doctor rushed over and asked the nurse to take Yi Qian's temperature. Then he checked her arms, neck, back, and other areas to see if the rash had subsided. After the examination, he smiled and said, "The rash on your body is gone, and your temperature has dropped. It seems like you only need to rest for a day." Chapter 1691. While the doctor spoke to Xia Jinyuan, the nurse helped Yi Qian straighten his clothes and said softly, "There are many ruptured capillaries in the subcutaneous tissue. You can use ointment and massage to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. There are 2 serious injuries on your back. Use ointment as soon as possible." The nurse was reminding him out of kindness. Yi Qian didn't think much of it, but Xia Jinyuan felt a little awkward. The injuries on his back were caused by him. Xia Jinyuan asked the doctor if there were any taboos and if there was anything else he needed to pay attention to. After confirming that there were no more questions, he sent the doctor away. After the doctor and nurse left, the ward became quiet again. Xia Jinyuan, who was locking the door, paused slightly on the handle. He sighed softly and turned around. It made him feel like he had died a heroic death. It was exactly 11 p.m. Time for lunch. Xia Jinyuan poured a glass of warm water and placed it at the bedside. He said softly to Yi Qian, "You must be hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll go to the cafeteria to get some takeout." He was indeed hungry. Yi Qian smiled and said, "Something light, like porridge or something like that will do." "What else do you want to eat?" "Steamed buns and dumplings are all fine." Xia Jinyuan felt that his words lacked confidence. He had lived for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he had been so careful. He was afraid of angering the girlfriend he had spent so much effort to pursue. This kind of cautiousness mixed with an indescribable sweetness and faint anticipation made his emotions so complicated that he didn't know how to sort them out. But there was one thing he was sure of. At this moment, he had to be honest. If his girlfriend said she wanted the stars in the sky, he definitely couldn't take the moon and bring it back. Major Xia, who had 0 experience in love, excelled in his EQ and IQ. Without anyone teaching him, he learned the correct way to behave as a boyfriend when he angered his girlfriend. Seeing him like this, Yi Qian felt even more uneasy. He had a feeling that he still had a big trick up his sleeve. He shook his head and said, "The corner of my mouth hurts a little. Let's just eat the porridge. I can swallow it without chewing." Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan felt his heart skip a beat. The corner of his girlfriend's mouth hurt. Because of him. The major, who was starting to feel guilty, quickly said, "Okay, I'll go down now." Then, he took out his phone from his pocket. "If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Or, press this bell and ask the nurse to come over." Yi Qian watched him stride out of the ward with his phone in hand. His suspicions grew. He really felt like there was more to come. The match had already ended, and the Storm Commandos had lost due to the disadvantage of having 4 members. Could it be that the loser was going to be punished next? And as a captive, would he be punished even more severely? Running with weights? Jumping off a tall building? Capture the king cobra alive? Crawling on the uneven rocks while wearing a short-sleeved shirt? That shouldn't be the case. The second training base wasn't even close to the sea. Yi Qian went through almost all of the cruelest training in her mind. As she thought about it, she felt her lower abdomen tighten. Her bladder was so full that she needed to go to the bathroom. Yi Qian, who was covered in injuries, could totally get out of bed on her own. When she reached the bathroom, she was still thinking about what kind of punishment was waiting for her. She had persevered through all of the cruel training that flashed through her mind. Another punishment wouldn't be too much of a problem. At most, she would feel a little tired. Chapter 1692. But there was something wrong with Captain Xia. He was being too careful with her, as if he was trying to make up for something. Yi Qian, who was washing her hands with her head lowered, did not realize that Xia Jinyuan was being so careful because he was afraid that she would break up with him in a fit of anger. After all, she had never thought in that direction. She also did not think that his actions during the competition were wrong. She was indeed wrong. She had used her cleverness to win and used her own life as bait. That was no ordinary mistake. It was only right for her to be taught a lesson by Xia Jinyuan, who was the team captain. Yi Qian, who was deep in thought, looked up and saw herself in the mirror. Her face was bruised, and the corners of her mouth, eyes, forehead, and the left side of her face were all injured. It was a little scary. She raised her hand and gently pressed the corner of her mouth. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the light on the phone beside her flashing. Then the phone vibrated. Someone was calling. This was Xia Jinyuan's personal phone. Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to pick up the phone. When she opened the phone, Yi Qian's heart started to beat faster. The caller ID was Old Man Xia. Old Man Xia was Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia was calling. Should she pick it up or not? She really wanted to not pick it up, but wouldn't it be bad if she did? After a moment of hesitation, the call ended. Yi Qian, who was inexplicably relieved, had not put down the phone when it flashed again. The caller ID was still Old Man Xia. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief Xia. This is Yi Qian." In the end, Yi Qian still picked it up. She stood upright in the bathroom and answered the call as if she was being inspected. Commander-in-Chief Xia heard the voice and the name. He quickly looked at the number he had dialed. That's right, it was his son's number, and he did not have Xiao Ye's phone number. Commander-in-Chief Xia moved the phone away from his face, turned around, and cleared his throat. Only then did he speak to his future daughter-in-law. "Xiao Yi, are you feeling better? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Is Xia Jinyuan with you?" With so many questions at once, Yi Qian quickly composed himself and answered seriously, "Thank you for your concern, Commander-in-Chief. There are no more problems. Captain Xia went downstairs 3 minutes ago to get the Chinese food for me. When he comes back, I'll ask him to call you immediately." Yi Qian really wanted to hang up. She did not know why, but when she took Captain Xia's phone and answered the call from the Commander-in-Chief, she felt extremely guilty. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not hear what Yi Qian was thinking. Since his son was not around, it was easier for him to talk. "It's okay. I just wanted to ask him about your situation. Now that you're talking to me directly, I don't need to ask him anymore." Since the person who answered the phone was himself, Commander-in-Chief Xia had to criticize him. His tone suddenly became serious as he said in a deep voice, "I already know what happened to you. This time, as a soldier, you made such a big mistake which really shocked us. Whether it's me, the Army Major General, or the Navy Commander, we can't accept your low-level but extremely serious mistake." Yi Qian stood upright and accepted the criticism from the military leader. Her expression was cold and she did not resist at all. Even though her body hurt all over, she still stood upright and accepted the criticism seriously. Sacrifice has always been something that we try to avoid as much as possible. We all know that there will be sacrifices in battle. But knowing and accepting is the biggest difference between reason and emotion. As your comrades, they are already prepared to sacrifice themselves for each other. But one day, when they find out that their comrades have sacrificed themselves because of their own misjudgment, Yi Qian, do you know what kind of impact this will have on your comrades and the battle commander? Chapter 1693. It's self-blame that you'll feel day after day, perhaps even for your entire life. Your comrades will blame themselves for not discovering it earlier, and your commanders will blame themselves for not strengthening your training. You sacrificed yourself, but you left behind more pain for your comrades. Is this what you want to see? Yi Qian clenched her teeth and took a few deep breaths to suppress her emotions. She kept her voice steady as she replied, "No, this is what I don't want to see the most." Yi Qian was completely shaken, and the corners of her eyes were red. How could she be willing to do this? Very well, remember what I said, and remember who you are. You're a soldier who will carry a gun and fight against death at all times. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not fly into a rage. He believed that with her intelligence, she would be able to understand. After he finished criticizing her, Commander-in-Chief Xia's voice suddenly softened. The first part was a conversation between a military leader and a soldier who made a mistake, and the next part was a conversation with his future daughter-in-law. In an instant, even his voice became much gentler. Then let's talk about you and Xia Jinyuan. About her and Captain Xia? Even though the Commander-in-Chief's voice had become much gentler, Yi Qian did not relax at all. Go ahead. After a few words, Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell that his future daughter-in-law was a little uncomfortable talking to him. He sighed and said, "Xiao Yi, putting aside my position in the military, I'm actually your elder. You have to admit that, right? You have to admit that, right?" His change in status was too sudden. Yi Qian was so shocked that she almost dropped her phone into the sink. Admit it, admit it, to admit it. Don't be too restrained. Just treat me as your father. A father is talking to his daughter properly. Commander-in-Chief Xia not only heard Yi Jian's uneasiness, but also heard her faint estrangement. The Commander-in-Chief, who knew her background like the back of his hand, did not get angry because of this. Instead, he was very considerate and comforted her very carefully. In the future, if you have any grievances, just call me. This is my private phone number. Remember it in your heart. Yi Qian. She seemed to know why Captain Xia was sometimes a little unreasonable. It was probably hereditary. Commander-in-Chief Xia had become a father without her noticing. On the other end of the phone, Captain Xia continued kindly, "I don't have a daughter, only that brat Xia Jinyuan. I'm very strict with him because he's a man, and as a man, he has to take responsibility and be responsible. And you're a girl. Which girl wouldn't dote on you? But you're also a soldier. I can't really treat you like a delicate daughter, but I'll definitely treat you like a daughter who needs my care, who needs me to stand up for you when you're wronged." Yi Jian, who was originally in a state of panic, heard this and her eyes turned red. She hadn't called him Dad in a long, long time. Hearing Commander-in-Chief Xia's kind voice, Yi Qian could only bite her lower lip to stop herself from crying. She didn't have any family love in her previous life, but in this life, God seemed to want to make it up to her. She was so lucky in this life. "Xiao Yi, Xia Jinyuan was ruthless this time. I hope you don't blame him. Your identities are destined to be different. The path you walk, the hardships you suffer, and the sufferings you suffer are also destined to be different. As a Special Forces soldier, you need to be agile, resolute, brave, hardworking, and have self-discipline." Chapter 1694. The crime you committed this time can be said to be a big mistake, and it's a big taboo for a Special Forces soldier on the battlefield. Xia Jinyuan did not do anything wrong as a captain and a soldier. "Xiao Yi, do you understand his painstaking efforts?" After Commander-in-Chief Xia finished speaking, he quietly waited for Yi Qian's answer. He knew that no one would feel good if something like this happened to her. She was beaten to the point of being hospitalized by her boyfriend. Sigh, only his son could do something like that. The two young people were both soldiers and Special Forces soldiers. Even if they were on the battlefield, they could still fight side by side. Such a marriage was really one in a million. As a father, although he usually ridiculed his son, how could he sit back and do nothing when it concerned his lifelong happiness? Besides, he really admired Yi Qian. For a female soldier to be able to come this far, she was one of the best in the army. He could not bear to let such a good girl fall into his family. He could only communicate with her in advance and let her understand Xia Jinyuan's actions. Only then could they continue to be together. Yi Qian patted the corners of her eyes with cold water. After taking a deep breath, she replied softly, "Commander-in-Chief, I don't blame Captain Xia, and I understand his painstaking efforts. I made a mistake on my side, so I should be punished. It was just a coincidence that I was hospitalized. I had a fever and I was allergic to drugs. I couldn't take it, so I was admitted. It has nothing to do with Captain Xia." Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved by her words. He felt more and more that Yi Qian was an honest and open-minded girl. With a smile on his face, he sighed and said, "You have too many restrictions and too many helplessness. You are both comrades and lovers. You can be more casual in life, but when you are in the army and on the battlefield, you have to be careful. The slightest carelessness will lead to big mistakes. So, I hope you can understand his actions." Yi Qian listened carefully and accepted the criticism. Even through the radio, she could feel Commander-in-Chief Xia's concern and a father's hope for his daughter's happiness. Therefore, she answered more sincerely and did not try to pander because of the Commander-in-Chief's identity. "You're right. Captain Xia did make a move this time because I made a big mistake. If he didn't remind me, I might not have realized my mistake so deeply. Understanding each other, the two of you can live a good life." Then, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had changed his identity to father, showed concern for Yi Qian's health. He also asked how badly she was beaten. He also heard that she had injuries on her face. He said kindly to Yi Qian, "Don't worry, remember this debt." "Calm." Commander-in-Chief Xia added, "Now that the two of you are in the hospital, you should order him around. Don't give in to him, and don't tell him that you don't blame him. This kid is taking advantage of the situation. Listen to me. Show some authority and put down his arrogance. Order him around as much as you can. Let him do all the laundry and feed. Let him learn his lesson." Yi Qian was no longer surprised by the Commander-in-Chief's behavior. She had seen it before. She listened to the Commander-in-Chief's advice very seriously. However, she first needed to know what kind of punishment she would have to receive. As for the Commander-in-Chief's words, she could indeed consider them. Chapter 1695. Xia Jinyuan took 2 bowls of porridge and saw that Yi Jian was not lying on the bed. He put the porridge on the table and opened the bathroom door. He saw his girlfriend looking at the wound on her face in the mirror. Her eyes were slightly red. This scene shocked him so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. A few words flashed through his mind. "I'll settle the score later. Something big is going to happen." He quickly thought of what else he needed to do. He had to do it perfectly. He had to show his little fox how sincere he was when he apologized. He had to make her forget that he was the one who caused the wound on her body. Yi Qian saw him in the mirror and saw the wound on his face. He looked at himself in the mirror again and thought of Commander-in-Chief Xia's words. He could not help but lower his head and smile secretly. Commander-in-Chief Xia only cared about how badly she was injured, but he never asked about Captain Xia's injuries from the beginning to the end. She disfigured her boyfriend's handsome face, especially the bridge of his nose, which was swollen. It was rare to have a girlfriend as fierce as her. She seemed to have hit him with the handle of a dagger. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it. What if she hit his eyes? Yi Jian held the mentality of, "I'll be stabbed no matter what." When the major sitting next to her spooned porridge to feed her again, Yi Jian raised her hand to block it and asked decisively, "Captain Xia, what punishment is waiting for me next? Just tell me directly." Xia Jinyuan felt his knees go weak. "Finish the porridge first, then we'll talk about other things." Punishment? He did not dare. He was afraid that she would punish him. Seeing this, Yi Qian, who liked to cut the Gordian knot, took the bowl of porridge from his hand, tilted his head back, and drank it all like drinking water. She handed the bowl back to him. "Okay, you can talk now." Major Xia wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to feed her the porridge and take the opportunity to apologize, but his girlfriend did not give him the chance. She did not even need to feed him and directly finished the porridge. He lost another chance to perform well. Major Xia, who had always handled things calmly and gracefully, put down the empty bowl in his hand. Let's start. He had to finish it early so that he would not feel uneasy. There is no punishment, little fox. The competition is over and the plan to capture you has also come to an end. You have also paid the price for your actions and received punishment. I believe that after this lesson, you will remember that even if you meet an acquaintance on the battlefield, as long as they are enemies, you must not test them. His voice was low and very serious. Yi Qian listened carefully and did not miss a single word. He had done a lot for her and she remembered it all. He was a man who was responsible for his personal life and had the tenderness of a soldier. I learned a lot this lesson. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Yi Qian laughed. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows slightly and joked, I don't want to be beaten up by my boyfriend again and have to lie in the hospital. It's enough for me to go through this once. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's eyes twitched as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His dark eyes were full of affection as he gently held Yi Jian's hand with both hands. He lowered his eyes and kissed the back of her hand with his thin lips. Then, he slowly raised his head and gazed at Yi Jian affectionately again. His voice was low and he spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice, I need to apologize to you. I only want to apologize to you because of my identity as your boyfriend. I didn't take good care of you and didn't protect you. This is my fault. I shouldn't have done that. Chapter 1696. The more he spoke, the smoother he became. Major Xia was a man who dared to take responsibility for his actions. Since he was going to apologize, he had to do it properly. He couldn't just brush it off. Whatever he wanted to say in his heart, his mouth said whatever he wanted to say. He didn't even need to draft his words as he continued to speak naturally. As a man, I should take good care of my girlfriend. I should support the sky for you, shelter you from the wind and rain, and not let you get hurt at all. I'm sorry, little fox. This time, I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a boyfriend. It's my fault. If you're unhappy with anything, feel free to vent. I promise to accept it all. Yi Qian instantly understood why Xia Jinyuan was so careful. It turned out that he had hit him and was afraid that she would be unhappy with him. Looking at Xia Jinyuan, who was so careful and anxious, Yi Qian didn't feel proud. Instead, he felt a little heartache. For her, such a high and mighty man had lowered himself and apologized so carefully just to not make her angry. Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, you're lucky to have met him. How could you bear to scold him? Yi Qian sighed softly, his heart aching. He had his own position and responsibilities. As the team leader, he was the commander of the entire team on the battlefield. He led his comrades on the battlefield, used the correct strategy and techniques to achieve victory and successfully completed the mission assigned by the country. At the same time, he had to ensure the safety of every comrade and minimize unnecessary sacrifices. How to ensure the safety of every comrade didn't mean that he had to keep an eye on them all the time on the battlefield. Instead, he had to be serious and strictly supervised during training. He also had to lead by example and train together with his comrades. As the team leader, Captain Xia had to work harder than his teammates. He had to work harder than his teammates. He had no choice. He was the brain and core of the Snowfield Brigade and played a decisive role in battle. During training, he had to restrain himself and manage his comrades. He had to know everything accurately, and know everything quickly. In this way, as long as he found out that someone had made a mistake as the commander, he had no choice but to punish that person to ensure that he could bring his comrades back safely during battle. Captain Xia apologized to her so carefully. Yi Jian knew that she really felt sorry for him. She felt very sorry for him. Hearing her sigh, Xia Jinyuan mistakenly thought that she was considering whether to forgive him. Feeling a little nervous, he tightened his grip on Yi Qian's hand. There was still something he wanted to say, but he had to say it all. As your boyfriend, I didn't fulfill my responsibility to protect you. But little fox, as a soldier, I have to treat your mistakes seriously and severely. This is punishment, and it's also the punishment you deserve. As your comrade and your captain, I must be strict with you. Once you find out that you've made a mistake, you must not show mercy to me just because I'm your boyfriend. Yesterday, they said that my biggest mistake was to teach you a lesson with my own hands. After thinking about it, I'd rather do it myself than let someone else do it. We're comrades in arms and lovers for life. How can I let someone else teach you a lesson? I want the two of us to be together for a long time. We can support each other for the rest of our lives. I don't want either of us to let go of the other person's hand halfway and let the other person continue on alone. Chapter 1697. And the same mistake has already happened once, and we were taught a lesson by the Grim Reaper. Yiqian, you made the same mistake this time, and I have to punish you severely because I can't accept the fact that you died one day when I send you away. His grip on her hand slowly tightened, and she could feel his muscles gradually tightening as he spoke. Yiqian looked deeply at the man who was shouldering the responsibility of his country. She looked at the iron-blooded soldier who was respected the most as long as he was on the battlefield. She looked into his dark eyes and asked softly, "In the past, who else made the same mistake as me?" R2, a Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade. He was only 28 years old when he died. He had a beautiful and kind wife at home who was about to give birth. If there were no accidents, he would have gone home on leave after completing his mission to accompany his wife until she gave birth. At the mention of his fallen comrade, Xia Jinyuan's voice even dropped a few pitches. It was low and heavy, and there was a sadness that could not be erased. No one could accept it. Even though 2 years have passed, we still can't accept it. Xia Jinyuan's lips were pressed tightly together, and there was a hint of viciousness in them. His expression instantly made Yiqian's heartstrings tense, and his voice became colder and colder. In the end, it was filled with thick hostility. Later, the person who R2 thought was his brother sent an email from abroad to R2's private email. He knew that we would organize R2's email, and the email was full of provocation. He mocked R2 for his foolish probing behavior and told him to kill his enemy effortlessly. His former acquaintance turned into his current enemy. Even the criminals knew this, but R2 didn't recognize it. For this, he paid the price with his life. It also became a pain in the hearts of all our comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. They couldn't accept it, but they had no choice but to accept it. Yiqian completely understood why he was so cruel to himself last night. He was so cruel that even the T6 and pigeons couldn't stand it, but he still insisted on teaching him a lesson. It turned out that there was such a sad story. I'll remember this, Captain Xia. From now on, I'll never do it again. She said slowly and solemnly, I will never make such a low-level mistake that could cost me my life at any time. She didn't blame him at all, nor did she fear him or reject him because of this. She was still as kind as before, showing him a gentle smile with her bright eyes. The corner of his mouth was also swollen. It must be very painful. Xia Jinyuan replied softly. He lowered his head and kissed her hand. Hiding the ruthlessness in his eyes, he gazed at her lovingly. As your boyfriend, I apologize. But as your comrade, I'm sorry, little fox. I can't apologize to you. But now, I accept all the punishments you've given me. It's because I didn't take good care of you. I will perform well and strive to make you forgive me for neglecting my duties as your boyfriend. It was only right for a man to be at his girlfriend's beck and call. She wasn't angry at all when she was surrounded and beaten up by him. Now that she understood so much, it was even more impossible for her to be angry. However, looking at Captain Xia now, she couldn't help but want to tease him. Who asked him to like teasing her in the past? Chapter 1698. Yiqian's eyes flickered. He smiled calmly and said, Do you think I'm that easy to order around? Could it be that during the training he would take revenge on him? After all, you're the captain of this training. I don't dare to offend you. It's a pleasure to serve my girlfriend. Xia Jinyuan said sternly and took out a tube of medicinal oil from his pocket. When I came up, I went to the pharmacy to get a tube of medicinal oil for promoting blood circulation and dispelling blood stasis. Lie on your stomach and I'll use the medicinal oil to rub your wounds. I'll start with your body. When the doctor checked her back, he saw the 2 large bruises that were so deep that the tissue beneath her skin was covered with dark purple blood stains. He couldn't bear to take another look at it. Yi Qian grabbed the medicinal oil. He raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "As a soldier, I'll definitely forgive you for what you did back then. But as your girlfriend, Captain Xia, I'm not that easy to coax. It's here. The more you're afraid of something, the more likely it will happen." Major Xia, who had already gotten over the initial apprehension, looked at Yi Qian lovingly and sighed. "Come on, what do I have to do to make you forgive me?" Yi Qian thought of the kneeling on the keyboard, and kneeling on the durian, in the future. Her eyes flickered and she said mischievously, "Verbal apologies are nothing new. I don't see sincerity. Why don't we try something else?" Major Xia, who had always been sensitive to such matters, suddenly had a bad feeling. He sat up straight and said, "Try something else? Captain Xia, why don't you try kneeling on the bullet? Point the bullet downwards and the flat end upwards. Captain Xia, kneel on the bullet for 10 minutes. How about that?" Yi Qian blinked his bright eyes and looked at him seriously. "I think we can see Captain Xia's sincerity through this." It was a very original suggestion. Xia Jinyuan, who was opening the packaging of the medicinal oil, paused. He then stood up and began to unbuckle his belt. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. "Xia Jinyuan, why are you taking off your pants?" He couldn't keep up with him at all, nor could he figure out what he was going to do next. The young major's mouth curled up slightly. Although his handsome face was destroyed, his temperament was still there. He was still that noble and elegant young major. "It's easier for you to check if I take off my pants. Also, don't you think it's more challenging to kneel in front of bullets with bare arms and legs? That's a good idea. I've never thought of this before. Next time, when my brothers make a mistake, I can use this move. All of you, kneel before the bullets." Major Xia, who had taken off his pants, was wearing a pair of warm pants issued by the army. When he saw Yi Qian about to throw him down with a pillow, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I'll pay attention to my image in the hospital. I won't do anything impolite." He pulled up the combat pants that he had taken off and said, "My pants are tucked in. It's easier for you to see the wound on my calf if I take it off. Little fox, after you kicked me a few times, the T6 combatant asked me if my bones were fractured. At that time, I stubbornly said that I was fine. So now I'm here to see if I'm all right." "Oh." When Yi Qian saw that he was still wearing a pair of pants, he calmed down. Then he raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, "Captain Xia, are you saying that you want me, your girlfriend, to apologize?" Something was wrong. He needed to take immediate emergency measures to quickly stop what he was doing at this moment. Xia Jinyuan, who felt a sense of crisis, quickly put on his combat pants as if he was on an emergency mission. He unbuckled his belt and pulled on his jacket. His clothes were neat and tidy, and he looked dignified. "Absolutely not. It's just that I felt a little hot after running all the way here, so I wanted to get some steam off." Chapter 1699. He had almost angered his girlfriend again. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, not only would he not have been able to clean up the mess, but he would have also ruined the current atmosphere. No, he had to be more careful. He absolutely could not anger his girlfriend. "Come, lie down on your stomach. I'll rub your back. It might hurt a little, but bear with it." With a quick-witted and smart girlfriend, the boyfriend would be treading on thin ice if he angered her. Major Xia's conclusion was, when your girlfriend is angry, you have to follow her wishes no matter what you say or do. Yi Qian held back her laughter and said, "Boyfriend, take good care of her. When it's over, remember to prepare all the bullets. I've never seen anyone kneel before bullets. Let's see if you can kneel before them. This is also an experiment. When you succeed, we can promote it to the team, right?" "Yes, Little Fox has a point. When it's over, I'll definitely gather all the bullets. Do you have any other instructions? Feel free to tell me. I sincerely want to atone for my mistakes." Yi Qian felt that even chatting with him was full of joy. There was a visible smile on her face. Even if the corner of her mouth hurt, it could not stop her from wanting to laugh. They were soldiers. They were responsible for the sacred duty of protecting the country. They were comrades. They needed to help each other, rely on each other, and improve each other. They were lovers. They held each other's hands and gave each other their hearts. They were like this and they were like this. Yi Qian, whose lips were slightly curved, looked at the major who was accompanying her. The smile in her eyes deepened. Captain Xia, I'll remember this. We're not in a hurry. There's plenty of time to settle the score. Okay, I'll be waiting. As long as there was no mention of breaking up, there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as the person was still his, he was willing to settle the score. Who was his girlfriend? Han Zheng was right. He had to pamper her like a princess. However, Yi Qian did not want him to rub her back. She held his bandaged hand and frowned in confusion. How did your hand get bandaged? It shouldn't be both of your hands. She did not know how the wound on his palm came about. It's nothing. I accidentally scraped myself when I was hugging the tree and scraped my skin. I was afraid that you would get angry when you woke up, so I quickly wrapped it with a piece of gauze and pretended to be pitiful in front of you. He said shamelessly and even clapped his hands to show that his palm was fine. Yi Qian believed him when he saw this. She said, I almost believed you. I'll give you a massage later. I know I kicked you a few times. Then she lay on the bed and waited for him to massage her. She wasn't used to having others push her around. It was better to let her boyfriend do it. Xia Jinyuan lifted her shirt and saw 2 palm-sized bruises on her snow-white skin. He tightened his grip on the glass bottle and his eyes darkened. These 2 kicks were indeed ruthless. He removed the bandages from her hands and looked at her palms. Xia Jinyuan poured the cold medicine on the back of her hands and rubbed them with the back of his hands until they were hot. Then he placed the back of his hands on her and said gently, bear with it. The area is a little big. We need to push the bruises away. Okay, I can take it, Yi Qian said disapprovingly, but it made Xia Jinyuan's heart ache. He was the one who was ruthless, but in the end, he was the one who felt sorry for her. He had not fully adapted to the switch between being her comrade and boyfriend. Chapter 1700. Yi Qian, who was lying on her stomach, pursed her lips and smiled. He was indeed very, very good to her. Having lived 2 lives, she understood what it meant to be insincere and what it meant to be sincere. In her previous life, Ying had played a game of cat and mouse with her. Instead of ending her life, Ying had teased and oppressed her. Every time she found a job, Ying would find ways to make her suffer. Sometimes, she wouldn't even get her salary and had to pack her luggage and leave. She had met many bad people and many good people. Because of this, she knew how to be grateful and grateful. She also knew the value of sincerity. She knew that Captain Xia blamed himself, but she wasn't angry. It wasn't because she was magnanimous or giving in, but because she understood. She had never loved anyone and didn't know how to love, but people needed to understand each other and put themselves in their shoes. His identity, her identity, as soldiers, they needed to understand each other even more. However, if he dared to lay a finger on her in real life, it wouldn't be as easy to talk to as it was now. However, she agreed with the commander-in-chief's words. Captain Xia was indeed someone who climbed up the ladder. They couldn't let him off so easily. How could they punish him? Other than kneeling on a bullet, she couldn't think of any other good ideas. During training, Captain Xia had helped her wash her clothes. Every time after training, he liked to tell her in front of all his comrades that he had something important to tell her to look for him. When she found him, he would pull her to a more secluded place and immediately become extraordinarily gentle. He would be busy massaging her legs and shoulders. He put his sincerity in front of her. To her, it was so precious that she couldn't bear to trample on it and take it for granted. As he pushed the ointment away, the pain from the kick gradually turned into a burning sensation. Slowly, her entire back began to heat up. As he pushed with the back of his hand, the heat from her back began to flow to her limbs and slowly gathered in her brain. Yi Qian closed her eyes in satisfaction and muttered, I want to sleep for a while. Sleep. Have a good sleep. Major Xia, whose eyes were dark because of the injuries on her body, lowered his head and his thin lips landed an extremely gentle kiss on her slender and sexy waist. I'll always be here. I'll always be by your side. Sleep well, my baby. With Xia Jinyuan by her side, Yi Qian felt at ease. She even fell asleep peacefully. Even with her eyes closed, her expression was relaxed. She fell asleep in less than a minute and slept exceptionally soundly. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, could not calm down for a long time. He could not even forgive himself. His comrades in the Snowfield Brigade still did not know that their captain had overcome the great calamity. T6 was asking the experienced lover Han Zheng, will Qin Yao really break up with Q King? I'm not completely sure. After all, Qin Yao is different from other girls, but it's possible. Han Zheng analyzed based on his experience. Based on my experience, it's 50-50. She couldn't resist Q King's delightful mouth. With how naive Qin Yao was, she would probably be coaxed into changing her mind. When T6 heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Jiasun was also a well-mannered girl. If she found out that he had hit Yi Qian, there would definitely be a 50% chance that she would forgive him. With that thought, T6 immediately relaxed. He even relaxed as he leaned against the back of his seat. That's good, that's good. Let's see how Q King performs. As long as Q King coaxed Yi Qian, his matter would not be a big deal anymore. Chapter 1701. Something doesn't seem right with you. You looked like you had a lot on your mind ever since you came out of the hospital, but now you don't look like anything's wrong. Are you that afraid that Qin Yao will dump Q King? Han Zheng was puzzled. Shouldn't he be like K7, G3, and himself, all waiting for the day when Q King would be dealt with by Qin Yao instead? T6 looked at this scourge, who had already ruined more than a dozen girls, and said coldly, a well-fed man doesn't know the suffering of a starving man. You've already had more than a dozen girlfriends, and your taste is so wide that even a virgin like me can only look on in your dust. As soon as he finished speaking, a team member sitting in the aisle of the plane gasped and stared at Han Zheng. More than a dozen girlfriends. That's a little too capable. None of us have girlfriends. It's true that I've never had a girlfriend before. T6 was not afraid to expose his veteran status to show off how fickle his scourge comrade was. I'm not ashamed of it. In fact, I'm proud of it. Han Zheng chuckled. Damn, this was not a topic he should be talking about, not a topic he should be talking about. In the future, he would definitely not talk about such topics. It would only cause public anger. Keep up the good work. Spring is coming, and so is your spring. Across from Han Zheng, his comrade patted T6, who had never been in a relationship before, and comforted him very righteously. When you get a girlfriend, you can proudly tell her that she's your first love. T6 nodded. He was already prepared to fly over to find his future girlfriend after this training session. As for how Q King and Qin Yao were getting along, T6 did not want to think about it. He should focus on his marriage instead. G3, who was sitting 2 seats behind, said to K7, I don't think it's likely that Qin Yao will bring up a breakup. She's very calm when dealing with matters and won't alienate Q King because of this. She'll understand Q King's intentions. Qin Yao is rational, while Q King is rational. If there's any misunderstanding, they'll sit down and talk it out. A breakup is not going to happen. K7 said expressionlessly. He glanced at G3, who was analyzing seriously. Also, what I said in the bathroom was just to scare Q King. Don't take it seriously. G3 was stunned. K7? Was the person sitting next to him still K7? Was he a K7 that didn't eat the food of mortals and lived a merciless life like a deity? Not only did he bluff Q King once, he even tried to bluff him a second time. And then he actually believed him. So K7 put the cap on his face and ignored his stunned comrade. Under the cap, K7's lips curled up. After the Qin Yao days, life in the military was finally a lot more interesting. The matter of Major Xia dealing with Qin Yao seemed to have come to an end just like that. Only the people involved knew. The settling of accounts after autumn had yet to begin. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was on the phone with his future daughter-in-law, was finally relieved. His future daughter-in-law was reasonable and didn't argue with his son. He wasn't worried that his future daughter-in-law would run away. There was still a month of training left. With his son's intelligence, he would probably make up for his mistakes and perform well. He wouldn't give up such a good girl. Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved that his daughter-in-law didn't run away. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't be blamed for being worried. It was mainly because Major General Lu mentioned that the Navy commander wanted to be a matchmaker and introduce Yi Qian to Li Jinyan. He even said that the two were a match made in heaven. This old dong really knew how to poach people. He even tried to poach his own family Xia. Li Jinyan, the captain of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. He was young, promising, talented, and capable. He was calm and strategic. He was a young major with the potential to be a general. If he really became Xia Jinyuan's love rival, he would be a formidable opponent. Chapter 1702. A girl like Xiao Yi was extremely rare. If he didn't seize the opportunity, she would be snatched away by someone else. He had no choice. For the sake of his family Xia and his son, he could only thicken his skin and become the father of his future daughter-in-law. Fortunately, Xiao Yi didn't reject him. Otherwise, he would have personally run over and tied Xia Jinyuan up with a rope and forced him to apologize to Xiao Yi. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't even think about whether his son had been taught a lesson by Yi Qian. To him, Xia Jinyuan was thick-skinned. Even if Yi Qian hit him, he wouldn't be hurt too badly. It had to be said that the commander-in-chief had foresight and made preparations in advance. At this moment, the commander-in-chief was talking to Li Jinyan, who was sitting next to him. Xia Jinyuan beat Xiao Yi until she was hospitalized. Jinyan, your chance is here. You have to seize it, okay? Xiao Yi is such a good female soldier. She's so capable and likable. She has a good personality and is a good person. She's not worse than the male soldiers in all aspects. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to start a family. I won't introduce other female soldiers. They can't handle the messy matters in your family. Xiao Yi is good. She's from the special forces like you. If anyone in your family dares to be rude to her, we'll settle it with force. Let's see who dares to be impudent. And you don't have to worry. You're not afraid that your wife will be bullied. Don't tell me that you don't like Xiao Yi. I don't believe that you won't be tempted by such a beautiful female soldier standing in front of you. After saying a bunch of things, the Navy commander felt that he had reached the main point. He was just waiting for this soldier, who was excellent in all aspects, to answer him. He looked at Li Jinyan with a serious expression, as if he had to hear an accurate answer. The members of the Snowfield Brigade sat in front of him with stern expressions. Fortunately, they were separated by their own people. Otherwise, with the Snowfield Brigade's hearing, they would have heard the commander-in-chief's words clearly. They wouldn't talk to him in front of him, but they would tell Xia Jinyuan about it. Stealing someone else's girlfriend was a big deal. Xia Jinyuan regarded Li Jinyan as his brother, a brother who would risk his life for him. For the sake of his brother, he would not do such a thing. Another important reason was that he really admired Yi Qian. His feelings for her were also very subtle. Sometimes, when he saw her smile, he felt happy in his heart. It was as if the more she smiled, the happier he would feel. This feeling, Li Jinyan, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but frown. Then, a faint smile flashed across his eyes. If she really did have a good impression of Yi Qian, then with Xia Jinyuan's appearance, that impression of him that she couldn't grab hold of had disappeared without her noticing. That night, when Yi Qian arrived on the island with the supplies, he saw the secret interaction between her and Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who had always been calm, even specially went into the sea to welcome her. At that time, he thought he was seeing things. Now that he thought about it, he was very sure that Xia Jinyuan really did kiss Yi Qian at that time. Later, when the two sat together, even though there was a certain distance between them, the atmosphere between them was obviously not something that outsiders could interfere with. Later, Xia Jinyuan even came to find him at midnight that night and said, "I want to repay you for your efforts in training Yi Qian." Now that he thought about it, this sentence was actually a declaration of sovereignty, and at the same time, it also told him about their relationship. Yi Qian was sent by the military to train with the Storm Commandos. What did it have to do with Xia Jinyuan? As long as he thought about it carefully, he would know why he said that. Chapter 1703. Because Yi Qian was Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend, He was thankful that he had trained Yi Qian strictly and did not treat her carelessly just because she was a female soldier. Now that he had confirmed their relationship, even if he really had any thoughts about Yi Qian, he had to give up. He could not bully his friend's wife. This was the bottom line of being a person. As a soldier, how could he touch it? Moreover, when he found out that they were lovers, he was not sad at all. Instead, he felt that their relationship was normal. Now, he was very sure that he really only admired Yi Qian and did not have any other thoughts. Even the slight feeling of seeing her smile made him happy was definitely not because he had feelings for her. It was not that he had never been in a relationship before, and it was not that he had never had feelings for someone. How could he treat the admiration between comrades as feelings between a man and a woman? It was just that he did not understand why he liked to see Yi Qian's smile so much that it made him feel happy. This was his own private matter, and he did not want to talk about it. Now, he had to talk to the commander. How should he say it? He had to think about it for a while, string some words together, and make it clear to the commander all at once. Li Jinyan did not like to talk much. His personality was as cold as the expression on his face. In addition, he was usually a man of few words. During training, there was no need to talk much nonsense. He was not used to talking a lot. If he could, he really only wanted to tell the commander, "You're thinking too much." But he could not. If he did not say a few more words this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to dispel the commander's thoughts. If he directly talked to Xia Jinyuan and said that he wanted to introduce Yi Qian to him as his girlfriend, then it would really be a big problem. Thinking of this possibility, Li Jinyan felt that he had to, immediately clarify this matter with the commander. He was still thinking about it when the commander of the Navy became anxious. "Li Jinyan, are you still a man? How can you be so hesitant? Is it that hard to give me a definite answer? Or are you too embarrassed to tell me? Do you want to be alone?" The cabin was very quiet. The Navy commander raised his voice slightly, and the comrades of the storm commandos in the front rows could hear him clearly. They were all shocked by the commander's words. "Li Jinyan, are you still a man?" Whether or not the Demon King was a man, they knew best. It was definitely a man. He was a very, very impressive and majestic man. "Commander, what are you talking about with the Devil King? Why does it sound so awkward?" "I don't know. They even talked about whether or not the Demon King is a man. Cough, I can prove that the Demon King is definitely a man." "Listen, what do you want to hear? I think it's quite interesting." The comrades in the front row remained motionless, but there was no obstacle in their communication. One by one, they were speculating with great interest. Sitting in the row in front of Li Jinyan were Prawn and Whale. Sitting across the aisle were the scouts in the team. Their hearing was excellent, so they could hear it even if they didn't want to. Only the three of them knew what the commander and the Demon King were talking about. Pursuing Qing Yao Yi Qian was something that they would definitely support. The two of them cooperated well in battle. It was not at all obvious that this was their first battle. The two of them stood together very well. Qing Yao was tall and slender, and the Demon King was tall and straight. In addition, they were both very good-looking. If they really were to be together, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. Chapter 1704. Li Jinyan, who was prepared to give a long speech, first swept his gaze over the scouts sitting side by side. When they received his gaze, which was as cold as a knife, the three scouts moved in unison. They twisted their necks and turned their heads in unison toward the window. The Devil King had discovered that they were eavesdropping. After shocking the scouts, Li Jinyan said in a low voice, "Commander, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I really don't have any romantic feelings for Yi Qian. I admire her very much, because a female soldier like her is a rare existence in the army. Every male soldier who sees her will be amazed by her ability and appearance. I'm a man, the most normal man. I can't avoid this. I also have to admit that Yi Qian is definitely a very suitable girlfriend for us soldiers. Because she wears the same military uniform as us, carries a gun, and fights for the country, the people, and her family. She's so outstanding. Once she enters the army, she's like a fairy descending to the mortal world. It's inevitable that the male soldiers will be tempted. Even the great mermaids tease that if Yi Qian had entered the army a few years earlier, he would also be tempted to write her a love letter. You know, even the great mermaid's children are a few years old. When the commander heard this, he still felt that there was hope. He pulled a long face and said, "Since you can't avoid this, then it's fine. As long as you get along well, you'll eventually develop feelings for each other." Just like my generation, what did we rely on to get married? It was all about matchmakers. The matchmaker came to talk about the situation of both parties' families. The parents' opinions were not bad. They didn't even ask for our opinions and directly decided. You still don't know what the person you're marrying looks like. When you get married and get together, all feelings will come after a long time. At least you've met each other and understand each other. Furthermore, you admire Yi Qian. You have all the conditions, so why are you still dawdling? When it's time to make a move, you have to make a move. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop. When the time comes, where will you go to find a girlfriend as good as Yi Qian? Li Jinyan had intended to say everything in one breath. Now that he was interrupted by the commander, who thought that he and Yi Qian could develop, why was it getting more and more confusing? Li Jinyan raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He reorganized his words and decided to make it short. I'll tell you this. I don't have any romantic feelings for Yi Qian. Similarly, Yi Qian has no romantic feelings for me. After talking for so long, she was still talking about feelings with him. Talk my ass. If he didn't have feelings for her now, wouldn't he have feelings for her after they got married? Why didn't he understand what he meant? The Marine commander only felt that his heart was suffocating. I told you to pursue her first, and then slowly cultivate your feelings. Did you not understand, or are you deliberately playing dumb with me? Commander, by the commander. Your era is different from ours, so there's no way to woo someone first before talking about feelings. Li Jinyan was also helpless. He had clearly told the commander that he had no romantic feelings for Yi Qian. Why didn't the commander believe him? Li Jinyan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he had done something to make the commander misunderstand and think that he had romantic feelings for Yi Qian? Or did he say something that made the commander misunderstand? If he did, wouldn't Xia Jinyuan also misunderstand? He quickly went through everything in his mind, recalling some of the things that he and Yi Jian needed to talk about during their training. After going through everything, Li Jinyan was very sure that he really didn't do anything that would cause a misunderstanding, nor did he say anything that would cause a misunderstanding. Chapter 1705. After confirming that he had not done or said anything that could be misunderstood, Li Jinyan lowered his voice and said, "Commander, Yi Qian and I can be comrades in arms, but friends can't be lovers. Are you trying to make me so angry that I want to jump off the plane?" When the Navy commander thought about how the two of them looked so compatible, and how Yi Qian was able to deal with the Li family, he wanted to set them up even more. "Why can't you two be lovers? Don't tell me you don't like Yi Qian?" Li Jinyan sneered. "Commander, why don't you think about it? Maybe Yi Qian doesn't like me? There are millions of men in the world, and there are many who are better than me. She has the ability and education. She can definitely find a better boyfriend. What do I have? I don't have anything right now. Why would she want me? Commander, you can't just ask me to pursue her. You have to get Yi Qian's approval. Moreover, I really only admire her. It has nothing to do with romance. I don't have the time to talk about romance either. You've already made a military pledge to the military to train our storm commandos into the strongest naval special forces. We'll be able to compete with the naval special forces of the Western countries. You also gave me an order to hold me accountable if we don't achieve results. Commander, the important task now is not to find a girlfriend, but to lead our team to become a Marine Special Forces team that can reassure the country." This time, Li Jinyan finished speaking in one breath and did not give the Navy commander a chance to interrupt. "Stop thinking about it and don't mention it again. It's impossible for Yi Qian and I to be together. There's no chance." He could not tell the Navy commander that Yi Qian already had Xia Jinyuan by his side. It was obvious that their relationship was still confidential. Even if he knew, he could not casually say it out loud. He could only tell his Navy commander this. The Navy commander frowned at his resolute and unnegotiable tone. He looked at him with sharp and dignified eyes. You really don't want to pursue Yi Qian? Really? If there's a girl I like one day, I'll definitely make a move and I'll definitely tell you. Please don't tell me. I only admire female soldiers like Yi Qian. The Navy commander waved his hand disheartenedly. He instantly lost interest in the personal feelings of his beloved general. After a slight pause, he said, I just wanted to keep Yi Qian in our Navy openly. In the end, you didn't want to do it, so there was one less possibility. By the way, did you ask her? Have you considered staying? She clearly told me that her goal was to enter the Snowfield Brigade. She only wanted to be a member of the Army Special Forces. She didn't consider the Navy. Li Jinyan didn't hide it anymore. Since the commander asked, he would answer truthfully. It was better than thinking about it. He didn't want to have any misunderstandings with Xia Jinyuan. Now that everyone was at peace, he wanted to make things clear in advance that might hurt each other's feelings. He wanted to get rid of any bad things that might happen between them. No misunderstandings, no indifference, and in the future, they would still be comrades who could put their lives in each other's hands. The Navy commander sighed repeatedly. This wouldn't work, and that wouldn't work. There really wasn't a single possibility. Old Yang, I really admire you. I really admire you. Seeing this, Li Jinyan changed the topic. Next up is the desert training and altitude training. Commander, I'm worried that the members will suffer from altitude sickness. I plan to prepare more altitude-red medicine. We also need to carry oxygen tanks with us just in case. Chapter 1706. When it came to training, the Navy commander no longer cared about the things that made him feel regretful. Instead, he discussed with Li Jinyan the detailed arrangements for the upcoming training. Xia Jinyuan, who was accompanying Yi Qian, was also making detailed arrangements. Training in the desert was actually more dangerous than training in the high altitude. The biggest problem was the scarcity of the source of life, water. As for the lack of a compass, Xia Jinyuan didn't think it was a big deal. There wasn't much water, and the only food that filled the stomach was a few packets of pickled vegetables, some compressed biscuits, and some red pepper. There was already a serious shortage of water, and the supplies that were given actually had to be swallowed by large gulps of water. Needless to say, this was a deliberate arrangement by the military. Cold, heat, thirst. These were all necessary training for a special forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan had no objections to this, and he had no right to raise any objections. In the quiet ward, there was no other noise except for the occasional sound of paper being flipped. Yi Qian was still sleeping. She had been overloaded with training during this period, and after 5 consecutive days of competition, Yi Qian was on her period. Even though she had good physical strength, her body was still in a state of fatigue. She needed to recover her energy in order to better participate in the upcoming training. She slept from noon until 5 in the afternoon. When she woke up, the sky was already dark and night had begun to fall. Yi Qian, who opened her eyes, didn't disturb Xia Jinyuan, who was working. He was so focused that he didn't notice that she had woken up. He kept his head down and held a pen to write and draw on a piece of paper. He was making careful and detailed arrangements for the upcoming training, including the route of every place, the campsite, the tasks to be completed every day, the distance to be traveled, what to pay attention to, and so on. All of these needed to be arranged and deployed in advance. This was the responsibility of a commander. The entire team was under his control, and the team members listened to him and obeyed him. Then, as the commander, he had to shoulder the responsibility of the entire person. There could not be the slightest mishap. Modern warfare had already begun. From the era of cold weapons to the era of information technology, war had also become a science. It required scientific operations, reasonable arrangements, and strict organizational procedures and operational mechanisms. As the core of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan had put in much more effort than any other member. Although Yi Qian hadn't officially joined the Snowfield Brigade, she knew how hard Xia Jinyuan worked. He was always at the most dangerous places, always at the forefront of the most difficult and tiring tasks, advancing and retreating with his comrades. He didn't have any special treatment because he was the captain. She was fascinated by this serious and responsible Xia Jinyuan. Perhaps he had encountered some difficulties, his originally handsome face suddenly, his side profile, which made him look even more like a soldier's dignified. The heater was turned on in the ward. He had taken off his combat uniform jacket and was only wearing a close-fitting long-sleeved shirt. The hem of his shirt was tucked into his waist pants, and the tight leather belt outlined his beautiful and sexy waist. From her side profile, she could see the beautiful texture of his strong chest muscles. Just by looking at them, she felt that it must be very safe to lean on such a chest. Yi Qian, whose face was a little hot, couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He quickly looked away and sideways to look out the window. It was unknown when it started to snow outside the window. The heavy snowflakes were like goose feathers. They were like fairies given by the heavens to the earth, which could drive away all the darkness and all the evil, and bury all the unfortunate and painful things in the pure white snow. Chapter 1707. It was such a quiet ward. It was so quiet that both her body and mind were completely relaxed. Her mind was empty of all distractions, and her mood was tranquil and distant, far away from all her worries. Yi Qian, who was smiling, did not see the man, who was working seriously, look up. His deep, dark eyes were filled with a gentleness that could make one sink into it. He gazed deeply at her, pressed his lips together, and then lowered his head to continue with his work. Snowflakes fluttered outside the window, but the ward was as warm as spring. One of them was sitting and the other was lying down. Neither of them disturbed the other, but they were both thinking about each other. They enjoyed the tranquility of the winter and spent the rare time alone together. Time ticked by. Yi Jian, whose neck was a little sore from twisting, once again looked at the man who was still working seriously with his head lowered. She saw that the corners of his mouth, which had been pressed tightly, had lifted, revealing a naturally elegant smile. His smile was so infectious that even Yi Qian could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. The man holding the pen suddenly smiled and sighed. He turned his head and caught Yi Qian's gaze. He raised his slender eyebrows slightly and revealed a dangerous yet elegant smile that Yi Qian could not be more familiar with. "Little fox, I can't concentrate on my work when you look at me like that. It seems that my appearance has won the favor of the little fox. She's mesmerized by it for a while, then mesmerized by it for a while. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Yi Qian, who was caught red-handed, did not feel awkward. He imitated him and raised his eyebrows, nodded, and answered seriously, "Not bad. You're handsome enough. Most importantly, you have a classy aura. You're a feast for the eyes. Being handsome on the outside is one of my strengths. I'm also very handsome on the inside, but you'll have to dig deeper to discover that." The thick-skinned major accepted the compliment without hesitation. He did not forget to add a few more layers of gold. "Handsome on the outside and handsome on the inside. Are you satisfied with a boyfriend like me?" His mouth was full of nonsense. He could go as far as the sky. But it was also very interesting. Yi Qian liked this kind of lively, and intimate conversation very much. Only in this way did he feel that his life was so fresh and full of inexhaustible vitality. After her fever subsided, Yi Qian's pink lips curled into a smile. Her bright eyes sparkled like spring water as she looked at the young major who was just as happy as she was. Yi Qian said, "I'm quite satisfied for now, but I've neglected my duties from time to time. It's okay, boyfriends all need to be trained slowly. I'll train Major to be the person I like." "That would be my pleasure." Xia Jinyuan was a male chauvinist, but not the kind of feudal male chauvinist who had to respect her husband. Rather than saying that she had trained him, it was more appropriate to say that he had willingly changed himself for her. It was a joyous thing to change oneself for the people one loved. Seeing this, Yi Qian hugged his quilt and laughed even more happily. Her sparkling eyes sparkled like a sly fox, which made Xia Jinyuan feel that even her hair was so cute. She didn't have the guts to train a major. She was so happy that her eyes curved into crescents. Xia Jinyuan felt as sweet as honey in his heart. He raised his hand to look at his watch and couldn't help but frown. "It's already so late." He hurriedly tidied up the papers and notebooks on his feet and said to Yiqian, "You must be hungry. I'll go to the cafeteria to get some barley porridge, longan, and red date porridge. The doctor told me that you can only have porridge today. I'll add more rice, oil, and salt tomorrow." Chapter 1708. High fever caused the metabolic enzymes in the body to become inactive, which led to a loss of appetite. Only porridge and soup did not cause nausea, and could stimulate the patient's appetite and increase their intake of nutrients. Xia Jinyuan followed the doctor's instructions strictly. At the same time, he also accompanied Yiqian to eat porridge. He packed up the papers and notebooks. Yiqian's gaze fell on his hands, and his brows furrowed. His hands had been replaced with new sterile gauze. If it was really as he said before, that it was just a few small cuts, they did not need to be bandaged at all. Also, Yiqian seemed to have thought of something, and his originally relaxed expression suddenly tensed up. Also, when he used the ointment to massage her back, he used the back of his hand, not his palm. Thinking of this, Yiqian pulled the blanket away and got out of bed. Xia Jinyuan was faster than her. She had just grabbed the corner of the blanket when he walked over with his notebooks. "Don't get out of bed. We'll leave the hospital at 11 tonight and head to the second training base. Lie in bed and rest for a few more hours." The fever had subsided, and the redness caused by the drug allergy had also subsided. If there were no problems after 12 hours of observation, she could be discharged. They did not have much time to waste. The training schedule could not be changed because of personal reasons. If Yiqian was not allergic to drugs, they would not have sent a helicopter to the hospital for emergency treatment. Being sick during training was a common occurrence for them. Yiqian grabbed his wrist and looked at him with clear eyes. "It's very serious, isn't it?" "A little. I didn't wear combat gloves when I was climbing the helicopter ladder, so I got abrasions from the rope." Looking at her expression, Xia Jinyuan knew that he could not continue to hide the truth, so he told her how he got injured. Yiqian was relieved when he told her the truth. "It's very hot to train in the desert. You need to treat it as soon as possible to prevent it from festering. Don't worry. Lie in bed obediently. I'll go to the cafeteria." He lowered his head and kissed the tip of her nose gently. "I'll be back soon. Take these notes with you. I'll get the doctor to take a look. Put the notes under your pillow." All the training materials were classified as military secrets, and all the itineraries were classified as military secrets. Apart from the relevant personnel, no one else was allowed to read them. Yiqian counted a total of 16 sheets of paper. There were diagrams, notes, and detailed deployments. There were also 2 notebooks and a map of the desert. With a rough idea in mind, he hid all the information under his pillow. Seeing this, the smile on Xia Jinyuan's handsome face deepened. She had always been very meticulous, and it was very reassuring to let her handle things. After Xia Jinyuan left the ward, Yiqian, who was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, immediately got up from the bed and took out his military backpack from under the bed. He untied the rope and took out his combat clothes. If she were to leave at 11 o'clock at night, she would have to pack up and leave at around 10 o'clock. However, she liked to prepare in advance, so she could pack up now. The doctor who came in with 2 nurses saw that the patient who was supposed to be lying on the bed was wearing the same uniform as the male soldiers. She stood by the bed as straight as a pine tree, looking valiant and spirited. It was impossible to tell that she was still sick. When the 2 nurses saw Yiqian in her military uniform, they felt that it was very rare. In 1999, female soldiers were still rare, and it was the first time that the 2 nurses had seen a female soldier like Yiqian, who was as beautiful as Hong Kong and Taiwan celebrities. "He's so handsome. He's so cool. He's so spirited and good-looking. His facial features look like they've been painted. He's so beautiful." Chapter 1709. The 2 nurses covered their noses as they whispered to each other. They looked at Yiqian with starry eyes. The more they looked at him, the more excited they became. Their faces were flushed. The doctor turned his head and signaled the nurses to be more reserved with his eyes. He then said to Yiqian, "Are you ready to be discharged?" "No, you still have 4 hours of observation. You can only be discharged after 4 hours." "Thank you, doctor. I'm just tidying up." I feel much better after a day of sleep. I don't feel as heavy as before. My body feels very light. Yi Qian sat by the bedside and said to the doctor who was listening to his heartbeat, I want to ask if I'll be allergic to fever medicine in the future. In her previous life, she had been in medical school for a long time. She was on par with medical students in her specialization courses, so she more or less knew about drug allergies. Usually, if a person was allergic to drugs, the body's reaction to the allergic substance would not change. Once the body was allergic to the substance, it would stay with the body for life. But she found it unbelievable that he was allergic to fever medicine. After a simple examination and seeing that the rash on his body had subsided, the doctor couldn't help but smile. You're recovering well. Your physique is better than normal people's. Your fever is more than 39 degrees. A normal person would need at least 2 days to gradually recover. You've recovered in less than 12 hours. Your physique is very good. As for your allergy to fever medicine, your comrades said that you've all taken strong fever medicine. You haven't taken it before, have you? Yi Jian was about to answer when one of the nurses put the medical tray with cotton swabs, alcohol box, and thermometer on the bedside table. Then she reached out to pick up the pillow. Yi Jian, who had her back to the nurse, turned around and pressed the pillow with her hand naturally, as if she had eyes on the back of her head. She smiled and said, You can just stand and take the temperature. You don't have to lie down. Oh. The nurse didn't think much of it. She was a little embarrassed that Yi Qian suddenly spoke to her. Yi Qian smiled at the nurse again before answering the doctor, No, it's my first time taking it. Is it because the medicine is too strong? She frowned as she tidied up her clothes. If she was allergic to fever medicine in the future, it would be a little troublesome. It wasn't the first time she had a high fever during a battle. It might happen again in the future. Xia Jinyuan pushed the door open and entered. He heard the doctor speaking to Yi Qian with a gentle smile. Don't use it too much in the future. You don't have to use strong drugs. Traditional Chinese medicine will do. Excuse me, is my comrade having a fever again? He didn't even put down the bowl of porridge in his hand. He walked directly to Yi Qian's side and stood there like a guardian angel. His brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of worry in his expression. Even as a doctor, he could not handle talking to two soldiers with strong auras all of a sudden. He quickly said, I'm still taking his temperature. Yi Qian said, I'm asking if I can still take fever medicine in the future. The doctor suggested that I could drink Chinese medicine to reduce my fever. Think of something good. You don't have to take medicine randomly. Xia Jinyuan gently knocked on her head and said politely to the doctor, Thank you for your hard work today. You're welcome. It's what we should do. The doctor also said politely. He took the thermometer from the nurse and glanced at it. His temperature is normal. He can be discharged in 4 hours. Yi Qian didn't like hospitals, and neither did Xia Jinyuan. After receiving the doctor's confirmation, they looked at each other and smiled. Even if they couldn't be discharged tonight, they would still be discharged. Chapter 1710. After eating porridge for dinner, Xia Jinyuan took out the documents he had hidden under his pillow and said to Yi Qian, Come, little fox, take a look at the upcoming desert training. You went to the desert with Uncle Chen for sniper training. This time, it's going to be a little more difficult. Understand the entire training plan first. As for the difficult parts, you have to persevere even if it's difficult. There's no way to change it. Yi Qian had already skimmed through it. He took out a document and asked, Anti-war, anti-annihilation, anti-ambush, and breakout. These 4 are all team training. I've already discovered my weaknesses. I can do individual combat, but I can't find my place in team combat. I always want to rush up and solve the problem alone. It was the same every time. Just like when she was working with the devil, she also wanted to rush up and solve the problem alone. In short, she was not used to team combat. Maybe it was because she was used to being alone in her previous life. Although she had changed a lot in this life, every time she felt a sense of crisis, she wanted to face it alone and solve it alone. But she did not intend to tell anyone about these reasons, not even Captain Xia. Xia Jinyuan said, It's normal because you haven't received any systematic training. All these years, Your training has been focused on individual training. You're not used to being in a team, so your subjective thinking is more serious. As an individual, all of us are like that. The military is a furnace that can correct your shortcomings one by one. It will allow you to be reborn and become a real soldier. He had discovered this problem earlier than Yi Qian. Otherwise, he would not have suggested for her to major in command. Not only did he want to solve this problem, but he also wanted to cultivate Yi Qian's leadership skills and lay a good foundation for her future development. Hearing this, Yi Qian felt that what he said made sense. She had indeed not received any systematic and professional team training. Whether it was training with Grandpa Zhen or Uncle Chen, she had only trained as a single soldier. Anti-war, anti-annihilation, anti-enemy ambush, and breaking out of an encirclement. These 4 aspects can improve your team awareness. Also, you can see how the Infernal King leads and deploys his troops, and how he arranges every soldier to the correct position. Seeing, thinking, and observing will greatly improve your combat skills and team coordination. More importantly, these are things that the school cannot teach you. That was indeed the case. Therefore, when she found out in school that she had to go overseas for pre-match training, her heart was filled with anticipation. The desert we're entering this time requires us to pass through the border, and there's also the Gobi Desert combat training. We'll have to cross a total of 8 provinces. Once we enter the border, we'll start moving. We'll walk and train along the way. You should pay attention to your body and report back if there's anything wrong. Once they entered the desert, they couldn't let anything happen to their bodies. If something did happen, it would be quite troublesome. We don't have a compass, and we don't have many supplies, so we have to take care of our bodies. Xia Jinyuan reminded him again. Then, he took out the list of supplies and pointed at one of them with a smile. The good news is that with the exoskeleton power equipment this time, even if we enter the Gobi Desert, we will be able to move as fast as flying. This was a type of equipment with a modular design. Each module could be stacked in a standard individual protective kit. The height could be adjusted, and it was suitable for individual soldiers of different heights. It was convenient to wear, and it didn't even take 30 seconds to put it on and off. Chapter 1711. Yi Qian had never heard of it before. She couldn't help but ask, what's the difference between this and our current combat backpack? She had never seen or heard of it before. She didn't understand it at all, nor did she have a basic understanding of it. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he picked up a pencil and began to draw on a piece of paper. Our current combat backpack has a large capacity, so the load is also large. This time, we're carrying 25 kilograms of combat equipment. I'm sure you'll have a hard time. But this exoskeleton power device is different. This is a human equipment fusion device. Its booster device has the function of combining biological, mechanical, and artificial intelligence. It can withstand a load of more than 100 kilograms. The average speed of marching is no less than 300 meters per minute, with a maximum speed of 400 meters per minute. Its self-contained energy can last for no less than 24 hours. At the same time, it detects the individual soldier's muscle activity through sensors distributed at the shoulder, waist, knee, calf, and other parts of the body. It generates force, movement, and other parameters and outputs them to the control system. When she heard this, Yi Qian was dumbfounded. This kind of equipment was like alien equipment to her. It had sensors and could detect. Just listening to it made her feel like there was a high level of science and technology involved. Seeing her shocked expression, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his hand and affectionately scratch the tip of her nose. He smiled and said, I haven't explained everything yet and you're already so shocked. When I'm done, won't you be so shocked that you'll think that this kind of equipment doesn't exist? I wouldn't think that this kind of equipment doesn't exist, I just think it's very rare. Yi Qian looked at the simple drawing he made. She looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special about it. Xia Jinyuan sneered. I'm also surprised every time I see it. But this kind of equipment isn't only secretly researched by our country. It's the same for Western countries as well. This batch of equipment is the first batch we'll use. After we're done, we still need to write a report to list the areas that need to be improved. It'll take at least that many years for the technology to mature. He waved his bandaged hand in front of Yi Qian. His slender fingers made a number, which made Yi Qian hold her breath. It'll take at least another 10 years. That's too long. Hasn't it already been developed? A missile or a man-made satellite doesn't take that long. Yi Qian couldn't believe it. How was it possible that a device would take 10 years to mature? In her previous life, when she entered the 21st century, the US revealed many secret weapons in their wars against Iraq and Afghanistan. It would take at least 10 years for a piece of equipment to mature. Xia Jinyuan, who was tapping the paper with the tip of his pen, smiled and sighed. For a long time, the development of infantry has been based on improving the individual combat ability through mobility, defense, and attack. But now, it's no longer possible. We need to add information power. With the increasing number of combat equipment, there are countless weapons that can be carried by individual soldiers. Each of them has its own specific function and adaptable combat environment. Take grenades for example. According to their uses, they can be divided into anti-personnel, anti-tank, incendiary, smoke-emitting, illuminating anti-riot grenades, as well as practice and training grenades. Anti-personnel grenades can also be divided into two types: defensive, fragmentation, and offensive, explosive. Projectiles can also be divided into two types: hand-thrown, gun-fired, and multi-purpose, hand-thrown, gun-fired, and grenade launchers. Chapter 1712. All of these will need to be used once we enter a large-scale battle. How to make it easier for the infantrymen to carry them has always been the main research direction that the equipment experts have been working on. Think about it. As the environment continues to evolve and the variety of weapons continues to increase, the experts at the Equipment Research Center can't only research one type of equipment that is suitable for the present. They need equipment that can adapt to the present, the future, and the future. This is actually a trial version of a semi-finished product. During the process of using it, we need to carefully observe and familiarize ourselves with each function. At the same time, we need to provide our own opinions. After all, this is specially developed for the mobility of the infantrymen. Our opinions are very important. More than 10 years of research on one type of equipment. Yi Qian, this is the process of storing military strength. Once the technology is successful and put into use by the entire army, it will be a huge leap in our individual combat capabilities. Yi Qian fell silent after hearing this. The gap between her and Captain Xia was constantly reflected. Her analysis of the national situation and military strength was far behind his. Even though her sniping skills were now better than his, her overall ability was still not on par with his. If she wanted to catch up to him, there was just too much she needed to learn. She was also glad that she had his company. Because of him, she didn't become complacent. Because of him, she always knew what she was doing and understood that there was no end to learning. Then he went on to talk about some of the essentials of the desert training in detail. As he slowly spoke in a low voice, time passed little by little. They talked until it was almost 10 o'clock before Xia Jinyuan put down the pen in his hand and began to destroy the papers on the hospital bed. The dozens of papers had to be torn up piece by piece. As Xia Jinyuan tore them up, he asked Yi Qian with a smile, "Do you have any thoughts on the desert training? Or why do you want to do desert training?" Yi Qian thought for a while and said, "In the 9th chapter of Sun Tzu's Art of War, it is mentioned that the combat areas are divided into scattered areas, light areas, and intersecting areas. It is believed that the army can only effectively carry out combat operations if they master the combat methods in different environments. As a tri-amphibious special forces unit, the Snowfield Brigade must be familiar with different combat areas and environments. When we were rescuing K7, I noticed that everyone was very familiar with the terrain of the highlands. Although there were people leading the way, you were the one who suggested the direction to go a few times. The right time, the right place, and the right people are indispensable. Without any of them, we will lose without a doubt. The battle environment can be summed up in the right place. The environment has a great impact on the combat ability of the entire army. In the West, take Napoleon as an example. His army was stopped in the cold winter of Russia. In the Battle of Red Cliff, the army led by Cao Cao suffered a huge defeat because they were not familiar with naval warfare. These heroes could have ruled the world, but they were defeated because they were not familiar with the environment. On the other hand, the British Army went straight to the Atlantic Ocean without any pre-battle training and actually won the Falklands War. This was because they had been undergoing difficult and high-intensity training in the complicated sea conditions all year round. In the end, they won when no one was optimistic about their chances. Grandpa Jen once told me, "Training in the desert is easy, training in the desert is hard, but training in the desert is hard. Training in the desert is tough, but the better we adapt to the extreme environment, the better we can deal with all kinds of complicated environments." I think this is the ultimate goal of the military's arrangement. It's to tell us that there are no shortcuts to combat experience, combat standards, and combat techniques. Only through hard work can we not be defeated. Chapter 1713. Uncle Jen taught Yi Qian how to deal with people, and Principal Chen taught Yi Qian all sorts of skills. In that case, Xia Jinyuan taught Yi Qian how to reach the top. As long as the two of them were together, Xia Jinyuan would guide Yi Qian very seriously, meticulously, and tirelessly. He broadened her horizons, made her look further, and refined her mental state over and over again. Xia Jinyuan loved Yi Qian, there was no doubt about that. But his love was not just to take Yi Qian under his wing, but to hold her hand and tell her how dangerous the outside world was. He would teach her how to face and deal with danger. What he hoped for was actually very humble. He only hoped that every time his lover left, she would return to his side safely. Yi Qian had a clear mind. The more time she spent with him, the more she could understand Xia Jinyuan's thoughts. Therefore, she would listen to everything he said very carefully and remember every word he said. Because she knew that what he said was what he taught her, and what she needed. It was exactly 11 o'clock p.m. when they left the hospital. With their sense of time, they would rather leave earlier than later. When Xia Jinyuan contacted his team, the members of the Snowfield Brigade and the Storm Commandos happened to be collecting supplies. He contacted Li Jinyan and did not ask about anything else. He directly asked where the two teams were. Li Jinyan was standing next to the Navy commander. He suddenly turned sideways and moved the phone from his left ear to his right ear. This was because the Navy commander was standing on his left. "We're at the transit station. We're waiting for the two of you to gather and head to the border." A call from Xia Jinyuan? Ask him how Yi Qian is doing. The Navy commander, who did not notice the little trick, was still concerned about Yi Qian's health. Although this was just a selection, he really hoped that Yi Qian would be able to participate in the competition. Tell Xia Jinyuan to take good care of Yi Qian. Don't send him to the hospital again. Well, this incident had almost become Major Xia's dark history. Everyone knew that he had beaten up Yi Qian and sent him to the hospital. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but touch his forehead when he heard the Navy commander's words from the other end of the phone. There was really nothing he could say. Yi Qian's condition is very good. His fever has subsided and his symptoms of allergy to medicine have disappeared. Just in case, the hospital prescribed 2 boxes of traditional Chinese medicine for fever reduction and 2 boxes of cold medicine. Li Jinyan was just about to relay Xia Jinyuan's answer to the commander when he saw the commander wave his hand to signal for him to pass the phone to him. For some reason, Li Jinyan tightened his grip on the phone, and even his thin lips tightened a little. "Commander, you already know what I mean. Don't disturb the morale of the soldiers," he said in a low voice before passing the phone to the commander. The commander took the phone and smiled at him, then waved his hand to signal for Li Jinyan to go away and not disturb him. Li Jinyan took a deep breath of the cold air and suppressed the urge to snatch the phone back. He turned around and left. Xia Jinyuan was about to hang up when he heard the stern voice of the Navy commander. "Pass the phone to Yi Qian. I want to talk to him and ask him about the situation." "Commander, you want to talk to me?" Yi Qian pointed at himself. After Major Xia nodded, he took the phone from the commander. It was very cold at 11 o'clock at night. It had been snowing for a few hours, and the sidewalks on both sides of the road were covered in thick snow. The faint yellow light shone on the white snow, like tiny diamonds sprinkling on the ground, giving off a faint golden glow. Yi Qian stood under the lamppost and listened to the stern lecture of the Navy commander. It was not because of anything else, but because he was criticizing her for bringing about her own destruction. Chapter 1714. The nature of this matter is extremely serious. If you are officially enlisted, the punishment that awaits you is not just a day in the hospital. You will definitely be trained for 10 days to half a month. Let's see if you still dare to act so recklessly. Yi Qian did not say anything unnecessary. This was also the first time she had received such severe criticism. After the commander finished speaking, Yi Qian replied seriously, "Don't worry, I will never make the same mistake again. One mistake, one lesson, is enough for me to remember." That's good. You are still young and the youngest of the two teams. It's good that you can learn from your mistakes and realize the seriousness of your mistakes. I hope that you can remember and remind yourself at all times. After the commander of the Navy finished speaking, he asked again, "When we arrive at the border, Major General Yang and I would like to see how you complete your shooting. Prepare yourself and give them a lesson when the time comes." Yi Qian naturally did not have a problem. The one who had a problem was Xia Jinyuan. He took the phone from Yi Qian and looked at his picturesque face under the light in the snow. He sighed and said, "Dark history, a dark history that can never be erased. When our relationship is made public in the future, I'm afraid that I will become the target of everyone's crusade. I beat up my own girlfriend until she was hospitalized. I am the only one in the two teams." His elegant and handsome face had a hint of hidden bitterness. His expression was synchronized with his tone. When he spoke, he even deliberately lowered his voice. He was a bit like a large abandoned dog, so pitiful that one wanted to pat his head and take him home with a soft heart. Yi Qian smiled until his eyebrows curved like the crescent moon. "Captain Xia, when the time comes, I don't have to settle the score. I think my comrades and Father Xia will stand up for me." "Father? Father Xia? The Father Xia you are talking about can't be my old man Xia, right?" Major Xia asked with trepidation. He had a bad premonition and the surging waves of the Qiantang River made his heart tremble. Other than that, there shouldn't be another Father Xia. Yi Qian stood on his tiptoes and gently patted the large dog's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Yes, the Commander-in-Chief said that it was too polite for me to call him Commander. It would be more intimate if I called him Father. He also said that I am his biological daughter and that Captain Xia was adopted by him. If you treat me badly in the future, I will teach you a lesson. Don't be polite." Yi Jian didn't say the words, "I'll teach him a lesson in the future." She was afraid that Captain Xia's heart would not be able to take it. When did his girlfriend become father and daughter with his father? As her boyfriend, he actually didn't know at all. He said a lot. At least 10 minutes. Yi Qian pretended not to notice the dangerous glint in his eyes. Under his gentle gaze, he continued to smile and said, "But I can't tell you." Major Xia was speechless. His little fox was getting more and more difficult to fool. She was getting more and more cunning. As a boyfriend, he felt more and more pressure. The north wind whistled past. The two figures standing in the snow were so mighty and tall. The atmosphere between them was so warm. Even when they looked at each other, there was affection in their eyes. Chapter 1715. Until the jeep sent by the local army stopped in front of them, the lingering feelings seemed to have been cut off by an invisible giant pair of scissors. The two maintained a certain distance and got into the jeep one after the other and left. The winter in Chuan Province seemed to be slightly colder than Nan Province. The sun had been shining in Nan Province for 2 consecutive days. The warm sunlight melted the snow on the roadside. The speeding cars, bicycles, and motorcycles splashed the snow and stained the originally white snow that had not melted yet. Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen jumped out of the jeep and hurriedly entered the Provincial People's Hospital. An officer standing in the hospital building saw the two of them and immediately greeted them. "Stomach bleeding. He's still in the emergency room. We don't know the specific situation yet. Is there anyone guarding upstairs?" Lu Tuan strode forward and asked the company commander who came to greet them. "Who's the doctor? Have you informed the hospital?" "It's all arranged. The hospital sent a professor who's famous in the country. I've arranged 2 soldiers to guard upstairs. I guarantee that they'll be there 24/7. Someone was guarding, and the doctor the hospital sent was a famous professor in the country. Then they could only wait. Commissar Yen said, "Don't inform little Yi for now. Old Chen is a man made of iron. He won't fall so easily." Stomach bleeding. Sigh. Old Chen has been tired recently. His old illness can't be controlled and suddenly broke out. Company Commander you don't have to guard here. Go back to the army and send 2 more soldiers. Lastly, send 2 soldiers who know medicine. Go back to the company and continue training. Don't delay the training progress. Company Commander Yu represented the army to support Yi Qian when he was in junior high school. 2 years ago, he was transferred to the provincial army from Fujian town. Hearing this, he said, "Okay, I'll go back to the army and arrange for the soldiers to come over immediately." "Okay, you don't have to send us upstairs. We know how to go. Go and arrange your things." The elevator had not arrived yet, so Lu Tuan simply asked him to leave. He said, "You seem to have been in contact with little Yi. You don't have to tell her about this. We have our own plans." Little Yi was not on vacation yet. The military school's discipline was the same as the army's. She could not easily ask for leave. Since old Shen had passed the danger, there was no need to worry her. Gastrorrhagia was one of old Chen's old problems. He had had it for a long time, but this time, it was a little more severe. The 2 elevators arrived at the same time. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen entered the elevator on the left quickly, while a couple with gloomy faces walked out of the elevator on the right one after another. The man suddenly turned his head and looked at the army green that flashed past him on his right. "That old bastard is really shameless. He wants me to serve him? But she's not worthy. It's already good enough that I didn't force her to drink a bowl of medicine. You want me to take care of her? Dream on." Sun Dongqing cursed as she walked. After taking 2 steps, she realized that her husband, Yi Jifan, was not following her. She turned around and saw that her husband was still standing there. She said unhappily, "What are you looking at? It's already past 11 o'clock. It'll be past 12 o'clock when we get back." Yi Jifan did not move. Instead, he looked at the floor numbers displayed on the elevator panel. The elevator stopped when it reached the 8th floor. After a few seconds, it descended. The 8th floor was the emergency room. Who was Regiment Commander Lu visiting in the emergency room? Who was in the army doing emergency treatment in the emergency room? "Go to the car and wait for me. I'll go take a look." Yi Jifan did not turn his head and ordered Sun Dongqing to go back to the car. He waited for the elevator to come down. He still wanted to build a good relationship with Regiment Commander Lu. He did not want to lose face because of Yi Qian.